was that in 2020 they had a pan-Delhi narrative, you know, but this time they made it quite, I mean, granular, micromanagement, and this is a shift post Lok Sabha election. If you see, now it is BJP which is contesting assembly elections quite on a local issue, be it Haryana, seat by seat.
That is why I feel what Sajjan is saying. See, the BJP has cracked that code called, you know, how to win elections. Sam, Dam, Dan, Bhed. It's all pragmatic, practical approach and lots of heads-on.
But so that's always the case, isn't it?
No, always the case. But BJP always had the optimum vote percentage in Delhi Assembly.
Yes,
now they are taking it to over. You see, what is the difference? It's not Aam Aadmi Party is getting wiped out. It's not like Maharashtra verdict or anything. You see, the BJP, why BJP is being more successful? Because it is coming closer to its Lok Sabha vote share.
Exactly.
And Aam Aadmi Party 42-43% vote share is huge. And
absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. That when it comes to elections, BJP is a formidable force.
Absolutely.
That's what I've said.
And anti-incumbency is, you know, it's just being chipped in. So if it is this kind of tally, 42-28, in 28 seats, it's not losers argument, but it is not that the Aam Aadmi Party is getting wiped out.
Oh, that's not nobody's case. That's nobody's case.
Absolutely. Well. So as Sajjan is saying, it's a well-fought election, but BJP had an advantage of projecting you know, something that, you see, regardless whatever you do for Aam Aadmi Party, they are not able to function because by law they cannot give you anything.
But
so it is the Lieutenant Governor's
I'll just add one point. That advantage Congress Party also had in Haryana. BJP was ruling for 10 years,
I am referring
one
to,
decade.
Nikunj, here I am referring to what Arun Jaitley used to say, the tyranny of the unelected. So here you have a
tyranny of the unelected.
Yes.
And do you think that also played out because
Absolutely.
Arvind Kejriwal made that announcement of 2,100 rupees for women without ensuring that it is delivered in their account, which was in complete contrast to what the BJP did in Maharashtra. Yeah. When they are in power, they ensured that Ladki Behan goes directly into the account for the first 3 to 6 months.
You said it, Maria, and more so, the Delhi government gave front page added to the advertisement saying that it's not. Then the BJP took U-turn saying that no, we'll give it this. So I'm saying there is a lot of the real politics, all the Devri culture and all you're saying. It is not, this is not to malign the BJP because of it's their victory day. But what they have done is, you know, they have perfected, you know, the art of the possible.
Art of the possible, and despite not projecting a face, you know, so it's also primarily an anti-incumbency vote.
Absolutely.
You know, because BJP...
That's difficult to digest, but let's see how it plays out. That's difficult to digest because look, the fact of the matter is that why did that anti-incumbency vote not work against the BJP in Haryana or in other places where they are in
because power? It had Congress. You know, when it's Congress knows how to lose an election.
Well, many can say that we are picking out our favorite pieces of the argument. Let me go to my reporters, very dear to my heart. As always, both Tanushka and Ghazali standing by at the most active places right now. The heart, that's where the heart is beating at the election counting center. Tanushka, coming to you first, describe for us what's going on, how many rounds are complete, how many votes have been tallied, who leads, and how many seats are being counted at your counting center.
Well, yes, I'm currently at the Gold Market counting center for the New Delhi constituency, wherein round 4 has been completed. So 4 rounds have been completed of voting here, wherein, and also, of course, this is a very important seat which is facing this contest between 3 very, top guns. Arvind Kejriwal, former Chief Minister of Delhi, who is taking the lead at this point in, round 4 of the counting. He has taken the lead by 7,949 votes, and he is ahead of 223 votes by his competition here, Parvesh Verma from the BJP, and he's also, of course, a very strong contender in this seat. And we also have Sandeep Dikshit in the fray from the Congress. However, he's trailing behind both Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma. There are, some BJP party workers here. I'm showing you the visuals. They've gathered here. Why? Because the RK Puram candidate from here, Anil Kumar Sharma, is in the lead as well from the RK Puram seat. Other than that, what we also know is that this counting center is also counting the votes of the greater Kailash constituency, wherein the Aam Aadmi Party candidate Saurabh Bhardwaj is trailing and Shikha Rai, BJP's candidate, is in the lead. Shikha Rai is in the lead by 2,583 votes, and Saurabh Bhardwaj is trailing by the same number of votes. The total share that Saurabh Bhardwaj right now has is that of 8,792. However, you know what's very important from this seat that I'm bringing you is that Kejriwal is still in the lead even in round 4. So it'll be really interesting to see. It's neck to neck right now between Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Singh Verma from the BJP, as it has always been, you know, even in the campaign days, it's been very neck to neck between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Back to you.
You may actually be reporting out for what can be the chief, what could have actually been the chief ministerial contest, and what can still turn out to be the chief minister's seat. So you are actually at the nerve center, actually at the hottest place right now in the national capital. Keep your eyes firmly glued on. Keep updating every small bit of information that you get. Continuously supply that information to the desk. And
for the moment, let's cut across to Ghazali, who's speaking to Alka Lamba.
निकला और ये साइलेंट रहा। इसका अभी तक ईवीएम खुलने तक कोई पार्टी कुछ नहीं कह पा रही कि क्या रहेगा। अब ईवीएम जैसे ही खुलेगा तो कालकाजी बोलेगा।
तो कालकाजी बोलेगा, क्या बोलेगा? आपको क्या लग रहा है? क्योंकि कई आरोप ये लग रहे हैं कि शायद कांग्रेस इतना एक्टिव हो रही है तो बीजेपी को इसका
नहीं, देखिए कांग्रेस दिल्ली के मुद्दों पर एक्टिव हुई थी और दिल्ली के मुद्दों पर हम लड़े हैं। जिसने मेरी दिल्ली बर्बाद की है उसकी बर्बादी का दौर शुरू हो रहा है।
किसकी बर्बादी का दौर शुरू हो सकता है?
ये तो अभी पता लगेगा आपको कि किसने दिल्ली बर्बाद की और कहां किसको जो है उसका फायदा और नुकसान होते हुए देखेंगे।
So this was Alka Lamba. She's saying that the real game will begin now because the EVM pertaining to this locality of Kalkaji will now open up. The assembly constituency for Kalkaji, the counting is on. 4 rounds have been done. She has just left. She said that she'll come back yet again. She's not leaving the counting center and she's hopeful for making a comeback in the electoral politics by winning or representing or winning the elections from Kalkaji. Meanwhile, we are just getting very complex reactions here. We are getting 3 kind of results. One, what we are getting from the EC website. The other, we are getting from both the parties. The AAP supporters claim that they are leading. The Congress supporters saying they are leading, and the BJP supporters are also saying that they are leading. And at this counting center, I'll show you there are 4 assembly constituencies for which the counting is happening. Kalkaj.
Ghazali, that's the reward of a reporter. That's the reward of a reporter. Every bit of information coming first to the reporter at the nerve center at the correct place. That's the reward of a reporter on the ground. Nothing can match that.
Okay, Manoj Tiwari, a former BJP chief of Delhi, is speaking. Let's listen in.
खाता खुलने का तो मुझे भी कहीं से ऐसा नहीं दिख रहा है।
Right, so a brief reaction coming in. Yes, let's go back to Ghazali. Yes, Nikunj, you have a question for him.
No, my question to you, Ghazali, I'm sorry we had to interrupt you there in between. I'm sorry, but my question to you, Ghazali, was that you said there are multiple claims, counter claims that are being made by the party workers, and then there is Election Commission's website. But tell me something that only you can tell us today, Ghazali, and that is whose body language is more upbeat? Is it the BJP workers' body language that is more upbeat? They think they have scaled it, they have scaled the peak. As I said to Maria, history is being made here today. History is being made here after nearly 3 decades. BJP's political exclusion from the capital at the level of the capital's governance ends here. So is it the BJP workers who are completely upbeat, or is it the AAP workers who are still hanging to the hope with a slender thread? What is the mood there?
I'll just tell you an incident and you can gauge the fact that Manish Sisodia, who is fighting from Jangpura, and Aatishi is fighting from Kalkaji. Both candidates arrived here in the morning, but we could not see that kind of, what we had seen in previous elections, that since morning you'll see all kind of celebrations happening. You won't find any celebrations happening. The crowd is here, the AAP supporters here, the BJP supporters are also here, but none of them are celebrating as of now. That shows the kind of neck-to-neck fight it is going on, because after every round we have claims and counter-claims, as I suggested, and then there are people who are saying, I'll just tell you that we spoke to one supporter of Aam Aadmi Party who had come for Amanatullah Khan, who is fighting from Okhla seat, which is also a keenly contested fight. He said कि अभी ओखला वाला जो area है उसका EVM नहीं खुला है. So everybody is claiming that from their area or the locality where they have voted,
much of that.
That EVM has not
EVM
opened
khulna
up.
has
So it's
become sort
certainly
of a magical,
Yeah.
Yes.
you know, magical mystery or magical wand. You know, EVM khulna.
We hear so much of that, EVM Khulna. But we will come back to you,
Hope is a very
Ghazali,
important thing.
in just a bit. But let's bring in Sajan and Rashid, who are here in the studio. We also have Mohan Kumar Mangalam, and Zainab is continuing to be with us. Zainab, it appears that people of Delhi have sent a message that they do not want a government which is at constant loggerheads, one that is looking for excuses, and one that is not looking for solutions.
Absolutely. The people of Delhi were sick and tired of the constant, bickering when it came to, the LG is not allowing us this, the bureaucrats are not helping us with that, the files are not going forward. And even if there was a grain of truth in it, the fact is, Aam Aadmi Party had lost its sheen. I'll give you a small anecdotal example. I have family who lives in GK, and you were just, one of your reporters was just mentioning Shikha Rai. The truth is, the parks there that are made, Shikha Rai would personally come and check those, although she was not the winning, she was not the sitting MLA there, Saurabh Bhardwaj was, but she would come there, she would bring Bansuri Swaraj there, and it was a big thing for the people of those small colonies, who appreciate the fact that there's actually, on-ground work. Another thing that worked in BJP's favor was RSS and the foot soldiers, the Swayam Sevaks. There was a lot of house-to-house campaigning. There was a lot of, work that BJP put in convincing people that we are going to give you better governance and better welfare compared to Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party just stuck to one theme, which is confrontational politics and playing the victim. It worked. If you remember, in the first term of Kejriwal ji, when there was black ink thrown on him and all of that, that gave sympathy to Arvind Kejriwal ji. People were sympathetic towards him because he had that aura of a Aam Aadmi. So people felt, yes, he's a victim. He's being bullied by the big guns of politics. But what has happened is Kejriwal ji has now converted himself just like any other politician with all, with all the paraphernalia of a big politician, be it the car, be it the Sheesh Mahal. These things actually worked against him. So when he showed himself as a victim, the image that he had now constructed around himself was of this big national
Zainab,
politician.
we will be coming
People
back to
didn't
you.
buy it anymore.
Give me a moment, Zainab. Sunny Ahluwalia of the Aam Aadmi Party is joining us as well. Sunny Ahluwalia, it doesn't look too good for you.
And Mr. Ahluwalia, I must ask you one question, The fact of the matter at this point in time is that it looks like that you have fought a decent battle, but the BJP has overpowered you in the battle in your home turf, from where your party, this party which was the latest and the last party in this country to be born out of a movement, was born. And many people, Mr. Ahluwalia, I still remember, I was one of them, I think Maria was also there. We have actually covered that movement. We have covered that movement day in, day out for days together, hours, days together. There was a generation of voters who are now 29, 30, who are now working class voters of Delhi, which in the first election did not even know the name of your candidates, and the party just voted for the symbol. Many observers, Mr. Ahluwalia, in the recent past have been writing that the hopes of that entire generation were dashed by the conduct of the Aam Aadmi Party, because you became just another political party, and those people, those youngsters of 18 years old to 35-year-olds at that point in time when we were covering that movement, thought that you were the real harbinger of the change in Indian politics.
Still now, there is a lot of time left and we are only 5 seats away. Still now, there is a lot of time left and we are only 5 seats away. If 5 seats come here and there, all the result will be changed. Number 2, we all were professionals. I am a doctor by profession, and I joined Arvind Kejriwal because of the only one reason. And that was when the movement started against the anti-corruption. Now, what is the problem with the BJP? Now, BJP has also came on the same pitch. First, they used to say that they are giving free remedies. they are giving free to this. Now they are also agreeing that social welfare scheme is important and it must be given to everyone. In Delhi, the election have changed right now. Why it has changed? Because first they used to talk about polarization. Now they have changed their stand and they have come to the local issues which we wanted, which we started. We said that people should have good education. Now they are also saying the same thing. We said there should be good health services to the people. They are saying the same thing. And the Delhi people were scared that whenever the BJP will come into power, free electricity, free bus service, everything will stop. But the Prime Minister has to say, Amit Shah has to say that we will continue with the same services which were provided by the Aam Aadmi Party. So one thing is very clear, we came to provide a social welfare schemes to the people and in that we are successful. Second, we wanted to stop the polarization kind of politics. We are able to do that also. Still now, they were saying Arvind Kejriwal is not leading, they are trailing. Now Arvind Kejriwal is leading, Manish Sisodia is leading, and we are standing on the same tape. There has been undeclared emergency in our nation. And what is the reason behind it? The Bharatiya Janata Party say, we need double engine sarkar. What is double engine sarkar? That means they need a dictatorship. Why can't a federal democracy be present in India? Wherever they lose their election, they try to rule it from governor, lieutenant governor. They like to do these kind of things. On the other hand, what Aam Aadmi Party says, Aam Aadmi says that we should focus on the human resources. We should focus on the people. And this is our aim. And successfully, for the last 10 years, we were successful to do that. And in coming elections also, in coming election results also, you can clearly see,
that is coming in now,
that
Mr.
BJP has
there
also
seems
come
to
down
be
the same
some
scheme.
relief for the Aam Aadmi Party. At 10:41, Arvind Kejriwal appears to be leading. What is the margin of lead? We'll try and get that detail for the viewers. But Parvesh Verma is now trailing. Aishwarya is joining us from where Mr. Verma himself is. Aishwarya, if these numbers actually look that the tables have turned back for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, it certainly appears that there is something that is going on here. Perhaps we are not able to catch that at the moment.
Well, certainly, and since the time the candidates were announced for the New Delhi Assembly constituency, all eyes were on this particular seat because it was a triangular fight between Parvesh Verma, Arvind Kejriwal and Mr. Sandeep Dikshit, and a very close contest is being fought. After third round, what the information is something that we are learning. 343 votes Arvind Kejriwal is leading with, and certainly it is Parvesh Verma who was leading in the upcoming in the initial two rounds. He is now trailing. So we are right now present at his residence only. He confirmed to us this morning that he will speak, but let's wait for the results. And that's what the messaging from the top BJP leadership was early up in the morning, that let's wait till the final results doesn't arrive, don't celebrate too much. And that's where Parvesh Verma's picture comes in place. A very tough battle, but Parvesh Verma is glued to the television screens and he's watching these results very closely. He's direct in contact with the with those officials and the Bharatiya Janata Party workers who are there at the polling station as well. 343 seats is something Parvesh Verma is trailing after 3 rounds, is something that the information we are getting.
Round 5 is what we are being told by our research team, Ash. It says that Kejriwal is still leading at 10,294 by 386. That's the gap between him and Parvesh Verma, who has so far polled 9,908. So that margin isn't really much. Remember, last time around, Mr. Kejriwal had won by 21,687 votes. And certainly that's the Chief Minister's constituency. That's how it is often described. Absolutely. From Sheila Dikshit to Mr. Kejriwal, New Delhi constituency is the Chief Minister's constituency. And it's a bellwether seat.
The most prestigious. I like that term, Mr. Kidwai.
Yeah, and Nikunj, you see, if Parvesh Verma defeats Arvind Kejriwal, he will be a contender and a contender for chief ministerial post. More importantly, you look at that vote share, and vote share is very interesting. And my friend Sajjan, he knows numbers better than me. He's from data science. I'm from political science.
He been holding to a contrarian view, and I like contrarian views.
Absolutely. So Nikunj, you see here, as per this, there's 49% BJP and 44% Aam Aadmi Party. So Aam Aadmi Party is not losing in a big way. It is only a chip of a middle class vote that has moved from Aam Aadmi Party that used to come during assembly election, not in Lok Sabha election, and going back to Lok Sabha election thing for the BJP. So that is a very crucial factor. It is not that all segments of society have left Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal is still getting, what is the point?
Mr. Kedwai, in any case, all sections of society
44% vote is very significant, and the Congress has become very insignificant. So what they had in the past, 4.5%, they are there on 5%.
Yeah, so I mean they have improved the tally, by the way.
No, this is not an improvement, because when you take this kind of gamble, again what Omar Abdullah is saying, if they had fought together, there are no ifs and buts in politics, things would have been perhaps different.
But Mr. Kedwai, you know it better than us. Yeah. You know it better than me. That 2 plus 2 doesn't always come to 5 in politics. Na?
Yeah, but in Lok Sabha election it has shown. I have to keep saying.
Anyhow, I must get my friend Sajjan here in the conversation. Yes. You have a contrarian view about the numbers as they are reflecting right now, and you have been constantly pointing out towards a keener, closer contest.
Precisely. I mean, that's precisely because, of the ground thing that I still hold that while there was anti-incumbency, intense among the middle class, and the poor segment was also not enthused, there were complaints. Going by the voter psychology, it's very difficult to assume that the poor vote base, which is a tangible beneficiary of the schemes, even if it's complaining about the sewage, garbage, all sort of a thing, abandoning the incumbent which has been delivering and then jumping the gun, that is something that I'm still holding on. So I'm not now questioning the direction will be changed, but what I am saying that perhaps I may go wrong, certainly because most of the exit polls predicted otherwise, that the gap would be a bit closer, maybe 40-30 something, or a seat here and around.
Okay, Sajjan, just
a fair point.
Yeah, just a moment, because let's ask Juhi to put that data on air about the vote share and the shift from 2020. That will give us a bit of clear picture, and that is, just look at this number now, vote share. 49% to the BJP, 44% to the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP has made a gain of 10%. They were at 39%.
And loss of 10%.
Yeah, and it's the loss of 10%.
And Congress, as it is,
a huge gap.
Exactly.
And in what clearly is a bipolar contest here now.
And Maria, it's not just about the class. It's also the swing voter primarily comes from the Purvanchali voters.
Yes.
Purvanchali. So it's Paharis and Purvanchalis. Paharis have been consistent in both assembly and because last time Manish Sisodia in Patparganj, when the Uttarakhandi votes is in significant number. So Uttarakhandi voter, but this time it seems that the Purvanchali voters in a significant way who otherwise constitute the lower middle class to the poor segment. But in Lok Sabha, so they chose to, a section of, it seems, them chose to trust Modi and BJP, and that is where Northeast Delhi, North Delhi, wherein you find.
So I may say that nothing has changed from what happened 6 months ago. BJP 6 months ago was at 51%.
Yes.
Now, if this number actually holds, it is at 49%. So Anil Antony, come in on this now. A 49% vote share is similar to what happened 6 months ago when the BJP won 7 on 7, polling 51%. Anil?
Thank you for having me in the show. This has been a day Thank you for having me in the show. This is a very decisive victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. We are still only 5 rounds into counting. We are very sure that by the day the counting is over, our margin will be even higher. These results, yes, if you are looking at vote share, it is similar to a Lok Sabha performance. But you look at Delhi, always there was a perception that there is a difference in the voting pattern during the Lok Sabha and the assembly elections. And that is what we saw in the previous 2 elections. But this time the people of Delhi have spoken, and after the resounding victory we had, our 3rd state victory in the Lok Sabha elections. One thing that we saw in many of the state elections, whether it was Maharashtra, whether it was Haryana, and now in New Delhi, in Delhi, everywhere is that people are now saying that they want progress, they want development, they want double engine governments. They know that for the next 5 years it is going to be a very strong Bharatiya Janata Party led by a Prime Minister in the national stage. And we are creating a lot of projects as well as policies that are meant to reach out to masses, to empower them and for growth. And people are saying that they would like state governments that is also aligned to that vision, and they would like double engine governments. You look at Delhi specifically, there are other reasons also, like the Aam Aadmi Party. Historically, it came many years back as an anti-corruption crusade. It was telling that it was against VIP culture, it was against Parivarwad. It stood for good governance. But in the last 10 years, everything we have seen from the Aam Aadmi Party and their governance is exactly opposite what they are saying. A few months back, almost every minister, including the chief minister, was in jail. They are convicted by different courts. Some of them are having grave allegations. They said that they are going to make Yamuna into something similar to Thames, but now it has become a toxic dump yard. This was a state where even 10 years back, when India's GDP was a $2 trillion economy, Delhi was a state which had almost 10,000 crores of surplus. Now it has become almost a deficit state. Then when Mr. Kejriwal went to jail, Sunita Kejriwal was trying to emerge as one of the faces of the Aam Aadmi Party. During the Lok Sabha elections, the Aam Aadmi Party
celebration shots coming in from AAP workers. What is the trigger for that AAP workers are celebrating with such great enthusiasm and zeal, Mr. Ahluwalia? Or do we have any reporter who can put it in perspective?
No, things are very clear. In the initial 5 rounds, the result is not far. The difference, according to what we are showing, is 36 and 34. So if the BJP is saying that we are leading, they are leading where? So it's hardly the difference of two seats. And in 2 seats also, we are recovering soon. So definitely, you will see that even in Arvind Kejriwal ji is leading, and things will be clear very soon, and the results will be clear, and Aam Aadmi Party will form government in Delhi for the 4th time.
Mr. Ahluwalia, yes.
Yeah, Sajjan, I'll again come back to you, my friend. The interesting point you made that, and this is amongst the bottom of the pyramid voters, it's a difficult kind of a shift to make all the time. Where you have a guaranteed welfare stream, not one or not two, but a stream flowing into your coffers, and still you choose. Obviously, this result, see, look, I am not a psephologist and I am not a number cruncher, but the result tells me something, that it is very, very comprehensive and very, very convincing. I am not calling it overwhelming, but I am saying very, very convincing shift of voters from AAP to the BJP, which means that, as I said in the beginning of the broadcast, Maria, that the enduring love affair, enduring image of Mr. Modi and the BJP, and Mr. Modi and Delhi, is actually coming to the fruition and coming to the salvation of BJP finally after 3 days.
And this also shows that BJP's reach
is their biggest guarantee.
No, BJP's reach among the poor voters, the landscape is increasing, because Delhi has been out of bound for BJP as far as assembly election is concerned. Now it seems that while middle class obviously was the consolidated bloc, BJP convinced, be it Purvanchalis, be it Uttarakhandis, or be it others, but the lower segment voters economically. So which means that BJP's subaltern outreach in terms of the caste as well as in terms of the class, is expanding.
That subaltern outreach, Mr. Kejriwal, is a very good point he makes. Look, subaltern outreach also worked for BJP in so many ways in Maharashtra.
Yes.
Subaltern, it was that only that finally nailed the
I think that is where I have
MBA.
disagreement with Sajjan. I think it's there. You see, Aam Aadmi Party has bashed the BJP booth by booth, block by block, vote by vote. Where the Aam Aadmi Party has faltered, it was beyond them actually, is the middle class, the chartered accountants.
Why was it beyond them?
Let me come to it. Because they were voting for BJP in the Lok Sabha and they were voting for Arvind Kejriwal in the Assembly. And that 5, 6, 7% vote has tilted the scales. It's very simple.
No, but Mr. Kejriwal, that was as the Chief Minister of Delhi, as a man who's himself from middle class, who's an income tax officer.
He's Agarwal. Wait. Agarwals have not voted for him.
Mr. Kejriwal, let me not go to the caste. Let me not get to the brass tacks.
And it's all about caste.
Let me not get to. No, it's no more about just about.
It is.
No, that landscape is changing. We'll come to that later. Let me not get to it. Let me not have a quarrel into that point. Let me not.
It will never change. In India, people don't
vote. Let's not forget, 8 months down the line,
India, people don't cast their vote. They vote for their caste.
That's an old dictum, Mr. Kejriwal, according to you.
Yes, people vote their caste.
That dictum is behind us. All I'm saying, Mr. Kejriwal, is that, it was well within Mr. Kejriwal's reach, like Mrs. Sheila Dikshit previously displayed.
Yeah.
Mind you, that was on display in this very city, in this national capital of ours. When she died, most of the major newspapers said the maker of the modern New Delhi died. Why?
Why? Because Churchill lost.
Yes,
after winning World War.
But
this mandate is not.
But the fact of the matter is, what Mr. Kejriwal could have done in terms of infrastructure, what Mr. Kejriwal could have done for middle class constituency, many neutral observers would say he certainly turned his face away from that.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. I think I would say Mr. Kejriwal played his victim card. Bit too much. Overplayed it. Yeah. All the things. But for me, most important part of this election, regardless of the outcome, is that Mr. Kejriwal is holding on to a large number of vote share. Normally, elections, Sheila Dikshit, when she lost badly. Congress got 24% vote. Then they got 4%, 2%, 5% vote. Kejriwal is holding on to 44%. This is very commendable in the given circumstances.
Okay.
Very commendable, says
Anil Antony continues to be with us. Anil, okay, we will go to Anil Antony. We are looking at 11 a.m. now, and it's very clear that people of Delhi have chosen the BJP, and they have decided that when it comes to the national capital, they do not want any multiplicity of agencies. They do not want any chaos between the state government and the central government. They want complete coherence and in-sync functioning, which was not happening for the last few months and years. Sajjan, that will be a fair assessment.
Precisely. Now the direction is not under question. It's just about the margin and the tally.
Absolutely.
To which you stick to your guns and maintain that it'll be a convincing number for Mr. Kejriwal, as Mr. Kidwai says. That's commendable.
It won't be a humiliation. Put it other way around, kind of.
No, but what does it mean for a party? What does it mean for a party whose emergence is from this city-state?
And from the middle class.
From the middle class.
Yeah.
And the middle class has shifted very clearly, partially, I would say. And that has happened post the budget. I think one of the needle shifting moment was the budget day, where finance minister, during the later part of her speech, went ahead and made that announcement. We cannot take away from that the BJP strategy was playing out at multiple
Maria,
levels.
you are saying, the auctioning of vote has taken place and it's the better bidder has won.
No, I would say, Mr. Kidwai, no, I would also not agree with Maria's formulation. I would say that there was an inflection point that day. There was an inflection point, probably convincing the voters, but at the lower end of the spectrum, that BJP is giving them a more respectful package for their work. But I would say that the middle class voters have been now deserting Mr. Kejriwal, if not in droves, then slowly, bit by bit over the years. And middle class voters in the city were convinced that Mr. Kejriwal thinks that it's only the freebie politics that he needs to dabble in to hold on to his power. And that convincing did not happen overnight. It happened over a period of time. Might be finance minister's stroke was the final inflection point.
Yes, and also, when a movement which turns into a party until it enjoys the normative edge, a middle class, rational, a different vision, anti-corruption. Now you see with Aam Aadmi Party, all the normative edge it used to have, of a new vision, of anti-corruption, it lost all the plank, So that is why it was holding on to the ground precisely because of the freebies and the facilities it was providing to the poor. Since the demographic weight of the poor is more, and that has been keeping the BJP out. So my assessment of a conservative estimate, contrarian to the most of the exit poll scenarios, is precisely based that when demography is weighing in favor of a freebie and the facility kind of a politics, even if the party loses the normative weight, middle class abandons it. That's a crisis. Normative weight you have lost. That happened with the CPM after Nandigram and Shingo.
That's what I'm saying. It has been happening over a period of time.
Exactly.
Happening over a period of time. It cannot happen overnight particularly in a homogeneous city like Delhi.
I would go a step further. You see, the democracies undergoing, not only India, elsewhere also, a lot of change. The whole concept of, the middle class is very self-centered and self-obsessed. That the political science theories of Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, or the maximum, happiness to maximum number and all is on a trail worldwide. Not in Delhi alone.
Mr. Kidwai, even the bottom of the pyramid and top of the pyramid are very self-centered people. Why are you abusing my middle class viewership?
No, not my.
Why are you abusing my middle class viewership? Middle class people are as less self. They are probably most altruistic people. because they're highly educated people. The middle class is the most altruistic people, most selfless.
Well, we can go on arguing. You see, who's the one who produces, who's the one who works hard.
But that is a classical theory that is probably being appended now.
Not that.
If we have reporters,
service class or intermediate class is, is doing that, a beneficiary of both sides. So anyway, in nutshell, what I'm saying is not to take away anything away from the BJP. What BJP is able to do, they are able to hold on to their core voter of Lok Sabha in the state assembly, and that's the long and short of it.
Okay, hello viewers, it's 11 a.m. and the picture is more or less clear. There is no picture abhi baki hai anymore, and it's clear that BJP is forming the government in Delhi. The 27-year long vanvas seems to have ended. Lots have worked for the party. The people of Delhi have given a clear mandate for change. And at 11 a.m., we can also say that Arvind Kejriwal's own battle playing out in New Delhi seems to be getting a little tricky here, because Parvesh Verma of the BJP is now leading at 11 a.m. Roughly around 7 rounds of counting over, 4 to 5 more rounds to go. But if the chief minister or the convener or the face of the party loses, what does it mean besides him losing the state? Sajjan?
It's a massive loss of face.
I mean, not only massive loss, it's a sort of poetic justice what he did to the Sheila Dikshit. I mean, Congress may have been unpopular, but by any measurement, Sheila Dikshit personally,
yes.
I mean, the way she was defeated, I mean, sometimes electorates are also ruthless, I mean, relentlessly. And therefore, I think it would be a poetic justice. I mean, no one would be more...
In the old times, Sajjan, when war was to take place, conventional war, the moment, the king or the person, commander was this thing, and it would have end of the war. But again, Mamta also lost, but her party won.
Yeah.
Biju Patnaik also lost in the old time,
yes.
and but the Kalinga Congress had won. So there are a lot of things are there. I mean, I'm just saying that, see, it's a well-fought election and a better party that had a lot of preparations in terms of booth management, in terms of vote issues, in terms of projection.
And AAP's showcase is always retaining power in Delhi across India. If they lose Delhi, it would be difficult to continue the forte.
And from the fact that, as I said, that the genesis of this party is in this city.
Yes.
We have all covered that.
Remember Prajarajyam party, it started off so well, and then it's nowhere.
Yeah. It's the genesis, it's the bedrock of their politics.
Precisely.
When that bedrock crumbles, everything goes for a toss.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try and get some reporters now who are joining us. Shreya is joining us, and she is tracking the Kalkaji fight. She is in fact outside BJP's Ramesh Bidhuri's residence. Aam Aadmi Party, remember, has fielded Aatishi, the Delhi chief minister from that constituency, and she appears to be trailing at the moment. In 2020, Aatishi had defeated BJP's Dharambir Singh by 11,393 votes. An interesting battle playing out there. And where is Ramesh Bidhuri, Shreya?
Well, of course, I am inside Ramesh Bidhuri's house. He's a seasoned MP, and of course, we can see his family members, his relatives are also here. They're tracking the counting of votes. We will shortly meet Mr. Bidhuri. He's upstairs. He's having his breakfast, and he has given us time. We will get talking to him shortly. But before that, let's get talking to some of the people here who are very enthusiastically tracking the counting of votes, because today is the D-Day and we know how important Kalkaji constituency is. It is one of the hot seats, considering our sitting CM is going to be fighting against seasoned politician Mr. Ramesh Bidhuri. Sir, क्या लगता है इस बार क्या होने वाला है? मेजॉरिटी हम देख रहे हैं कि बीजेपी लीड करे, आपको क्या लगता है?
बीजेपी लीड करेगी, बिल्कुल लीड कर रही है बीजेपी। 42 से 50 सीट आएंगी बीजेपी की।
और रमेश बिधुरी जी का क्या लग रहा है, डेस्टिनी क्या होने वाला है कालकाजी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से, जो कि आम आदमी पार्टी का स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड रहा है?
रमेश बिधुरी कम से कम 20,000 वोटों से जीत पाएंगे कालकाजी विधानसभा से। 20,000 वोटों से।
क्या क्या तैयारी करके रखे हैं आप लोग?
ढोल नगाड़े सब।
ढोल नगाड़े पटाखों से स्वागत होगा जी। बिल्कुल
बिल्कुल जीत होएगी जी, 20,000 से ऊपर से जीतेंगे।
इतिहास बन जाएगा जी। इस बार इतिहास बनेगा। ढोल बोला सब तैयार है।
और आप लोग जो ये ट्रैक कर रहे हो काउंटिंग ऑफ वोट्स, क्या लगता है केजरीवाल जी तो अभी आगे चले गए, मनीष सिसोदिया जी भी आगे चले गए?
पीछे हो गए, अभी पीछे हो गए, केजरीवाल भी पीछे हो गए, मनीष सिसोदिया भी अभी पीछे हुई है। हाँ, ये सब पीछे हो गए अभी।
तो आप लोग कॉन्फिडेंट हो कि मतलब बीजेपी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री?
कॉन्फिडेंट है, मेहनत करिए चुनावों में, हमने जाके मेहनत करिए, घर घर जाके वहाँ मिले लोगों से, हमने वोटें गिरवाई है, वहाँ वोटों वाले दिन गए, पूरा वो मेहनत किया, अपनी मेहनत पे विश्वास है हमें, मेहनत पर, मोदी जी के काम पे विश्वास।
रमेश जी के साथ बात कब होगा सर?
बस अब से 15-20 मिनट बाद आपसे बात चालू हो जाएंगी।
Okay. So, as you heard from the people, they are quite confident that the BJP is going to form the government in the national capital after 27 years of drought. And we know that in the recent past, Mr. Bidhuri has been in some troubled waters because of the kind of comments that he made. But as you can see, the voters have made up their mind. They have decided the fate of the national capital. Although we see some of the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, especially Mr. Manish Sisodia, leading from the Jangpura constituency. There we are seeing the anti-incumbency factor is not playing out as much, but in the rest of the constituencies, majority is swaying towards BJP. The polling booths are saying that the BJP is going to come to power in the national capital after 27 years. We will try get talking to Mr. Bidhuri in a very, very short while, and till then we will have to wait with our bated breath until he comes and meets us. And then, of course, as you heard from the people here, they are quite confident that BJP is going to secure maximum votes with the majority, and they are here
live from
all
there,
set.
and a very broad spectrum of commentary coming in from my young reporter there from Shreya, and covered all flanks, comprehensively spoken, covered all flanks, spoken to the family members also of Mr. Bidhuri, who are sounding very confident, saying he will win by more than 20,000 votes. Controversial Mr. Bidhuri now there. Shreya, let me also now go to our other panelists and reporters joining us.
In fact, Ishika is joining us, and she's speaking to Mr. Manoj Tiwari. Ishika, over to you. We'll connect with Ishika in just a bit. But Pradeep, 11 a.m. and it looks certainly very good for the BJP. You were part of the communication strategy, the media team. Okay, just hold on to your thoughts, Pradeep. Ishika, over to you.
Yeah.
Ishika, if you can hear me.
Well, certainly today is the big day, and in fact, the BJP certainly seems to be very confident. And joining us live right now is the BJP MP Manoj Tiwari. Sir, आपने campaigning बहुत की. इस बार आप confident है कि आप ही आ रहे हैं सरकार?
जी, हमको पूरा विश्वास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी के साथ सरकार बनाने जा रही है। अभी भी जो स्क्रीन पे मैं देख रहा हूँ, 42 सीटों पे बीजेपी आगे है, 28 पे आम आदमी पार्टी आगे है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी भी पीछे हो गए छठे दौर में, आतिशी जी भी पीछे चल रही हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया जी अभी थोड़ा आगे हो गए हैं, मगर हमें आशा है कि ये सीट भी हम जीतेंगे। तो ये सब कुछ इस प्रकार से दिखा रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिल्ली के लोग आशीर्वाद दे चुके हैं।
सर, आपने बहुत सारे मुद्दों को हाईलाइट किया अपने कैंपेनिंग में। क्या लगता है सर कि कौन सा मुद्दा सबसे ज्यादा जनता से कनेक्ट करके ऐसे अर्ली ट्रेंड्स दिखा रहा है?
देखिए, मेरा मानना है ना, दिल्ली की जनता को अरविंद केजरीवाल ने धोखा दिया। साफ पानी देना था, शराब बांटना शुरू कर दिया। दिल्ली के गेस्ट टीचर्स को, दिल्ली के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर्मचारियों को, इन सब लोगों का जीवन दुश्वार कर दिया। बस मार्शलों को नौकरी से निकाल देना, दिल्ली के बुजुर्गों का पेंशन रोक देना, दिल्ली के गरीबों को आयुष्मान योजना नहीं लागू होने देना। हम पहली कैबिनेट में, सरकार बनते ही भगवान की कृपा से जो कुछ हो रहा है, पहली कैबिनेट में आयुष्मान योजना को हम लागू करेंगे। अभी देखिए, सौरभ भारद्वाज भी पीछे हो गए, जीके से। तो ये सब कुछ इस समय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गारंटी के पीछे दिल्ली खड़ी है। मोदी की गारंटी मतलब गारंटी पूरी होने की गारंटी, और उसके साथ खड़ी हो गई है दिल्ली की जनता कि अब हम नरेंद्र मोदी जी को डबल इंजन दे करके ही अपने दिल्ली का कल्याण करेंगे। इसमें सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा साफ पानी का, टूटी गलियों का, सीवर का खराब होना, और ये सब हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चुनौती है जिसको हमें 5 साल के अंदर करना है।
सर, आपने कहा कि मोदी की गारंटी पर जनता भरोसा करेगी, लेकिन अगर जनता भरोसा करती है तो फिर सीएम फेस कौन रहेगा?
वो हम लोग फैसला कर लेंगे, वो आ जाएगा। बहुत अच्छा सीएम मिलेगा। जो 15 साल का भी रिकॉर्ड है कि 15 साल फुल फ्लेज सरकार शीला जी चलाई थी दिल्ली में। अब एक बार सरकार बनेगी तो आप विश्वास करिए कि हम 20 साल तक चलाएंगे, ऐसा सीएम आपको मिलेगा।
सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि आपने कहा कि एक बड़ा मुद्दा साफ पानी भी था, यमुना की भी आप लोगों ने काफी बात की। अगर आज बीजेपी की सरकार बन जाती है तो हम माने कि 5 साल में यमुना साफ हो जाएगी?
100% हम जमुना जी को इस स्तर पे ला देंगे कि दिल्ली के लोग शाम सुबह जमुना जी पे जाने की प्लानिंग करेंगे, जमुना जी में डुबकी लगाएंगे, जमुना जी में एक से एक बोट चलेगी, और जमुना जी वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टूरिस्ट स्पॉट होंगी, और लोग जमुना जी को पीपल फ्रेंडली पाएंगे।
अरविंद केजरीवाल को भी इनवाइट करेंगे फिर डुबकी लगाने के लिए?
निश्चित रूप से, अगर वो दिल्ली में रहे, पंजाब नहीं भागे, तो उनको भी हम लोग निश्चित रूप से डुबकी लगवाएंगे उसी जमुना जी में जहां वो बार बार झूठ बोलते रहे और बोलते कि ये अरविंद केजरीवाल ने जो कहा था ना कि जमुना जी पर वोट नहीं मिलता, जमुना जी का शाप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लग गया।
So in fact, this was Manoj Tiwari ji with us, who was certainly saying that this time the BJP is very confident that they will be making a comeback, and certainly the issue of Yamuna politics is going to be the highlight, and that is what he says that the voters must have voted on. Over to you.
Thank you for getting us another news make of the day. We will keep coming back to you. So continue to be with us. We have Neerja Chaudhary right here in the studio, Amitabh Tiwari joining us as well. But before I go to them, a word from Pradeep Bhandari, who was managing the communications department in these elections. Pradeep, 42 is what BJP is standing at the moment, a gain of 34 from 2020.
Well, Maria, what has happened is historic, and it is historic because Delhi has voted Prime Minister Narendra Modi's governance. Delhi has also given a befitting response to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his misgovernance. The important aspect here, Maria, is that if you analyze our campaign was completely focused on the civic issues of Delhi. We were raising the basic issues of residents of Delhi, which was clean drinking water, which was Tuti Sadak, which was Delhi becoming a garbage den under Arvind Kejriwal, and which was Arvind Kejriwal's lies, falsehood, corruption and deceit. And Delhi voters believed in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's commitment and guarantee. It is also very important because historically Delhi has been a tripolar state, and in a bipolar contest, if the Bharatiya Janata Party is defeating the Aam Aadmi Party, despite Aam Aadmi Party having some traditional pockets and stronghold, this also tells you on the ground that there was massive anger against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, and people believed in the hope of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And overall, if you look at the entire election was fought on only 3 issues. A, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's credibility and commitment. B, anger against Arvind Kejriwal's corruption. And 3 civic issues of Delhi, which we could raise in our 3 Sankalp Patra, which we released in successive time, which was a precedent in an election. Earlier, we used to release our Sankalp Patra once.
Pradeep, let me ask you a question there. Question there, since you start with Prime Minister Modi's enduring and never-ending appeal. Let me ask you a question there, Pradeep. Thanks, first of all, for waiting patiently. But let me ask you this. It's finally, after 3 decades, 3 decades a very, very long time. As one of my panelists said, this is a new millennium that BJP is coming to power in the capital. It's finally that crucial middle-class vote, and it's finally that the bottom of the pyramid, which has always walked behind Mr. Modi like the Pied Piper, and Mr. Modi's enduring and ever-ending appeal has been able to salvage the day for the BJP. Is it?
Absolutely yes, Nikunji. If you study the difference between 2020 and now, In 2020, we could not get a significant portion of the middle class vote to the polling booth. This time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's commitment, appeal and his complete guarantee helped us ensure that our state unit's effort could catalyze to a victory. So yes, we got the middle class to the polling booth, but if you look at the data even in detail, we could make a significant dent in the urban poor vote also. So overall, if you look at it, this time we have got vote from all class segments, all caste segments. Proportion might be differentiated, but the factor for us between now, why did we have to wait for 30 years and now we are able to deliver it, is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that leader which people of the country believe in, and because of which we are will be forming the government in Delhi now.
All right.
Thank you, Pradeep. Very eloquently said. Your psephologist inside you waking up today very firmly and very clearly delineating issues there. We'll come back to you. Ms. Shama Mohammed, also of the Congress party, joins us. Shama, welcome to NDTV. And what are your opening remarks on the kind of results that you are seeing right now playing out? Would you still like to wait out, or do you think that this is concretizing in the way that it is concretizing in favor of the BJP? Or do you think there is still a chance of your ally, at least in the Lok Sabha, coming back?
You see, what I feel is, for us, it's an important election, and we have increased our vote share. We are not an NGO, let me make it very clear. We're a political party. We get into elections to fight and to win at the end of the day. Yes, unfortunately, what I see right now is there is no positive angle to any of the seats of ours, but at least our vote share has gone up. And I think people of Delhi have recognized somebody who has lied throughout to them. Now, let's understand what is the basis of Arvind Kejriwal getting into politics. It's called India Against Corruption movement. When we were in power, the UPA was in power. He insisted on something called the Lokpal. We passed the Lokpal bill. Where is that Lokpal? You know what exposed him the most? When the High Court asked him to table the CAG report by calling a special assembly. The CAG report says very clearly that there has been a liquor scam, more than 2,000 crore. Now, if he was this incorruptible man who is actually against corruption, he would have called a special assembly session and tabled the report. Because he was involved, that is why he has not tabled the report, and that has exposed him very much. The other thing, you live in Delhi.
Coming back of this equation that there'll be no Arvind Kejriwal also in the India bloc, or there'll be no Congress in the India bloc going ahead. What will be the equation between the two parties after this result?
Mari, you can't put words into my mouth. I did not say that there will be no India bloc or any of that. What I'm trying to tell you is that there is somebody, all right, like Arvind Kejriwal, and I've given the example in another channel of Haryana. The Congress party has always accommodated the allies, whether it's DMK, Shiv Sena, Samajwadi, and also Arvind. Now, in the Haryana elections, they have, when the results came out, 1.5% of vote share. What should have Arvind done? Arvind should have said, you know what? You're our ally. We are not getting into Haryana. We want you to fight and defeat the BJP. We will support you. No. What does he do? I want to fight. We'll also fight every seat. We want 10 number of seats. Now, you have 1.5% vote share. Why would you want 10? He could have sacrificed. No, it's always the Congress party sacrificing for everybody else. So we understood his true colors about his megalomaniac behavior, about him, me, myself, and I. And that also the other day, when we understood what he exactly was, is when the CAG report came. And about a little bit when he went to jail in May, why did he give the baton to Gopal Rai, who's a senior minister of his party, and made him the chief minister, just like Hemant Soren made Champa Soren the chief minister, because you are concerned about the people of that state. But of course, Arvind is concerned more about himself. And I still remember, and I will never forgive him for one thing, he had said, "Kaun hai Sonia Gandhi, ek vidwa." Sonia Gandhi at least has experience. She's been in the party. She knows what it is. Why was his wife called every time? Why was his wife campaigning for Aam Aadmi party? What was her role? Is she a member of the party? No. So he is so insecure that he did not give a senior leader like Gopal Rai. No, Gopal Rai is nowhere, But of course, he makes Aatishi.
Shama, I'm going to come back to you.
Very strong words there coming from Shama Mohammed, megalomaniac, and some very unkind cut you are delivering, Shama, to Arvind Kejriwal. We'll come back to you, but nonetheless, a very prolific assessment of the situation between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress done by Shama Mohammed there.
Okay,
let me go to my reporters.
Yes.
Let me go to my reporters once again. That's where the pulse of this election is. That's where pulse of all the elections always is. Not where we sit, but where my reporters stand, young, spirited, enthusiastic. Tanu, coming to you first. What's the scene there? It looks like scales are swinging again back in the favor of Mr. Parvesh Verma, BJP's chief ministerial hopeful.
Parvesh Verma takes the lead in round 7 of the vote counting. His vote share right now is that of 14,464. And Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party national convener, is trailing by 238 votes. So Parvesh Verma, very tough contender from the New Delhi constituency seat, which is the hot seat of this election season, is at this point leading ahead of Arvind Kejriwal from the Aam Aadmi Party. You know, it's a very slim margin. Only a few moments ago, Arvind Kejriwal was leading ahead from this seat. And just now, you know, the tables have turned. Parvesh Verma has taken the lead. From this constituency counting center where I am at in Gold Market, the greater Kailash constituency seat calculations of voters is also being done, which is from where Shikha Rai, the BJP candidate, is also leading. And Saurabh Bhardwaj from the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing. So as you can see around me, these celebrations are clearly by the BJP workers to celebrate the lead of Parvesh Verma as well as Shikha Rai and also Anil Kumar Sharma from the RK Puram constituency seat. Clearly very colourful mood here. It's a very important seat here with a triangular contest between former Chief Minister of Delhi Arvind Kejriwal, Parvesh Verma and Sandeep Dikshit from the Congress, who is still trailing very much behind from both the candidates. Back to you.
Tanushka, thank you so much for joining us. We are also being joined by Aishwarya, and I can see Ghazali standing by. Aishwarya, that's where Parvesh Verma is. What are you picking up? He must be having some more data from the counting centers. What is he saying?
Well, I don't know where I'm standing is the residence of future Chief Minister of Delhi, or you know, it would be somebody else, but certainly it is Parvesh Verma who is still inside his residence, glued to the television screens and communicating to the workers who are present at the polling booth after 7 rounds. Of course, Parvesh Verma now leading again with 238 votes. It is Parvesh Verma who is completely silent. They want to wait till the end because it's a hard-fought battle between Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma. We also Arvind Kejriwal levelling allegations during the campaigning of Parvesh Verma distributing shoes to distributing bed sheets, and addition of the voters at his household, 13 to 14 voters were added. Election commission's doors were knocked by Arvind Kejriwal against Parvesh Verma, but at last it is the D-Day what we are witnessing. We will be getting the voice and we'll be getting Parvesh Verma, you know, only after the results, as he has communicated that I will just wait till the end results and only after that I'll speak. But certainly, you know, after 7th round, it is Parvesh Verma back again leading, and now workers also coming in at his residence.
Okay, Ash, thank you so much. Let's bring in Ghazali now. Ghazali, what can you tell us? How many rounds over? How many more to go?
See, I can report to you about 4 seats here from what we can see from Okhla. Amanatullah Khan is leading by around 10,000 votes. Ramesh Bidhuri after 5th round is leading by around 2,300 votes. From Kasturba Nagar, the constituency, Neeraj is leading by 5,700 votes, and Manish Sisodia from his constituency is leading by 3,400 votes after 6th round. So a mixed response coming out from here. On 2 seats, Aam Aadmi Party's candidates are leading, while Aatishi from Kalkaji seat is trailing, and from Kasturba Nagar as well, BJP is leading. So this is why now you will see earlier, just like half an hour ago, there were lesser number of supporters from all the parties. But now I'll ask my camera person to show you that right now the supporters and the crowd is building up, and that is why the police also had to beef up the security here. You will see on both sides of the road, and regular announcements are being made by the police here, by the security officials here, not to raise slogans because section 144 is imposed in and around the counting center. So this is what we are picking here right now. Aatishi and Manish Sisodia are still inside the counting center. They haven't left it. We saw Al-Kalama leaving from here, and right now the supporters from Aam Aadmi Party and BJP have gathered outside here, but no dhol nagada as what you are hearing from other seats.
Seats in all there at that counting center. And are you seeing now that it is coming to the hustings? We are almost close to 12 p.m. and it's coming to the hustings. Are you seeing any prominent candidates on the ground there? Their managers, are they trooping in, looking at the final tallies, or is it only just the supporters? Describe the scene for us.
Okay, so I'll just show you the scenes here. निकालो इसको निकालो कैमरा निकाल The Aam Aadmi Party is saying that perhaps this is the time when what you are saying, that this is the time when you should draw the conclusion that where this results are headed. But Aam Aadmi Party says that this is the time when we peak. This is the right time for us to peak, so don't call out the elections now. The results will swing in our favor. No big candidates except the two. Aatishi from Kalkaji, Manish Sisodia from another seat, Jangpura. These two are the big faces right now. We haven't seen the BJP candidate over here yet. Supporters have gathered on both sides of the road. If you see on this side, supporters of Aam Aadmi Party and BJP for Okhla seat are celebrating. On this side also, supporters of BJP and Aam Aadmi Party have gathered. But we haven't seen the leaders or the big faces except the 2-3 I named, who are right now inside the center. And at this center, there are 4 seats for which counting is happening. Okhla, then we have Kalkaji, Jangpura and Kasturba Nagar.
All right, Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us. A quick recap for our viewers. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party had won Jangpura seat in 2015 and 2020 with Praveen Kumar. I mean, he was the person. The Aam Aadmi Party's broad strategy was that if Manish Sisodia changes his seat from Patparganj to this one, there would be some kind of countering of anti-incumbency, but at the moment it appears it's not to be. But when you look at this seat, it's just a margin of 324 votes, the gap between the party number 1 and party number 2. But New Delhi constituency, that's the constituency to watch out for. Amitabh Tiwari, come in now. 1,229 is the gap between Parvesh Verma and Arvind Kejriwal.
And it seems to be consolidating now in favor of Mr. Verma.
Yeah, it will go down the wire because there's 13 rounds and I think 6 or 7 rounds have been completed. If you see the votes polled by Sandeep Dikshit and if you add the votes to Aam Aadmi Party candidate, which is Kejriwal, it's likely that Kejriwal would have emerged victorious. And we'll have to see on how many seats is actually Congress damaging the Aam Aadmi Party. That would be an analysis to be later at a later point of time. At this point, 39% of the votes have been counted. So it's, as you said, the leads are now crystallizing. It could be 40-30, 45-25, whatever. And a very good ticker you're putting is Modi middle class trumps Kejriwal.
We have a brilliant writer on the desk giving out all those lines. Asim is giving out all those lines.
And I would add Mahila.
Nija also had some words.
Yeah, I would add Mahila because Aam Aadmi Party clearly was on the back foot in this election. They could have only won if they got unwavering support from the Mahila community. However, it seems that this Mahila Samman Yojana, since they have not transferred even a single installment in the accounts of the people, that seems to have not backfired.
Or they were unable to. Let's say they would have wanted to.
But they would have wanted to, but they have not
because that would have worked for
cleared the bill to the LG. They had approved the budget 1 year back in February. This is a big strategic mistake on the part of Aam Aadmi Party. Even if LG would have deterred, that would have worked in the favor of Aam Aadmi Party. They could have played the victimhood card. So Modi, middle class and the Mahila, it seems, have all worked in favor of the BJP.
So 2% increase in the, polling percentage for the women actually meant women came out to vote more. They were voting for a promise of Prime Minister Modi because they trusted him more over Arvind Kejriwal then?
I wouldn't say the entire chunk of Mahila.
But a significant chunk.
But the middle class chunk of Mahila.
Yeah.
I think this time turned towards the BJP. You're right, more women came out to vote. That's also very, very significant. And Mahila has by and large stuck with Kejriwal in the last 2 elections.
25% lead. 60% voted for AAP and only 35% for BJP in 2020.
Oh, that's a significant number.
That settles the poll. That settles the election.
That settles the
Out of 14%, 15% lead, 12% was coming from women.
That's right. That's absolutely
That settles the poll.
But I would say, what's striking me is that the BJP is winning on its own steam.
Yeah.
Because, the Congress has not gained except 1.5%. So I don't think it has been responsible for the defeat of AAP in many constituencies as we thought it would be. But if the Congress had tied up with AAP, then it would have been a very interesting thing to see whether they would have gone beyond. Of course, they would have percentage-wise gone beyond the percentage of the BJP.
But Nirja, in the past also we have seen that in politics 2 + 2 is always not 4
No,
or
but
5.
in this case, this is true. But in this case, the Congress's vote bank is essentially Muslim and the Dalits. And that vote bank would have gone clearly to the Aam Aadmi Party.
The fact of the matter is this. In Haryana elections, and Ms. Shama Mohammed had certainly some very strong words against their former or at least Lok Sabha ally. The fact of the matter is that in Haryana elections, they did not come together. In Delhi elections, they didn't come together. Omar Abdullah is taking a big swipe, big jibe at his own conglomerate allies, right? So, I mean, it's not the BJP's job to put them together or make them fight together. It's their own job, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so news coming in
they're
now.
not clear about what
News
India
coming
stands
in
for today.
that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to arrive at the new BJP headquarters, of course, the ITO one at 7:30 p.m. It's a special day for him. It's a special day for his party. And certainly the message that he will be giving to the Karyakartas, the party workers, will become important. 7:30 p.m. is when the man of the moment arrives. Nirja, a word on the Prime Minister. I mean,
it does a lot. This, to my mind, Delhi victory is even more important than Maharashtra victory.
And it is Mr. Modi's victory in so many ways,
Yeah,
right?
it shows.
Is it right or not?
Yeah, it is. I think, of course, it's equal to urban governance that people of India now want, and I think urban centers really want. But it shows that the Prime Minister's popularity has not waned. It remains.
So then Lok Sabha election results were an aberration.
Not an aberration. I think people of India wanted to give a bit of a jhatka.
jolt.
Even now, people of Delhi want to give Kejriwal a jhatka. This 400 plus and larger than life, आराम से मतलब ठहराव से रहो.
Amitabh, your thoughts on the same question? I would say that the enduring appeal of Mr. Narendra Modi and finally him coming out and actually pulling it off for the BJP. Because look, whatever way you look at it, BJP has tried everything in the past as well. Of course, Mr. Kejriwal stands today more dented and bruised than he was five years back. But still the heavy lifting has been done by the man himself. Would you agree with that formulation or not?
Yeah, see, in this election, when Kejriwal started asking, Kejriwal versus who? And since BJP did not have a leader, Modi had to pitch in. And the fact that brand Modi had got a bit dented helped the Prime Minister. If you see, people were writing off brand Modi after the Lok Sabha election, that it's on a decline or at a peak, correct? And strategically, he took a step back also in Haryana and Maharashtra. But here he has taken full steam because the state unit does not have a leader, does not have an organization to take on Kejriwal. And another point which Maria was making, see, there are 3 leaders who had taken on brand Modi: Kejriwal, Mamata, Naveen Patnaik. Naveen Patnaik lost 2024 Lok Sabha election and Vidhan Sabha election. Now Kejriwal, now the battle shifts to Mamata. Otherwise, most of the battles, individual battles, now Narendra Modi has settled, except for in the southern states where BJP is on a weaker wicket.
You know, I'd just like to add one line here.
Yeah,
Certain people in Maharashtra said this to me, that after the Lok Sabha elections, they felt थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही झटका दे दिया हमने मोदी को, थोड़ा sense of guilt आ गया कि इतना नहीं चाहते थे कि majority भी नहीं आए. Now, how true this is, I don't know. But
people did have that.
And interestingly, the BJP also captured that sentiment. And senior party leaders who were involved in this entire strategy for Delhi did say that perhaps people felt that wo jhatka zyada de diya, that jolt should have been a little more careful one, moderated one. Let's bring in Mr. Ashutosh of the Aam Aadmi Party. Ashutosh, it's more or less clear that this is where it all began 10 years ago. Delhi, as we look at it, that seems to have moved away from the Aam Aadmi Party completely, and experts are of the opinion that Punjab could be next.
No, I think, of course, I would still, like, just looking at the ECI data, there are about 7 seats where the difference is less than 3,000 votes. So I think we should just still wait for an hour or so before the picture becomes crystal clear. Having said that, of course, we respect the mandate of the people of Delhi. If at the end of the day the result stays as what we are seeing, it calls for a lot of introspection, it calls for a lot of internal reflection as to what went wrong. And we'll course correct. This is still a 12-year-old political startup, one of the fastest growing startups in political parties in the country. In mere 12 years of our existence, we formed state governments in 2 states and have MLAs in more than 4 states. So, of course, we'll course correct, we'll internally reflect, but I would still urge everyone to just wait for another hour or so before the picture becomes clearer.
I must say that by the political standards of today, you are a modest man. I must say that. And you are willing to introspect, and you are willing to think about what went wrong in your party. I must say that in the political discourse that we live in this age, you are a modest man. But I must ask you one question, Mr. Ashutosh, before we go to Mr. Nalin Kohli. And that question is that, look, this is where it all began. This is where it all began for Aam Aadmi Party. And it appears, at least at this point in time, that the personal image of the AAP Supremo, Mr. Kejriwal, has at least been badly dented. He stands a bruised man today, just as many years back he did it to someone else, another stalwart, Mrs. Sheila Dikshit. Now, when it starts from the top, and when it shakes the very bedrock of, as you say, a political startup, it's never easy to regroup. And BJP politically is not Congress party. It's a formidable foe. I mean, it's not going to be ever easy now for you in the Delhi politics.
You see, the way, just looking at the way the last 2 years went for Aam Aadmi Party, right? All our prominent leaders were jailed in a case which didn't hold any grounds when it came to the Supreme Court. You look at the way the LG stood against us, the kind of ordinances that were passed, all the brute force of the LG and the centre went in stopping the works of Delhi. The investigative agencies, be it ED, CBI, you literally just look at the events of yesterday when ACB stood outside our convener's residence without even a legal notice. So when you look at the macro picture, AAP was not fighting just against the BJP, but it was also fighting against the brute force of the investigative agencies. They were fighting against the election commission. They were fighting against the money power of the BJP. They are fighting against the Godi media. Having said that, as I would say, again, we respect the mandate of people of Delhi. let's still wait for next 1 hour or so before we get what the exact picture looks like. And we will introspect. We will definitely reflect on what went wrong. We'll definitely reflect on how do we recuperate. And don't worry, it's still a 12-year-old startup. Don't write us off. Our obituaries have been written a lot of times, and we have been able to still form government in Punjab.
Not in this manner and vein.
Yes.
Have MLAs
Not really,
in
not
Punjab.
really. Your obituary has never been written. And certainly today is a day that the party should be a little more humble. Nalin Kohli of the BJP joins us. Nalin, what we can tell our viewers now is that 10 Haryana bordering seats, BJP leads on 7, result is awaited in 1. 13 UP bordering seats, BJP leads on 8 out of 12 seats. That's a fascinating detail that is coming in. And after 6 of 13 rounds of counting, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing in New Delhi. And there are 21 border seats. BJP is currently leading on 14 of them. So Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, these are states governed by you. They are also pumping in when it comes to this Delhi victory for the BJP.
No, I think there's another way of looking at it, Maria. It is that people living on the borders can see the change on the other side. And in Delhi, they have much to complain about. Let's really look at the Aam Aadmi Party. It's nice to say of Ashutosh that, we will introspect, we are a 12-year-old startup. But let's also look at the hard facts. Mr. Kejriwal and his colleagues came on the promise of India against corruption, an alternative politics that swayed the imagination of everyone in the city and swept the election results with 67 seats. And this political startup said, we will not take a house, I will not take a car, there will be no corruption, we will ensure that the people of Delhi will get world-class facilities, the Yamuna will be clean, world-class aspirations will be met. What do we have 10 years later? We have not a single promise met. The Yamuna is more polluted. The air of Delhi is worse off. When he was blaming Punjab earlier, now Punjab is the Aam Aadmi Party government, so you are quiet. You have all the subjects, you find blame with the LG. You are in confrontation with everybody. And forget about not taking a house, you build a sheesh mahal. Forget about corruption. The entire top leadership is in jail, was in jail, denied bail for a long time because there is credible questions against them. The so-called right to information activist does not want the CAG report to be tabled in the assembly. BJP MLAs have to go to court asking for it. I mean, where are you? So when the word is used, we are a 12-year-old political startup. Yes, like a startup, they had a dream start. The investors, in this case, the voters gave them a great opportunity, a great run for 10 years. But somewhere, as in startups, the investors have pulled their hands back. As in startups, they are now demanding accountability. And all of it will point out to the Supremo and the huge gap between the narrative he builds and the zero work that happens on the ground. Now, on the other hand, we have, let's not use a startup, but we are a political ideology, an ideology that makes a promise in the form of a Sankalp Patra, an ideology that says we will serve it as a Pradhan Sevak or as a first Karyakarta. We will show you our performance and therefore we get re-elected. Therefore our states are showing that we are moving towards 2047 in a realistic manner. Can the capital of Delhi, India, the capital of Delhi, I beg your pardon, the capital of India, which is Delhi, can it afford to be an isolated, deprived, infrastructurally challenged, lack of governance model city in the middle of a evolving India towards becoming a 2047 developed country? How is it that earlier BJP, Congress, anything could work in harmony and Delhi could progress? Why is it in 10 years there's only been confrontation and excuses? So can a model of bluster continue forever? Can a model of fake promises continue forever? No. This is not about a great political startup. It is about a story gone crazily wrong. That we will select every candidate and we will see not a tainted comes to a party that is fully tainted. And actually, if they want to introspect, they should actually reach out to everyone they threw out of the party who was part of that initial startup and ask for their views today.
Nalin, I get your views. We are looking at 45 for the BJP at the moment. Aam Aadmi Party at 25. BJP up 37. Aam Aadmi Party down 37. But an interesting statistics here. And Amitabh, come in on this. After 1993, this is for the first time that in the history of Delhi, that women voter turnout is greater than men. And 1993 was when the BJP won. And we are looking at, again, women voter coming out and voting in favor of the BJP and ensuring them a state.
Yeah, so essentially around 1% women turnout has been higher than men. And in Delhi, incidentally, has the lowest proportion of women voters across India, only 46%. So that's an important point.
Migrant city.
Yeah, migrant city, families back home.
Yeah.
You were mentioning about Purvanchali seats and the seats on the border, etc. If you recall 2013, BJP was the single largest party, around 32 seats they had won. Yes. At that point of time, out of the 17 Purvanchali dominated seats, they had won 10. Out of the 7 Jat influenced seats, they had won 1. All, which is that 10 bordering the Haryana. And out of the 17 Punjabi Khatri community dominated seats, they had won 7. So they, as a strategy, they tried to regain those 32 seats or go back to the tally of 32 and then build on that. See, the Aam Aadmi Party had significant lead over SC reserved seats and Muslim community dominant seats, 25% plus margin. But on the balance 50 seats, the margin is only 10%, which is within the 5% swing range. And that is where the party has focused, and it seems to have worked for the party.
And another data here, and this is about demographic dominance here, Nirja. Out of 7 overall OBC-dominated seats, which has like 30% of OBC, the BJP is currently leading on 6 seats, which is Narela, Mundka, Najafgarh, Bijwasan and others. There are 35 seats in the state with more than 15% Purvanchalis, which is East UP, Bihar and Jharkhand. And in that, 24 BJP is leading. So out of 35, 24 BJP is leading. And then there are 13 seats in the state with more than 15% Haryanvis. BJP is leading in 11 seats. So when it is about that caste dominance, the region dominance, BJP is doing very, very well.
And the OBC...
And Nirja, you know, I have a constant quarrel with this now. Maybe it is because of the overwhelming dominance of BJP and Mr. Modi, but I have a constant quarrel with this thought. Please weigh in on this. You know, this dictum of Indians voting their caste and not casting their vote, I think that it is behind us now. It is my sense that it plays to some extent in certain parts like Bihar and Eastern Uttar Pradesh and some other. But beyond that, the country has moved, according to me, the voter has now moved beyond the caste, creed, color, you know, even in a way, the starter combinations is my sense. What do you say?
I would say, aapke muh mein ghee shakkar, if that is true. But I think in Delhi that is true. This time one found caste was not a fact. It wasn't Hindu-Muslim, it wasn't caste. I'm sure caste played some factor. Yes. But it was very much 3-4 things that weighed in with particularly the middle class, but also with others. One was, you know, people are questioning reveries, so-called reveries. And the middle class felt these reveries were given to the poor at our expense. Then this whole thing of double engine weighed in with a whole section of people. I've spoken to many who said this, that if Kejriwal comes back, even though he's doing well in terms of the kind of governance model, he will not be allowed to do what he says he will do, because he will neither have the backing of the center nor will he have the resources given to him. So it will be impediment, jhagda all the time. So let's vote for the BJP. And the third factor was people wanted change. 10 saal ho gaye, let's try for change. And I feel there wasn't an anger opinion against Kejriwal, but there was dissatisfaction or hona chahiye. Disenchantment, disaffection that had set in. And change always, you know, that it may work for us.
And I think, you know, the time has come, Maria, that, you know, we also, as a community, as a community of journalists, should move beyond this caste, color, creed, because the country, to my sense, is when you go to places, even in the most remotest places, is actually struggling to move beyond.
You see, Nikunj, this time what is exciting about the Delhi campaign, Yamuna for the first time. Water in Yamuna is a central issue.
It's
now,
a political issue.
It is a central
What
issue.
political issue?
Pollution, poor and rich all talk about it. हमारे बच्चों का क्या हो रहा है? That was a major issue for people. Of course, roads and all that. But these two issues dominated the discourse.
Yeah, I'll just go back to my reporters. I mean, very valiantly they have been fielding since morning. As I said, the heart of an election beats there. And here, Tanushka again from the hot seat, and Anushka there. Coming to Anushka, to you first. What's the scene like? Is the AAP cadre now finally giving in to the weight of the people's mandate? Anushka, are they finally accepting, or are there still a glimmer of hope?
No, what we are seeing here is that people were, in fact, when the initial trends started coming in, people were quite hopeful that these are just initial trends and they will be, in fact, gaining seats. But we are right now also seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing behind with BJP many seats ahead of them. I'll quickly show you some visuals from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Punjab Speaker Kultar Singh is inside. Several of the party leaders like Anurag Dhanja and Jasmine Shah is also sitting inside. Also, a few meters from here, there's this residence of Arvind Kejriwal. There, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal are sitting together watching at the trends, but also we are seeing that we also saw some sporadic celebrations happening here, but right now everything has stopped, and Aam Aadmi Party, it looks like they have finally accepted the mandate of people because they are trailing very far behind now. It looks like with the trends what are coming in, it looks like the Aam Aadmi Party is a distant second party, contesting in this election, but also we are seeing people here are quite grim, and where there were sporadic celebrations, now everything is looking quite still. We are seeing the big screen here, people are looking at the numbers, but the chairs are empty. The celebrations that initially we saw here happening in the morning, everything has stopped now, but also we are seeing that inside meeting is happening. People from the Aam Aadmi Party, leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party, they are sitting inside discussing as to what went wrong, and also where there was a hope, because we saw many of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders echoing that they had to fight against a whole system and that people were still in the favor of Aam Aadmi Party. They were banking on the developmental issue, the welfare schemes, but also we are seeing on ground the Aam Aadmi Party is looking quite grim. There were sporadic celebrations, but now also we are seeing that everything has come to an abrupt stop. People have in fact now left from the main area where the celebrations were going on. I'll request my camera person to pan around and show the whole area where the screen has been set up, the stage had been set up. In the morning we saw many leaders coming here saying that they will be winning this seat. It was the toughest battle that Aam Aadmi Party had to face. Now remember, on the first term Aam Aadmi Party won with 67 seats. On the second term it was 62 seats, but right now we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party has just won 25 seats. Now BJP is leading with 45 seats and Congress has yet again failed to win any seats as of now, is what the trends are also showing. But also we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party, who was quite confident, they even rejected the exit polls predictions that came in. They said that this was just in fact being done by the BJP people to create pressure and siphon in fact the MLAs from the Aam Aadmi Party. But what the mandate is looking like, it is quite against the Aam Aadmi Party, and looks like people have decided against their rule. This was quite a tumultuous year for the Aam Aadmi Party also, with several of its leaders facing serious charges on ground. Also many people said that they wanted a change, and looks like Delhi has decided for that change, and people have once again voted for the issues that were quite existing in the Delhi constituency, several of the constituencies if we talk about that. And right now also we are showing you the visuals from Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Mere few meters from here there is this residence of Arvind Kejriwal, where Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal are together looking at the trends that have been coming here. Many leaders have also said that these are just initial trends and picture will be clearer once a few more hours passes by. But what we are seeing is that since the morning BJP is ahead of many seats, but the Aam Aadmi Party looks like they are trailing. Leaders from Aam Aadmi Party, where we saw several of the leaders, also we tried to talk to them, but many of the leaders refused after a few hours. In the morning Jasmine Shah had said that they will be winning not with a majority of seats, but they will win with a comfortable margin. But looks like people have given the mandate against the Aam Aadmi Party. Back to studio.
Brilliant summation by a young, very spirited Anushka. Going to Tanu now. Tanu again in the midst of the hot political waters. What's going on? What's the latest? And every time I go to you, I hear those nagadas and I feel like dancing, though I'm not going to do that.
The spirits are high here, sir, as you can see behind me. Celebrations are underway as Parvesh Verma from the BJP continues to take the lead on this seat, the New Delhi constituency seat here. And Parvesh Verma is leading by 1,229 votes at this point. And Arvind Kejriwal is trailing from this seat. Arvind Kejriwal, the former chief minister, is trailing on the New Delhi constituency seat. Remember, this was a very hot contest here on this seat, wherein the Aadmi Party national convener and Parvesh Verma have had, like a very constant verbatim battle. War of words have broken out, be it with respect to voter manipulation, be it with respect to fake voters addition to the list, be it the Yamuna pollution issues. All of these issues have been raked up by both Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma in a very direct, back-to-back verbal battle between each other. And this seat, therefore, is very important, definitely key. Swati Dikshit, son of a former chief minister, is also contesting from this seat from the Congress. However, he's trailing behind both the other candidates. The visuals here are definitely that of celebration, not just because on the New Delhi seat the BJP is leading, but also on the seat of Greater Kailash, Shikha Rai candidate is also leading on this seat. And even from the RK Puram area, the BJP candidate Anil Sharma is leading on this seat. And however, what I also must bring to your notice is that the Delhi Cant area, on that seat, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate Virendra Kadian is leading and the BJP candidate is trailing. So that is one seat wherein the Aam Aadmi Party has taken a lead over in the New Delhi constituency area. However, of course, this is the seat from where the CM face was highly anticipated. Will it be Kejriwal, Arvind Kejriwal or Parvesh Verma? From the looks of it at this point, it looks like it
Tanushka, again a very all-comprehensive commentary coming out from Tanushka there, from the BJP's chief ministerial hopeful, Mr. Sahib Singh Verma's Mr. Sahib Singh Verma's son's latest position, Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma. Many say that he is actually the BJP's chief ministerial hopeful. I will go to Mr. Nalin Kohli now. Mr. Nalin Kohli, coming back to you, if you can, at this juncture when it looks like that your party has comprehensively made a very resounding comeback nearly after 3 decades, put your finger on the factors that swung it for the BJP this time. Not so much from the negative aspects of Mr. Kejriwal, but what the BJP got right.
Actually, it's a combination of both. It's a good question. There is obviously the incumbent who will be put to evaluation and examination by the voters. And that incumbent is Mr. Kejriwal and his team. I've already spoken about how it's a model of bluster, fake promises and zero delivery. A blame game and excuse on everything under the sun. That is one side. The other side is you have a model that you can compare with. Let's not forget Delhi's unique position. It is the capital of India. It is the seat of power of the central government. The central government is headed by the elected Prime Minister through Lok Sabha, which is also located here. The ministries are here. The President of India is here. The Prime Minister, all the major ministries are here. So therefore, people of Delhi see that. People of Delhi see governance at 3 levels. They see it at a national level, at a state level, and at a municipal level. All 3 simultaneously. Now in all of it, they see Prime Minister Modi's government and the vision. They see BJP governments bordering Delhi. In this case, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. They see Rajasthan, which is literally around the corner, just beyond a little bit of Haryana. So 3 governments are in close proximity to Delhi. They see the BJP model in terms of following what the central government is doing. They see the focus on development, they see the focus on delivery on the promises in terms of various assistance that has to be given to the weaker sections. They see the infrastructure change. They read about the infrastructure change because the national media is also situated in Delhi. They see the global impact of what work is being done by the central government under Prime Minister Modi. They see how the world speaks about India, and then they see how they are living in the city of Delhi and what their government, which is Mr. Kejriwal's government, is doing. I mean, it makes a fascinating comparison. It makes a nauseating comparison on a daily basis. That till when will they stop? When will they stop complaining and do their work? 3 subjects in the list are missing: land, police, and one more related to services, if I recall. The Aadmi party has to just work. For everything, they have an excuse. They have someone to blame. Neerja ji will always talk about, Neerja ji spoke about saying that, you know, there is also the role of the LG and all. But in fairness, the LG, as the Chief Minister of Delhi, is bound by the oath of the Constitution to protect and preserve it and to ensure it runs in a proper way. How can you not put the CAG report in the assembly? And this is the great RTI activist, Mr. Kejriwal and his team. They came on RTI applications in India against corruption, and you run away from the CAG report just because it has details of the so-called Sheesh Mahal. So the people and the voters of Delhi see all this. They are an educated, informed, highly politically aware voter. And you have to compliment them for giving a very, very, very long rope to Mr. Kejriwal and his team. 10 years. In 10 years, the only question to be asked is Delhi better or worse? And the answer is not difficult to find. It's certainly not better.
Mr. Kohli, there, very comprehensive roundup of the strengths of the BJP and the follies of the Aam Aadmi Party. Thank you, Mr. Kohli. Thank you very much. As always, a pleasure to have you on air. Let me go back to Tannu. And as I said, that the hottest political contest, and as Rashid Kidwai said, the prestige battle of the Delhi elections, the New Delhi seat. Tanushka, what is the latest that you stand on? What is the latest that is coming in? Who's leading? By how many votes? And how many rounds have been completed?
Yes, sir. So right now at the New Delhi constituency seat, wherein the counting center at Gold Market is underway, we have round 9 that has been completed of vote counting, and what we have is that Parvesh Verma is still leading at 19,267, whereas Arvind Kejriwal, the former Chief Minister, is trailing by 1,170 vote share. The visuals that we are showing you here is that of high spirits and celebrations here. Party workers and people have gathered already to celebrate the BJP's, win, or rather being ahead at this point in the New Delhi constituency seat. Remember that this is a very important seat here with a triangular contest between a former Chief Minister and 2 sons of former Chief Minister, Parvesh Verma, son of Verma, and Sandeep Dikshit, son of Sheila Dikshit from the Congress. Sandeep Dikshit is of course trailing behind both of these candidates, and this seat here is also important because it's come out to be, the Chief Ministerial seat. The Chief Minister would most probably be from this seat, whichever party, makes it. The lead is right now with the BJP's candidate Parvesh Verma, and Parvesh Verma and Arvind Kejriwal have seen quite the heated, altercations between each other during the election campaigns, during the election seasons as well, be it fake voter manipulation allegations, addition of fake voters to the list, the Yamuna politics, the water politics, the air pollution politics, all of these, even, going constantly to the election commission, both of these big faces have had it out with each other in their campaignings, and today is the culmination of all of these allegations, all of these issues and matters raised by both the parties, finally to come about to what Delhi decides. And from the looks of it, Delhi is deciding to lead with Parvesh Verma on this New Delhi constituency seat.
All right, Tanushka. So the first results are in. It's 12 p.m. and hello viewers. It's Vasudha and I who are joining you. And what a day and what a morning it has been for the party which has been out of power in Delhi for the last 3 decades, 27 years to be specific. And now what a comeback for the BJP. Many saw them in the initial days as not being in context at all. And here they have pulled up a victory like no other. The first results are in, one for the BJP, one for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, those are the official results, Maria. Since the first election of 1951-52, Jansangh has been so entrenched in the city of Delhi. But of course, Delhi is also the city of migrants, it's the city of urban poor, it's the city of aspirations. And today, it has proved that the Delhi voter wants his work, her work to be done without any conflict, and that clearly explains the comeback of the BJP after an electoral drought of 27 years. Ghazali, my colleague, our colleague, joins us. Ghazali, tell us where are you and what is the kind of sentiment there, and how is the Aam Aadmi Party looking at the numbers now, considering that this is the biggest dent that the party could have really not hoped for?
Vasudha, I am right now outside the counting center where counting for 4 seats are being done. Kalkaji, Okhla, Kasturba Nagar and Jangpura. Jangpura and Kalkaji are the seats from where Mr. Sisodia from Jangpura and Aatishi from Kalkaji are contesting elections. As far as the leads or trail is concerned, on Kalkaji seat, Aatishi is trailing to BJP candidate Ramesh Bidhuri. From the other seat from Mr. Sisodia, from Jangpura, Mr. Sisodia is leading right now. From Okhla, Amanatullah Khan of the AAP is also leading with a sizable margin. From Kasturba Nagar, BJP's candidate is leading with a sizable margin. So that is why what you'll see now, just a couple of hours ago, it was all quiet here, but now you'll see the BJP supporters have gathered here. AAP supporters on the other side have also gathered, and announcements are being made that it is an area which is under section 144, so no large gatherings. And despite that, you will see the supporters have gathered here, and they are also raising slogans every time they get an information from behind this, from this counting center. If a polling agent comes and updates that this many rounds are done and BJP or AAP candidate or their party's candidate is leading or trailing. So as of now, no results from here, but what we are picking up is that Kasturba Nagar, one of the assembly constituency seats, is from where BJP's candidate is leading with a very sizable margin after 6 rounds. So we'll see how it works. The Aam Aadmi Party meanwhile says that this is the time when it all swings for them by 11:30 or 12:30 during the previous elections, when everybody was calling out that perhaps AAP is trailing in previous elections, is what they were quoting. So now even today they say that the situation is almost the same, that it appears like that AAP is losing, but perhaps the tables will turn for them as the counting progresses through the day.
Seem to be saying that the BJP is in the clear. But Maria, Okhla and Mustafabad are 2 interesting constituencies. Clearly shows that the Muslim voter also had a rethink this time. The Aam Aadmi Party is not the only choice for them.
Yes, perhaps they looked at the Congress differently, because if you look at it, the Congress party's own vote share may have gone up. It has not translated into seat. But come on this, welcome Amitabh Tiwari and Professor Sandeep Shastri. We are looking at the narrow margin seats, because now it's 12 p.m. Let's look at that data which is coming in. In roughly around 10 seats is when the vote share between the party number 1 and party number 2 is less than 1,000 votes, and that includes Jangpura and Kalkaji, the 2 high-profile seats. As far as New Delhi is concerned, it is 1,229. So clearly, Parvesh Verma is only consolidating his position. Is it really a close contest at this number, 25-45, a gap of 20?
Now, I think it's important to underscore the fact that there are 10 seats with a lead of less than 1,000.
Yes.
However, a second question would be, of these 10 seats, how many are projected as being BJP leads and how many as AAP leads?
Right.
Because that would then decide, even if there is a swing the other way, will it really dramatically alter the results? That's point number 1.
Right.
Point number 2, on the Muslim-dominated constituencies that Vasudha referred to, let's remember that in a seat where there is a significant Muslim presence, we have had two types of developments happening in the past. A minority consolidation and a majority reverse consolidation. So which of the two is happening is the question we need to raise. Mere mention of a majority presence constituency would not really help us to track the direction in which the result is going.
Okay. Amitabh, very quickly, if you look at even GK, it looks like the BJP is winning there. And GK was one constituency where the Aam Aadmi Party was very confident of Saurabh Bharadwaj. The other constituency is Sangam Vihar, which is also seen as the Aam Aadmi Party's bastion. So what explains these tough constituencies, these margins which are getting closer?
So GK again is in South Delhi, correct? So the middle class, there is a discontent amongst the middle class with Aam Aadmi Party. And if you see, when the top leaders are trailing or losing, what happens is that Delhi being a very small state, it is the leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party which was pulling the votes in favor of the local candidates. And if they themselves are training, which is happening with some of the key candidates, that's why we are seeing this 45-25 kind of a number. Now you said there are almost 10 seats where the victory margin or is currently less than 1,000 votes. But on 5 of them, Aam Aadmi Party is leading,
right.
and on 5 of them, BJP is leading.
Yes.
So what happens is that we tend to believe that all these 10 seats will go one way.
Right.
That normally does not happen. Those 10 seats also is likely to go in the way of the proportion of 45-25. That's how close contest works.
Yeah. But is it really a close contest here, Yashwant Deshmukh? How are you looking at these numbers as it is 12 p.m. already? I think it's more or less very clear that BJP is coming to power in Delhi after 3 decades. It's a vote for change. It's a vote against Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, one may analyze it from different ways, but the one person who is to be congratulated thoroughly for delivering it for the BJP is Nirmala Sitharaman. Nirmala Tai has finally delivered it, the Delhi to BJP, which nobody was able to do. Maria, please remember, almost 27 years back, I remember when we were doing the exit polls and post-poll operations in Delhi. At that point of time, it was the same middle class which had dumped the BJP. It dumped the BJP, and for 27 years, it was the vanvas of the BJP. It is the same middle class which has propelled them back to power. And when I say this, in the post-poll survey, when we had shown the income group variations, as the income group, the BJP's vote share kept on increasing. And please remember one thing, and which could be a blueprint for all the election analysis even in future. Middle class itself is a caste group in India now. And the value system of the middle class voters, they work the same way, be it an upper caste or OBC or the Dalit, or even for that matter, a Muslim middle class voters. In our post-poll numbers, when we were saying that, okay, BJP is making a dent even in the Muslim votes of Delhi, a lot of people were kind of making fun of it. How is it possible? Yes, I understand. 10 years back, only 1 or 2 were voting for them, and now there are 13 or 14 out of 100 voting in Delhi for them. It's not that big a jump, but it is a significant jump, and it has to be taken in, it has to be understood from the lens of the middle classes. Arvind Kejriwal's loss is also because of that, because he has carried, please remember, still right now he is sitting pretty on a 43-44% votes in Delhi, and that vote is largely coming from the low income group, the lower caste, bottom of the pyramid, where his freebie schemes were working. So that group is rock solid still, but the winning edge was gone because the middle class turned away from him. And why did the middle class turn away from him? Because majority of the middle class, number one, they said, it is no more the same Aadmi Party which they kind of helped win 2 times in a row. They were brought down from the high moral pedestal of anti-corruption crusader and everything. So the middle class actually deserted them in the last 1.5 years, 2 years, slow and steady. They understood that. And while they understood that, they, instead of bringing the middle class back, they actually focused more and more on the bottom of the pyramid with their freebie culture. They thought, okay, jo hamare paas mein hai, usko pakad ke baitho. While on the BJP side, on one hand, that the middle class was coming back, but they were really hesitant that, okay, it is also a dicey voting bloc. Whether or not they will go out to vote, that remains dicey. Because the turnout of the middle class has always been questionable, you know. And I guess this is what changed with the RSS coming into play. After the last Lok Sabha election, we have seen them turn the tables in Haryana, turn the tables in Maharashtra, and now they have turned the tables in Delhi. The way they have worked on the ground to pull out that angry middle class, actually. There is one thing that, you know, when we do surveys, we can talk to you in your home, and you say, I'm going to vote for party A or party B. It's another thing that you actually go out to vote on that party, you know. So the surveys which are captured,
would you say that the average Delhi voter, did the average Delhi voter also feel that she was becoming a victim of this, political play, this, flashpoint that had erupted between the centre and the city-state government? Do you think Kejriwal could have performed better if he had followed a non-confrontational route with the centre? Because everybody that I spoke with also said that work is not being done. Is that also one reason
Of course, people remember Sheila Dikshit. See, people in Delhi, all our trackers have always remembered Sheila Dikshit. Even today, people in Delhi say she was the best ever Chief Minister Delhi ever got.
Who walked an extra mile to meet Atal Bihari Vajpayee. That is the reason, that is how she functioned.
Exactly. So this LG argument was not valid because a simple reason, even Sheila Dikshit worked under NDA government and still she delivered. So there is one very keen argument, Maria. Before this budget, imagine what was the middle class reaction to the revenue culture. We are the taxpayers. They are getting revenue
away from us.
So he's saying the class divide actually got entrenched with this election results.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yashwanji, just to add to what you are saying, I would draw the example of Farooq Abdullah after the Jammu and Kashmir elections. He says, now that we have won, I want to have good relations with the centre and not get into confrontation with the centre. Now, in retrospect, many would argue, and maybe the Delhi voter argued, that we have a government in Delhi which is in constant conflict with the government in Delhi or with the party in power at Delhi. And possibly that was a factor, that constant tussle with the centre, constant tussle with the representatives of the centre was also a factor which I think, in a sense, may have led the voter to believe, let's give a chance for a better coordination between the two levels.
Along with welfare, right?
Yes.
Voters are becoming
I couldn't agree more, Sandeep. I mean, that's the fact. And also, one more thing before, Amitabh, you pitch in, I mean, just want to make a small observation. Please remember why 15 years Sheila ji won back-to-back was because of the tremendous improvement of Delhi infrastructure. Tremendous. And Sheila Dikshit ji would not have lost in 2013 had it not been a huge anti-incumbency against UPA 2 government. The anger of UPA 2 government was exactly what cost Delhi, I mean Sheila Dikshit ji, the way it worked out. So I think in the last 10 years, why Mr. Kejriwal delivered on the freebie and the revenue on the lower side, that he made his vote bank, no doubt. But the Delhi's infrastructure crumbled. In our post-poll survey, the people who did not vote for Kejriwal, bigger number of chunk, almost like 40 to 50%, were just counting on garbage pile, the bad infrastructure, the water which was coming in the tap was undrinkable, the sewage problem, the sadak problem, and basically the crumbling infrastructure of Delhi. Now, that is something which got absolutely kind of diluted from the focus of governance. What got into focus of governance of Kejriwal was bottom of the pyramid and the freebies. Yes, he did deliver. Those who voted for him, by the way, Amitabh, you have seen the data. Those who voted for him, they did count the Mohalla clinic, they did count the Bijli, and so they, by the way, big number of counted even the education and the Sarkari schools. Okay. So there was a conflict. There was a huge conflict on the governance side where to focus on. While Mr. Kejriwal focused on what was delivering to him as a vote bank, I think his focus turned away completely from the infrastructure project. And in the hindsight, Amitabh, probably you remember the day MCD election results came in and we were discussing this. Right. Ye inke gale ki faas banne wala hai. Because they are not going to to able to govern the MCD the way they are promising, and this will, bleed them to death at some point of time.
Okay, we have Praveen Khandelwal, BJP MP from Chandni Chowk, also joining us on this broadcast. Amitabh and Professor Shastri, please jump into this conversation. Praveen Khandelwal, how is it looking in your constituency? आपकी constituency का total number क्या है? कितनी सीट assembly की जीती जा रही हैं?
देखिए, मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी लगभग 6 सीटों पर अभी 1-2 पर तो डिक्लेरेशन भी हो गया। 6 सीटों पर हम आगे चल रहे हैं, 1 सीट के ऊपर थोड़ा सा पीछे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लगभग 7 सीटें मेरी लोकसभा में हम जीत पाएंगे।
राइट प्रवीण जी, मुदित अग्रवाल की और मिस्टर सैनी की भी बहुत बात हो रही थी, लेकिन ये बताइए अगर बीजेपी जीतती है तो चीफ मिनिस्टेरियल फेस कौन होगा सर? क्या कोई एमपी बना सकते हैं, और जिसका एमपी टिकट काटा गया था जो एमएलए बन रहा है या बनते बनते रह रहा है वो बन सकता है? कौन, किसका नाम, कौन कंटेंडर्स लिस्ट में कौन हो सकता है?
देखिए, ये निर्णय भारतीय जनता पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व करता है, और मैं आपको बताऊं कि हमारी पार्टी कोई एक परिवार की पार्टी नहीं है कि केवल एक परिवार का व्यक्ति ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा। हमारी पार्टी में बहुत सारे कार्यकर्ता हैं और सही व्यक्ति को भाजपा का राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व मुख्यमंत्री पद का दायित्व देगा।
प्रवीण जी, आपने ट्रेडर्स के साथ बहुत काम किया हुआ है, तो आपको पता होगा कि एक सेंटिमेंट होता है उस कम्युनिटी का, और उसके अलावा एक मिडिल क्लास कम्युनिटी का जो माहौल बदला पार्टी के लिए, आपको क्या लगता है कि जो 1 फरवरी का जो निर्मला सीतारमण जी का जो बजट आया, जो आपकी सरकार का, दिल्ली की सरकार का जो बजट आया, उसने कितना इम्पैक्ट किया इस इलेक्शन को?
देखिए, कुल मिलाकर के यदि देखें तो ये मैंडेट प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विश्वसनीयता का मैंडेट है। दिल्ली के लोगों ने देखा कि मोदी जी की,
जी बोलिए। चलिए प्रवीण जी, वहां पे थोड़ा सा दिक्कत हो रहा है लाइन पे। चलिए, वी विल गो बैक टू प्रवीण खंडेलवाल, प्लीज कंटिन्यू सर।
तो कुल मिलाकर के ये मैंडेट नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विश्वसनीयता का मैंडेट है, और हम सब मिलकर के मोदी जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं। इस सिद्धांत पर चल करके दिल्ली की जनता को डेवलपमेंट की एक नई कहानी लिखेंगे, ऐसा हम सब लोगों का पूरा संकल्प भी है।
राइट प्रवीण जी, मेरा एक सवाल भी था, जैसे आप लोगों ने पार्टी का जो लिस्ट ऑफ कैंडिडेट्स था उसमें बहुत देर कर दी थी, तो और काफ़ी लोगों को लग रहा था कि पार्टी शायद थोड़ी कॉशियस है, पूरी तरह से प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं है। ये क्या कोई पार्टी की तरफ से स्ट्रैटेजी थी कि कैंडिडेट्स को कम टाइम दिया जाए? क्योंकि जब लोकसभा इलेक्शन हुए थे तो एकदम से 7
लिस्ट में पता चल गया था।
यस, हाँ एग्जैक्टली, 6 टिकट्स काट दिए थे। इस बार पार्टी ने ऐसी क्या स्ट्रैटेजी यूज़ की जिससे जो है एक तरीके से 27 ईयर्स बाद वो करेक्टिव मेजर्स एम्प्लॉय हो गए?
देखिए, आप एक बात तो मानेंगे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्डर बेस्ड पार्टी है, तो हमारे सीनियर लीडरशिप ने एक स्ट्रेटजी के अंतर्गत पूरा चुनाव दिल्ली में लड़ा है, और हमने हर उस वर्ग को रीच आउट किया जो वर्ग किसी भी कारण से शायद पार्टी के साथ जुड़ नहीं पा रहा होगा, लेकिन इस चुनाव में कोई वर्ग, कोई रिलीजन, कोई व्यक्ति ऐसा नहीं था, कोई वर्टिकल ऐसा नहीं था जहां से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को समर्थन नहीं मिला। कुल मिलाकर के यदि मैं इसे कहूं तो ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी का सबसे बड़ा मैंडेट दिल्ली में है।
All right, Praveen Khandelwal, I appreciate your time. Today is a day of celebrations for the BJP, and rightly so. Around 7:30 p.m. is when the Prime Minister arrives at the BJP headquarters. That's where he will be addressing the party workers, and it's a special day, Amitabh Tiwari, for the BJP. We have often spoken about it, but the significance of the fact is that this victory is about brand Narendra Modi, one of the most powerful and credible brands in Indian politics today, which wins Lok Sabha elections for the party and also state elections, multiple state elections, Haryana, Maharashtra. Of course, Maharashtra had other issues as well, but Delhi certainly, Prime Minister was right there on the front.
And what a boost for him before he goes to the US for probably the most important geopolitical meeting with Donald Trump.
Yeah, so essentially a lot of people had written off brand Modi saying that it is entering a weakening phase or has weakened perhaps or on decline. But it shows that after 3 back-to-back electoral victories, Haryana, Maharashtra and Delhi, where the party was on a back foot, it seems that brand Modi has got his mojo back and the party largely fought under his name. It was a mixture of presidential style as well as a seat-by-seat localized strategy which has worked here.
But Mr. Tiwari, they didn't go personal this time because, it was not very Shaheen Bagh, those communal rhetoric was missing, more focus on local issues.
No, see, because Delhi has a high population of middle class. In 2020, when they went communal or polarization as a strategy when they employed, they lost the support of the middle class. That's why they were very cautious that without getting the middle class voter this time, the party cannot win. And for them, development becomes the key focus.
Can I make a point on that?
Sure, sir.
I think there is no question of doubt that the brand Modi is a factor in the Lok Sabha election since 2014. There has been a debate on its importance when it came to a state assembly election. And I think the Delhi election shows that it is a factor, especially when the ones who are against you have a leadership which is fighting with its back to the wall.
Right.
In such a situation, it becomes even more important that the rival party projects the Prime Minister as their face, and that, I think, was key to their success in this particular
It's going to be a very challenging time for the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's get some visuals from the...
Anushka. Anushka joins us live. Anushka, what can you show to us now? Aam Aadmi Party cannot appear to be confident anymore. They certainly have lost Delhi.
And they have to keep their MLAs together now.
Well, certainly what we are seeing is that right now, few of the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party are sitting inside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. There is Jasmine Shah, there is, Anurag Dhanta, and also Punjab Speaker Kultar Singh, who is sitting inside, but they have refused to talk right now because what we are seeing is that Aam Aadmi Party is trailing with a big margin. Also, we'd like to show you some visuals from here. We did saw some sporadic celebrations that happened during the morning when the initial trend was coming, but now it seems like everybody has deserted this place, and the celebration is has now died down. We also saw Aam Aadmi Party leaders saying that this was the toughest battle that they had to face, but also we saw BJP who was quite sure that they are going to be making the government here. We did see several of the factors that were in favor of the BJP. People of the Delhi also in fact echoed that they wanted a change this time round. They wanted development because we saw several of the issues that were in fact still existing in Delhi, and people were quite fed up of it. And also now people's mandate has started to now make sense. We are seeing the trends. These are trends, but we are also seeing that there is a huge, if we can say now, it's safe to say that Aam Aadmi Party is a distant second, while Congress has still failed to open an account.
वो हल करेंगे जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं उनको हल करेंगे बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं सर काफ़ी टफ फाइट नहीं अब चूक तो आपको बताएंगे एनालिसिस करके
From not fighting from Patparganj, choosing a seat like Jangpura has not really worked for the Aam Aadmi Party. Former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, one of those prominent faces of Aam Aadmi Party there, speaking that the party will introspect on things that have gone wrong. Prithvi Reddy, also spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, joining us now. Mr. Reddy, how do you see today's outcome? Because clearly this was not something that you expected. You can all say that the party was busy firefighting, but the people of Delhi gave you 10 long years, and that's a long time. So clearly, your own segments choosing not to vote for you is a call for larger introspection.
Firstly, I'd like to state that I welcome the mandate of the people. We need to respect what voters of Delhi have decided, and we respect that. During the debate, I was hearing in that a lot of credit is being given to brand Modi. Let's not forget it was brand Modi in 2020 and brand Modi in 2015. I think there is a slight nuance that is being missed by y'all in this debate. What was different in this campaign and in this election is the BJP did not try their traditional polarizing. The BJP did not criticize the freebies, which they claimed was revenues, because that has backfired against them. Rather, forget about criticizing, they adopted and said that we will do everything that the Aam Aadmi Party did and more. So I think that's a very key difference that a lot of people are missing. It was seen that specifically in the last 2-3 years, because of the LG not clearing files, a lot of work was suffering. And probably because of the conflict between the Delhi state government and the central government, voters have felt that it's probably better.
News which is coming in, and perhaps the producers will be putting that on our television screens any moment now. Manish Sisodia has lost from Jangpura seat. That is the big breaking coming in. Manish Sisodia, the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Kejriwal's man Friday, someone who was trusted by him, has lost and he has conceded defeat. That is a huge breaking news that is coming in, and perhaps it's only building up. Constituency after constituency, that's what the big story certainly is. Remember, Mr. Sisodia had changed his constituency from Patparganj to Jangpura. Jangpura constituency was won by the Aam Aadmi Party in 2015 and 2020. This time around, Mr. Sisodia switching his constituency, hoping that he will be able to counter anti-incumbency, but that was not to be.
And it became
Mr. Sisodia
then Firaq
now
Suri
losing it. Yes, Vasudha.
And it became a triangular contest this time with Firaq Suri, Maria of the Congress Party, and Tarvinder Singh Marwa, also seen as a heavyweight from the BJP. And like Maria was pointing out, he changed his seat, but clearly that gamble did not work for Aam Aadmi Party. And Mr. Sisodia was somebody who won narrowly last time from Patparganj with just about 25,000,
almost 3,000 votes. And as you were mentioning, the Congress candidate on this seat has got more than 6,000 votes. So eating into the minority vote bank of the Aam Aadmi Party. All the three heavyweights.
Going there, campaigning there also showed that the Congress Party this time had no love lost for the Aam Aadmi.
The Congress Party was like, many in the Congress Party would be happy with this result. They did not bother whether BJP would win due to their efforts.
Okay, let's cut across to Manish Sisodia.
जंगपुरा के लोगों ने जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोगों ने भी बहुत प्यार मोहब्बत सम्मान दिया, लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग 600 वोट से उसमें हम किसी जो कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे। जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं उनको हल करेंगे। बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं।
सर काफी टफ फाइट हुई है, कैसे देखते हैं, कहाँ चूक हो गई?
नहीं, अब चूक तो आपको बताएंगे एनालिसिस करके।
So Manish Sisodia there, the man Friday of Arvind Kejriwal, somebody who has been with him since, since the Anna Hazare days, and also somebody who is often credited with the Aam Aadmi Party's education model. Manish Sisodia, former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, someone who changed his seat from Patparganj to Jangpura today. But of course, Jangpura battle proved to be costlier for him, and he has lost his seat, and he has said that the party will be analysing as to what went wrong. Manish Sisodia there conceding, one of the big faces, and first big face to concede that this time things have not really worked well for the Aam Aadmi Party. But remember, it's a 10-year anti-incumbency with people of Delhi making it clear that this time they want to vote for a government that will provide work and also welfare. We'll have to wait and see how this pans out. Professor Shastri, yes.
It's interesting that in his former seat, Patparganj, the BJP is leading by 20,000 votes.
Okay.
In the seat he earlier was holding.
But that was expected, no? Because last time also they did well, isn't it? Awadh Ojha, Mr. Tiwari, Awadh Ojha as a candidate, was that a big gamble or was that just a cover fire for Mr.
No, it was a cover fire. Awadh Ojha is not a heavyweight that he demanded that I need to contest from this seat.
Okay, another piece of breaking news coming in, and this is huge, ladies and gentlemen. It was only consolidating and now it is clear. Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party convener, Delhi Chief Minister for 9 years, has lost these elections. What happens next for Mr. Kejriwal will be interesting. But Arvind Kejriwal losing from New Delhi constituency is very, very crucial. It will change the way Aam Aadmi Party does politics. It will change the way Aam Aadmi Party's own position is within the India bloc. This is huge, Vasudha.
Absolutely, Maria. This is also in some ways the rejection of what is central to the Aam Aadmi Party's politics and governance, the Delhi model. Arvind Kejriwal himself losing to Parvesh Verma. And in fact, he had said that this is a fight between a common person, an Aam Aadmi, and the sons of Chief Minister. Remember, he was contesting against Sandeep Dikshit, the son of former Chief Minister of Delhi, Sheila Dikshit, and also Parvesh Verma, who is the son of Sahib Singh Verma, the second BJP Chief Minister of New Delhi. But clearly, Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal losing from New Delhi shows that all the allegations of voter deletions, voter additions, all that was done because he was never confident of winning.
Absolutely, and his personal image had taken a dent. For all that he stood for, clean politics, politics of difference, that was not to be. People of Delhi felt that they had given him a long rope. They had given him not enough time. I mean, for 10 years, he was the Chief Minister of Delhi, and now he was doing everything that he did not really stand up for. I mean, there was everything going wrong in his image. Professor Shastri.
His losing New Delhi, I think in some ways is symbolic of the collapse that you see of the Aam Aadmi Party in this election. Because if the leader around whom the entire party, network, strategy, philosophy works, if that leader is not able to retain his seat, now it speaks volumes about the strategy of the party. It also speaks volumes about the strategy of the opposition in being able to challenge both the Aam Aadmi Party and its leadership. Now, not being in the assembly will be a huge blow to both the party and the leader. I think the party gets significantly weakened within the assembly. And as you said, Arvind Kejriwal's capacity to today negotiate as part of an opposition alliance gets greatly weakened after his own defeat.
A word from you also, Amitabh, on Kejriwal and Sisodia. Both of them have lost.
See, again, if I see the numbers, Sandeep Dikshit has got more votes than what the victory margin for Parvesh Verma is. Correct. So in all these three seats, the Congress candidates are contributing partly to the loss of Aam Aadmi Party candidates. See, Arvind Kejriwal, once you mentioned very emphatically, clearly, is that the loss of credibility. The decline or moving away from the politics he had stood for. Second is delivery of performance. People also realized that he did come up with fresh ideas, big ideas. But apart from the freebies, when it comes to delivering on air pollution, cleaning of Yamuna, security in Delhi, not security perhaps, installation of cameras, construction of roads, etc., he has not delivered.
Right. Parvesh Verma, the candidate who has thrown in a surprise there. Parvesh Verma, the BJP candidate from New Delhi constituency, triumphing over Arvind Kejriwal. He's all set to meet the Home Minister shortly. In fact, Maria, if you remember, if there are two candidates that the Home Minister was very
confident. Absolutely.
One was Parvesh Verma and the other was, of course, Ramesh Bidhuri from Kalkaji. And he is known to throw his weight behind these, contenders who take on very tough contests.
Giant slayers, as they are now being called. Parvesh Verma, the giant slayer, having defeated the Chief Minister and the former Chief Minister. The poster boy now.
In the last 15 years,
yes,
the strategy of the BJP has always been
Aishwarya is now connected. Aishwarya is now
on
connected.
The leaders,
he is joining us from outside Parvesh Verma's residence. What a moment for Parvesh Verma here, Aishwarya. You have been tracking him from day one, and he was confident, and so was the entire top brass of the BJP. And he is now headed to Home Minister's residence, where Amit Shah was backing him through and through.
And 6 months ago, we were all standing there, getting a reaction, sir, why did the party cut your ticket, right?
Yes, and just look at how it has. I mean, this is called the game of politics, the true Game of Thrones as it is being played here.
Well, certainly, and that's the biggest story of Delhi elections. Parvesh Verma defeating Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal. That's the biggest story as far as the Delhi elections are concerned. And right now, we have moved inside the residence of Parvesh Verma. There you can see the family, friends, supporters, all have gathered over here. It was Hanuman Chalisa that was played earlier, and later now celebrations, victory for Parvesh Verma, as Parvesh Verma just headed to Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. And it was, of course, Home Minister that was very keen on these three seats, specifically Kalkaji, New Delhi Assembly constituency, and the Jangpura constituency as well. And Bharatiya Janata Party clearly making their way ahead and, top giant, we can say, of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Parvesh Verma. Of course, Chief Minister's space, nothing had been said on that by the BJP top leadership as of now. But people over here, the supporters and the family members of Parvesh Verma, कितनी बड़ी जीत है आज परवेश साहिब से वर्मा की?
बहुत बड़ी जीत है हमारे लिए, हमारे पूरे परिवार के लिए, सबके लिए.
Giant killer. He's now being called a giant killer because he's defeated Arvind Kejriwal.
He deserves, absolutely. It's a giant, the biggest giant, I think.
बहुत काम किया उन्होंने, बहुत दिल्ली के लिए करेंगे और करा भी है. और आने वाले समय में वो दिखा देंगे कि दिल्ली ने सही चॉइस की है.
Many are also saying that he is now the chief minister's face for the Delhi.
ये तो
He really deserves it. He really deserves it.
He deserves it.
Heard from the family members clearly saying that he deserves this victory because he has worked so hard. Ma'am, what went behind this victory of Parvesh Verma?
It's his vision, his value for Delhi. His value for Delhi is nothing else. It's his dream to make Delhi a world-class city and Delhiites happy people. And obviously the Delhi which had become the gutter for last 11 years is up to becoming the Sone ki Chidiya again with his victory. Absolutely.
How was the hard work behind this victory? Arvind Kejriwal was the one who was the entire face of the Aam Aadmi Party. Defeating him, do you think that this is the biggest victory and biggest takeaway?
Yes, it is the biggest victory to, like, Arvind Kejriwal. It was itself like a big victory. Like maybe he wins with whatever votes, but still it's like standing against Kejriwal itself was a victory.
It's a challenge that he took, and he has emerged as a winner because Delhiites have emerged as a winner, and we will see the change now.
We'll see the change now is something that the family members clearly believes. So that's the success story behind Parvesh's support as well. The family members stood by him, the friends stood by him, and the workers now arriving over here. Of course, Parvesh now headed to Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. What would be that meeting all about? The next few days, strategic meetings will be taking place, certainly to choose the Chief Minister of Delhi.
Okay, thank you, Aishwarya. We'll keep coming back to you. Shazia Ilmi joins us. Shazia, this is an important day for you. You've been, in some ways, waiting for this day. Tell us what really went wrong with Arvind Kejriwal's brand of politics, and how do you see Aam Aadmi Party from here on?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that, yeah, as you said, there was a lot at stake for me emotionally. And you all are anchors and you do a great job, both of you. But I was also one of you at one point of time, and we thought there was a new hope. There was something in the air where we talked about the whole Inqilabi Fizza, as we called it then. And that day and this day. So for me and people like us, and there are many like us, who actually sigh a breath of relief. And we realized that finally Arvind Kejriwal, and as to how we know him and for what he is, has finally been exposed. This is a big day, not just for BJP, but this is a big day for Delhi. Because for 10 years, what has gone on, 10 years and more, because even the first time around, he joined hands with Congress party. So this is huge, this is huge. The way they rose and the way they've fallen, it's a full circle. You know, life takes a full circle, and this is a full circle of Arvind Kejriwal's politics. And Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, CM and Deputy CM, and the ministers, all of them losing the way they have. It just shows that Delhi has understood the true nature and character of AAP. It is not about freebies. You know, you can keep saying Pani Maaf and Pani Half, but what about Pani that is Saaf? So this is a vote on many, many factors. Civic amenities most importantly. And I think, I heard Anna Hazareji speak today, and I think all of us felt very, very emotional. I mean, some of us gave up a lot from our lives in terms of not just financial resources, but time and our careers. So it is really a big vindication of all that. And I'm just glad people know this charlatan for who he is. Because he has just lied. It has only been about confrontation and conflict and creating chaos and abusing others.
We understand your sentiments, Shazia.
He did not do.
We understand your sentiments, but very sharp words coming in from someone who's a former Aam Aadmi Party, part of the foundation team, founding members of Aam Aadmi Party to now. Amitabh Tiwari, the question now will be asked that if these numbers hold, it is 48, it could go up to 50 now, because it's only upward trend, that's how it looks like. It's a landslide victory. It's a two-third victory for the BJP. It's not really a neck-and-neck context.
It's not a neck-and-neck contest in terms of the seat share, of course, because what it shows is that even amongst the core constituency of Aam Aadmi Party, which is the poor and lower socio-economic voters, the BJP has been able to make a dent.
Yes.
What are the reasons? One is, of course, non-performance or non-delivery. Because a lot of people have moved from being a beneficiary of free bijli, now they are getting bills of electricity.
Yes.
That's happening, number one. Number two, the BJP said that they would match the cash doles or schemes of the Aam Aadmi Party. They would continue with the schemes. So these two factors, it seems that they have been able to make a dent in the poor and socio-economic vote base of the Aam Aadmi Party, as well as the civic issues. The MCD win has added a layer of anti-incumbents. So people are not very clear about, in Delhi, a lot of people, about the responsibility of central government, state government, and the MCD.
Right. Professor Shastri, I wanted to ask you this question. Delivery of schemes, you know, a BJP leader was explaining to me that information asymmetry is something that political parties often play on. If somebody sitting in Tughlakabad feels that somebody in Kalkaji is getting free electricity, so he keeps voting for the same party. But we've seen Jagan lose, we've seen KCR lose. How important is it for political parties who promise welfare to really be completely on that delivery model, you know, ensuring that it is intact?
Keep on doing it.
Yeah. Not only is it important that that delivery model works, I think it's also important that the other factors in play also are taken care of. You took Jagan's example. Now, there was that delivery model which seemed to be quite successful, but there were other factors of the administration which was not something which the people were positively responding to. So, hoping that I win the election simply on one factor which you think you have implemented, I think does not go down with the voters very well. And in this particular case, I think you are clearly seeing the credibility quotient of the AAP after 10 years going down as a party, the credibility quotient of its leadership in terms of promise, in terms of delivery being impacted, and the expectation of the people that maybe if there is greater coordination between different levels of government, Delhi will be much more benefited. So I think if you add up all these factors, you see the basket which could have contributed to a voter deciding on this. And on final point, surveys are showing that nearly 1/3 of the voters said that we decided on who to vote for in the last few days. And the impact of budget, the impact of campaign, all seems to have also played a role in the verdict going the way it has gone.
Let's also get in the Congress spokesperson now, Charanjit Singh Sapra. Mr. Sapra, you know, Maharashtra elections, I remember talking to you and there was, you know, a lot of despair for your party. But today there's some reason to smile because you have gained a little bit of the vote share that the Congress party lost in the last 10 years. But clearly, what does this mean for the opposition to BJP?
See, I feel majorly the verdict of Delhi, which is coming out now, it is showing that the politics of deceit is being defeated. It looks like an angry election whereby we are now seeing that the big guns of Aam Aadmi Party like Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia both have lost. And the other big guns are also probably losing. It's a vote for a change. It's a vote against Kejriwal. But Congress definitely has to introspect in Delhi that what is going wrong. Though our vote share is increasing, but the seats should also come. I feel after the entire result is out, our teams will sit seat-wise and they will introspect what has gone wrong and what are the future measures we should take. But largely the waterboutry of Kejriwal is defeated.
Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia have lost. Aatishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj are trailing. So even if the Aam Aadmi Party gets the leader of opposition's chair, none of them can be in the house. So Aam Aadmi Party will have to look for a new face in the assembly is also becoming clear, which will also change the direction of the Aam Aadmi Party. Because for the party, it was Mr. Kejriwal's brand. The Delhi model of governance that he spoke about, that will no longer be there.
Yeah, of course, the brand Kejriwal is definitely dented and this will help Congress in other states also like Punjab or maybe Goa, Gujarat, Uttarakhand. And we have to make a new strategy now after these Delhi results.
I think it's The Congress building itself on the other opposition parties' reputation being at stake, rather than challenging the BJP itself.
No, it's not that way. No, it's not that way. It's not that way. See, we are not doing what you are saying. What I'm saying, we have to strategize. After every election, the strategies needs to change. There was a different strategy in Maharashtra, different strategy in Haryana. A lot of questions are raised on the election commission.
But Mr. Safra,
there was
does
no
this
level
mean
playing
end
field.
of Aam Aadmi Party, Congress alliance anytime soon in the future? Gujarat elections are also coming up. Last time Aam Aadmi Party came second in almost 32 seats in Gujarat. Does this mean it's a policy decision to not really align with AAP any point in near future?
I feel the scenario, the political scenario keeps changing. We have seen whereby the BJP and PDP have gone together in Jammu and Kashmir. We have also seen that there is a Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra still, whereby nobody thought that Shiv Sena and Congress can come together. The scenario keeps changing. I'm not sure what will happen in future. We can't predict future today. So the issue is, let us wait, let us see, but we need to strategize in a different way for the state elections.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sapra. Mr. Tiwari, these two big faces, like Maria was also pointing out, these two big faces losing elections means it's in some ways the end of Aam Aadmi Party in popular imagination. Although we all believe as people who follow politics that there is nothing called end of a political party. Political parties often find ways to divide themselves. But this is clearly the biggest challenge that the party is facing.
Yeah, of course, it pushes the Aam Aadmi Party's let's say, plans of expansion by clearly 5 years.
And do you see Bhagwant Mann flexing his muscles from here on?
Bhagwant Mann clearing his muscles, I'm not sure, but now Aam Aadmi Party will have a challenge at hand in the Punjab elections 2 years down the line, because see, Punjab, the government is still struggling to come back to terms with development and work there, because it's a tricky state. Aam Aadmi Party is the only state which has ruling a state with 44% of debt to GDP ratio in Punjab, highest, and the lowest with 3.7% debt to GDP in Delhi. See, what is likely to happen is that Maria was talking about the big names. I'm looking at the data. Gopal Rai is winning or leading by more than 20,000 votes. More than 20,000 votes. Right. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party will, of course, have to go back to the drawing board. This relationship between Congress and Aam Aadmi Party is fairly complicated. It's like a live-in. It's not a committed relationship, because even in Lok Sabha, they were allies in Delhi, but not in Punjab. But now, if you see the statements of the Congress spokespersons across channels, I think they something inside them is happy about this result. Correct. Now, Aam Aadmi Party will try to extract revenge. Now, Aam Aadmi Party will go after Congress. You mentioned Gujarat, Rajasthan, etc. There's going to be a fierce battle between AAP and Congress.
If I could add to what Amitabh ji is saying, whenever Congress faced a series of routes from Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh onwards, the other members of the India coalition used to hit out at the Congress and say, you are responsible. Now the reverse is happening.
Verma's daughter is speaking. Let's cut across to her.
और आप सबके समर्थन के लिए वापस धन्यवाद. थैंक यू.
जिस तरह से अकाउंट खुला था शुरुआत में, जब ट्रेंड की तरफ लगातार बढ़ रहे हैं, तो उस वक्त की स्थिति क्या थी?
सब बहुत टेंस थे, लेकिन जैसा हम तीनों ने 4 दिन पहले भी बोला था, बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री आएगी. बस सही वक्त का इंतज़ार था. दिल्ली वाले समझ गए कौन उनका मजाक उड़ा रहा है, कौन उनकी भावनाओं के साथ खेल रहा है. इस बार दिल्ली ने झूठ को विक्ट्री नहीं दी.
लगातार हनुमान चालीसा चल रहे घर में.
पापा बहुत बड़े भक्त हैं हनुमान जी के, और हनुमान जी का साथ है, इसलिए हमें ये विक्ट्री मिली है.
Manoj Tiwari now, BJP MP from Delhi and also former Delhi BJP chief. मनोज जी, बधाई हो आपको. इतनी बड़ी जीत भाजपा को मिल रही है, आप लोग सबका उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन है.
नहीं, वास्तव में दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत बहुत आभार है. दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है. और ये जीत नरेंद्र मोदी जी के गारंटी की जीत है. मोदी जी ने ये सिद्ध कर दिया है कि अब मोदी जी के गारंटी पे देश के हर राज्य का विश्वास है. महाराष्ट्र में भी ऐसे हुआ, हमारे हरियाणा में भी ऐसे हुआ, और इसका कोई दो राय नहीं है अब कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब कुछ कह रहे हैं तो उसको एग्जीक्यूट भी कर रहे हैं, और उनके एग्जीक्यूशन पे, उनकी गारंटी पे प्रत्येक राज्य की जनता को विश्वास है। दिल्ली ने सिद्ध कर दिया।
जी, एक सवाल और अभी, क्योंकि अभी खबर आई है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया दोनों हार गए हैं, लेकिन गोपाल राय बहुत ही अच्छे मार्जिन से जीत रहे हैं, तो इसका क्या संकेत है? कैसे पढ़ रहे हैं आप इस डिफरेंस को?
देखिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल के हारने के बाद और कोई बात बची नहीं जाती है। अरविंद केजरीवाल तो ऐसा बोला करते थे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी को चैलेंज करते थे कि इस जन्म में आप नहीं हरा सकते हमें। अरे अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपको इसी जन्म में ऐसी हार मिलेगी और न जाने आपके इसी जन्म में कितनी हार मिलेगी। आप लोगों के केवल ईवीएम से नहीं हार रहे हैं, केवल वोट से नहीं हार रहे हैं, लोगों के दिलों से हट गए, नफरत है आपके प्रति, ये मेरा मानना है। और इसके लिए मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसी सोच कोई भी नेता रखने के पहले 50 बार सोचेगा।
मनोज जी, 2013 में आप एक जायंट किलर की तरह उभरे थे शीला दीक्षित को हरा के। आज क्या आपको एक हिस्ट्री रिपीट इटसेल्फ वाला एक फीलिंग, आपको क्या वो वाली फीलिंग आ रही है?
हाँ, देखिए, कहते हैं ना कि सबके साथ समय के साथ उसके साथ न्याय होता है, और यही नई दिल्ली सीट है जहाँ से शीला दीक्षित को एक भ्रामक वादों के साथ अरविंद ने हराया था। आज प्रवेश ने उसी अरविंद केजरीवाल को उसी जगह से शिकस्त दे करके, मैं नई दिल्ली की जनता की जो सोच समझ है उसको प्रणाम करता हूं, और पूरे दिल्ली ने जो एक निर्णय दिया है वो कमाल का, इसकी बहुत तरह से समीक्षा होनी चाहिए। इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल न सिर्फ अकेले हारे हैं, उनके साथ के महत्वपूर्ण 3-4 नेता भी चुनाव हार गए हैं, या कुछ लोग अभी हारने की घोषणा होने वाली है
जी।
इसलिए हमारा मानना है कि दिल्ली की जनता का नमन होना चाहिए, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को धन्यवाद है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के इस गारंटी के लिए मैं बार बार हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं, जिस पर दिल्ली ने विश्वास किया।
आप निर्मला सीतारमण को भी बधाई दे सकते हैं।
नरेंद्र मोदी जी की बधाई में सबको बधाई है। जो बजट भी जो आया उसने बहुत बड़ा रोल निभाया
जी।
और हम जहाँ जहाँ जा रहे थे, हम जब जंगपुरा घूम रहे थे, जब हम मटियाला घूम रहे थे, जब हम अपनी लोकसभा के करावल नगर और मुस्तफ़ाबाद घूम रहे थे, तो लोग कहते थे कि 12 लाख रुपया अब उस इनकम पे टैक्स नहीं लगेगा। तो मोदी जी को, निर्मला जी को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है। और यही विश्वास खड़ा करता है ना कि जब जब मौका मिल रहा है, जनता के लिए काम कर रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, एनडीए की सरकार, और वो नई दिल्ली में उसका
और आपसे बात करते करते एक अहम मीटिंग भी हो रही है दिल्ली में। परवेश वर्मा अभी गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी के घर पर हैं और वहां पर मुलाकात कर रहे हैं। अमिताभ तिवारी का एक सवाल है आपके लिए।
मनोज जी नमस्कार, अमिताभ तिवारी बोल रहा हूं। बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको। 2014-15 में हमने देखा और 2019-20 में भी, 2019-20 में भी कि भाजपा का एक सेक्शन ऑफ वोटर लोकसभा से आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ शिफ्ट होता था विधानसभा में, और इसीलिए वो पार्टी जीत रही थी। तो ऐसा इस बार क्या हुआ कि आपने अपने वोट शेयर को, लोकसभा के वोट शेयर को ऑलमोस्ट होल्ड करके रखा और ये वोट शिफ्ट नहीं हुआ ज्यादा? तो क्या स्ट्रैटेजी बनाई आपने?
मोदी की गारंटी, वेलफेयर स्कीम, सब कुछ पहले था। अब तो 2020 में 8% का इजाफा हुआ था बिना किसी वेलफेयर स्कीम के बावजूद। तो मोदी की गारंटी जिसकी मैं बात अभी कर रहा था, वो बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर है अमिताभ जी, कि महिला समृद्धि सम्मान, गरीब महिला को 2500 रुपये महीने, गर्भवती माता को 21,000, गरीब को आयुष्मान योजना देंगे। और ये जो महिला समृद्धि सम्मान, ये बहुत बड़ी गारंटी है। इसका किसी राज्य में बहुत बड़ा फर्क हुआ है, और यही मोदी जी के प्रति विश्वास था, बस लोग उनके मुंह से सुनना चाहते थे। और मोदी जी ने यह भी कह दिया था कि जो और कल्याणकारी योजना चल रही है वो जारी रहेगी। तो उसके बाद और कुछ नहीं चाहिए था अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार से लोगों को।
आज आप अपने अंदाज में इस विक्ट्री को बताइए, जरा कुछ सुनाइए हम लोगों के दर्शकों के लिए। ये विक्ट्री बहुत ही खास है, बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री।
देखिए, नहीं, ये बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री है और इस बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री के बाद हमारी जिम्मेदारी बहुत बड़ी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अगले 5 साल में मारिया जी हमको पूरा दिल्ली को उसकी खुशियां देनी है। हमको इसी 5 साल के अंदर जमुना जी में डुबकी लगनी है और लगवानी है। हमने इसी 5 साल के अंदर लोगों को साफ पानी घर घर देना है।
अपने अंदाज में कुछ सुनाइए ना। आपने तो गाना भी लिखा था दिल्ली के लिए।
नहीं, समझा नहीं मैं
अपने अंदाज में सुनाइए ना।
अच्छा, हमने लिखा था ना।
हाँ, सुनाइए ना।
दिल्ली दिल में
कि बहाने नहीं बदलाव चाहिए था और दिल्ली में भाजपा सरकार चाहिए था। झूठ बोलने वालों पे प्रहार चाहिए था। दिल्ली में भाजपा सरकार चाहिए था। दंगे के दाग अब नहीं, यमुना में झाग अब नहीं। पीने को पानी साफ चाहिए, कूड़े का पहाड़ अब नहीं। मोदी की गारंटी की दरकार चाहिए था। दिल्ली में भाजपा सरकार चाहिए था। और जो भी मैंने कहा, जो भी शब्दों में गाया, वो सब कुछ दिल्ली की जनता ने साकार करके दे दिया।
All right, Manoj Tiwari, pleasure speaking to you. All of you will be heading to the BJP headquarters, and that's where the celebrations will happen. Prime Minister Modi will be arriving at 7:30 p.m. Our special broadcast continues. Lots of newsmakers lined up for you in the next few hours, so do stay with us. Vasudha will be continuing, and she'll be joined by Ankit in just a few moments.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें एनडीटीवी का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो एनडीटीवी ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दोगे।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग एनडीटीवी।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
एनडीटीवी ऐप नहीं।
Big budget day. Big newsmakers on NDTV. Top ministers and opposition leaders.
ये by the people, of the people and for the people budget.
It is a fulfilling budget.
This is a development budget.
It's one of the finest budgets I've ever seen.
More than a bold move, it is a clever move.
NDTV, always the first choice of newsmaker. NDTV keeps you ahead.
This week on India Ascends.
Bangladesh scraps Bongo Bandhu Mujibur Rahman's legacy. What next for Yunus's Islamist agenda? State set for big Modi-Trump meeting. Does immigration hold key to the new US-India relationship? Will India lead the way for the world's AI transition? And how could China's growing presence in Panama spell trouble for America?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Kind attention, please.
The future of Delhi isn't decided in speeches. It is decided at the ballot box.
BJP putting all its might to dethrone Aam Aadmi Party-led government in
दिल्ली की जनता ने विकास का रास्ता चुना, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व को चुना।
Hello everybody, we are bringing you all updates on the election outcomes of New Delhi elections, and after 27 long years the BJP is all set to form the government, and it's been a huge setback for the Aam Aadmi Party that's been in power in Delhi since 2013. All its big faces, two of those big faces, Arvind Kejriwal, the party supremo, and Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, have lost, and this is going to have larger implications not just on the politics of Aam Aadmi Party but also national politics with BJP coming to power in Delhi.
Something that the BJP has not been able to do for last 27 years. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's record of winning, elections in Gujarat as the Chief Minister, then as the Prime Minister, twice under him, the BJP failed to win Delhi. Now they have defeated finally the Aam Aadmi Party, and that record has also been cleaned as far as BJP is concerned. One thing is clear, ladies and gentlemen, in Delhi, life has come full circle for Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal, who came on the scene of Delhi with a bang, defeating Sheila Dikshit. He was the giant killer. Today, the role of David and Goliath have switched completely, with Parvesh Verma defeating Arvind Kejriwal with more than 1,200 votes as far as the New Delhi constituency is concerned. And Aam Aadmi Party, for them, something that they are not used to. Since the time they have been in inception, they have been in power in Delhi. Now a new chapter begins for the Aam Aadmi Party, of the party in opposition. How do they hold on to that? It will be very fascinating and interesting to see. We have a full panel of guests, those who are with us. Manoj Tiwari continues to be with us, have been number crunching continuously through this election, said it is going to be an election of triple M, middle class, Mahila voter and minorities, and we'll have to wait and see how that in fact has happened. Nirja Chaudhary, senior journalist, political analyst, is also with us at this moment. Sujata Pandey, political analyst, is with us at this moment, and joining us, Vasudha, is Mr. Prakash Javadekar,
BJP leader and former minister. Thank you, Mr. Javadekar, for joining us on this broadcast on this special day. First of all, congratulations to you, sir. Ek to 1952 se Jansangh jo hai has always been quite powerful and entrenched in Delhi, but this is a big highlight coming back after 27 long years. What do you think worked for the BJP? What do you think did not work for Arvind Kejriwal?
I think the good governance of Modi, because people always preferred good governance and have believed in Modi's leadership, that he does good for the country. For him, nation welfare is the only agenda. And therefore, they vote for us in full swing in parliament election. Unfortunately, last two assembly elections, this falsehood prevailed in Delhi, because you have never seen the kind of politics done by any party what Aam Aadmi Party did. It betrayed their own Guru Anna Hazare. It was tremendous arrogance, loot, and falsehood, politics of falsehood. And therefore, after all, falsehood cannot thrive for long. They will have to be defeated, so they are got defeated now. And this is very clear message for good governance. If any party wants to do good for the country, then only people will elect. And isliye we will say Modi hai to mumkin hai.
But Javadekar Sahab, you were in charge of the national capital in 2020 Vidhan Sabha election. What was different? What did BJP do differently that the results are completely, they've been turned around this time?
No, there were two differences. A, party became more active in 5 years after the lesson of 2020. And two, more importantly, the overall performance and the corruption charges reached out to people, and people believed, and people got the feeling that this is the worst party they have elected. So they realized the mistake, and they repeated the performance of parliament election. This is the difference.
Javadekar, for joining us. Let's also listen into what Parvesh Verma said. He's the giant killer this election season. He has defeated Arvind Kejriwal, the chief of Aam Aadmi Party. And of course, he's also one of the contenders for the Delhi CM once the BJP forms the government. Let's listen into that, to that quick bite that he gave to media persons.
ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की जीत है, दिल्ली वासियों की जीत है।
क्या अगले चीफ मिनिस्टर से हम बात कर रहे हैं?
मैं अभी आया हूँ, एक बार आपको फिर मैं बाद में बात करता हूँ।
अमित शाह जी से मिलने गए थे? थैंक यू।
speaking to, that's Parvesh Verma, ladies and gentlemen. The giant killer defeated Arvind Kejriwal with 1,200 votes even before the polling started on 5th. Vasudha, you've been speaking to a lot of BJP leaders. Everybody was confident about one thing, whether they win or lose. Parvesh Verma is defeating Arvind Kejriwal is what people, Mr. Amit Shah also gave it in writing, isn't it, that he's losing the election?
In fact, two leaders that Amit Shah was very emphatic about was Parvesh Verma and of course Ramesh Bidhuri, and Ankit rightly so, because Parvesh Verma gave those right noises. In some ways, he uplifted the BJP campaign in ways that they also didn't expect. Neja ma'am, do you see this as a negative vote against Kejriwal? Because while the BJP of course has benefited from this time, they were very aggressive, but Kejriwal and Sisodia losing means that people were extremely angry with Aam Aadmi Party.
I would like to do a little more study on this because as one went around, one didn't see anger. One saw dissatisfaction, disaffection. वही पुरानी बात कह रहे हैं. There was the response to him at his meetings. Kejriwal used to be very subdued, even compared to the Lok Sabha elections. So it wasn't an anger that way. He's done something for us. Poorer people still swore by him. I think it was more a positive vote for the BJP. That the BJP in power in Delhi will be able to do more for us on governance issues, water, air. This is the sense I had. Of course.
But Neeraj, why, and our other panelists can also come in on this, but Neeraj, the fact remains, when your party loses, you lose your own seat. I mean, that is, Arvind Kejriwal made this election a referendum as soon as he came out of the prison. He said that I will only go back once you make me sit on that chief minister's chair. He made it about himself. He made it about Manish Sisodia. If he loses on that context, then it clearly is a vote against Arvind Kejriwal. Whatever you said, that it was vendetta, X, Y, Z, people have not bought it. If I have to say it bluntly, basically people are saying, if you were saying that you were sent in because of vendetta, well, we don't believe that Arvind Kejriwal has lost his seat. So has Manish Sisodia.
Absolutely, I agree with you that it is a very clear vote. But remember, with a party like the BJP, in specific seats, they would have gone all out. You see, the mood had changed. Ground level mood had changed in favor of the BJP. But what added to that thrust was the BJP's absolute organizational heft, plus the RSS coming in big time, as they did in Haryana and Maharashtra. So there was all this backup. And they focused on certain seats. Sisodia's was a touch and go from the beginning.
Yeah.
But it's also a three-cornered fight with Firaq Suri and Tarvinder Singh Marwa. So that was also...
So that is very intelligent strategy.
Yeah.
कि इनके बड़े नेताओं को हराओ.
Is this somewhere also the revenge of the Congress party?
They're all smiling today. Armita was pointing.
Yes.
They're all smiling.
Arvind Kejriwal has lost by 1,200 votes. How many votes has Sandeep Dikshit got? 4,200. But Manish Sisodia by 600 votes. Farhad Suri has got 6,000 plus votes. But 7,000 votes.
Can I present a different argument to that? Last election in 2020, the Congress candidate who was a nobody got about 5,800 or 5,900 votes in New Delhi. Sandeep Dikshit has got less vote than what the candidate got at that point of time. The only difference is that this time the BJP candidate is much more effective against Arvind Kejriwal, plus the 10 years of anti-incumbency.
Yes, so it's a double whammy. Aam Aadmi Party's support base has declined, and Congress is pinching away some of its support base. So it is helping BJP in a double way. On these two seats, I am saying, because the margins were very thin. So see, the middle class vote of Aam Aadmi Party has sort of evaporated in this election. The only way, they were on back foot, we have discussed this earlier, that women vote overwhelmingly for Aam Aadmi Party, silently. That was the only option for them. But these results show that even women have not voted, and it is again what we've discussed earlier, the Mahila Samman Yojana, not a single installment has been transferred. That is one of the biggest strategic blunders of Aam Aadmi Party. Why have they not pushed it ahead despite clearing in the budget 2,000 crores last year?
They did a smarter thing by at least giving out those 3 installments and ensuring that women vote for them.
BJP did that in
Maharashtra, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, everywhere.
So they had a chance, but they did not. They just chose to make promises. And when his credibility was at risk, it was dented. People did not know whether to trust him or not. And when PM comes into play, he says, 8 March को आपके यहाँ ये account में पैसे आ जाएंगे Women's Day.
I'm sorry, Parvesh Verma is speaking again. He could be the man. He is the man of the moment. He could be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. Let's listen in.
में यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी है। सबसे खुशी की बात यह है कि जो दिल्ली में सरकार बनेगी वो प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ में चलकर काम कर पाएगी। हमें उनका 10 साल से साथ नहीं मिल पा रहा था, दिल्ली में कोई काम नहीं हो पा रहा था, मगर ये जो सरकार बन रही है दिल्ली में, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को दिल्ली में लेके आएगी। तो मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि उन्होंने अपना समय दिया और मैं ये जीत का श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को देता हूँ।
कौन होगा अब मुख्यमंत्री?
आपको इस बात का भरोसा था?
मैं दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत बहुत एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद करता हूँ और ये जीत, ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जीत है, ये सभी दिल्ली वासियों की जीत है।
मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन
Insights from the Congress party. Adil, you just heard Parvesh Verma, the BJP giant killer who has defeated Arvind Kejriwal, speak. What does this mean for the Congress party? Because in many seats, the Congress party seems to have done better. People might call you the vote cutter, but does this mean that this whole opposition dream of Aam Aadmi Party and Congress coming together in various elections, including Gujarat, is that dream for sure gone for now?
Well, Vasudha, firstly, every political party has the right to expand its footprint. Just as the Aam Aadmi Party sought to expand their footprint in Goa, in Gujarat and Haryana. So therefore, that logic must apply equally. What applies to the goose must also apply to the gander. So therefore, allegations or observations such as the Congress being the vote cutter, I think are incorrect. Point number one. Point number two, it appears from the result, of course, this requires greater scrutiny. It appears from the result that the people of Delhi are fed up with the politics of passing the buck. Mr. Kejriwal came with a story, came with a narrative when he returned to power in 2014. And it is evident to the voters that all what he does is that he continues to sell them dreams without delivering. Now, I can list down multiple parameters on which this AAP government has failed. But be that as it may, as far as the Congress party is concerned, our vote share has certainly increased. Of course, the results have been disappointing for us. But we are going to start, and we're going to start from a clean slate. We ran a spirited campaign. Of course, the battle was tough for us. On one side, you had the ruling incumbent, which is the Aam Aadmi Party. On the other side, you had the BJP with all their electoral machinery, with money, muscle power, and an unequal level playing field. Yes, it is going to be a beginning for us, and we sincerely hope and we will seek to persuade the voters of Delhi.
Adil, may I ask you a quick question? May I ask you a quick question about the repercussion of this? Because, post 2024 election, many would say that the turnaround of the Bharatiya Janata Party at the expense of the opposition, which had come unitedly for the 2024 Lok Sabha election. Congress lost Haryana, and you and your allies lost Maharashtra. Aam Aadmi Party has lost now Delhi. I mean, it's a turnaround of sorts that possibly needs to be studied, isn't it? It tells you something about the revival of or changing tactics of the BJP, while the opposition infighting or whatever you want to call it has cost them state after state, which many were expecting a cakewalk for the opposition.
Well, absolutely, Ankit, the opposition parties, and I can speak for the Congress party, of course, has to see how do we defeat the BJP juggernaut. And when I say the BJP juggernaut, the BJP uses all means possible and more often than not unfair means to either topple elected governments or to win elections. So this is certainly something for which we need to go back to the drawing board and assess. But be that as it may, when it comes to Delhi, I think the message is clear. People are fed up with Aam Aadmi Party's politics. Aam Aadmi Party's politics of levelling allegations. Let's not forget, it was Mr. Kejriwal and his India Against Corruption, which played a huge role in character assassinating the then Congress party government, which was doing a phenomenal job when it comes to development.
Right, thank you,
Mr. Kejriwal, along with the BJP, played a very, very critical role in unseating us based on false promises. So therefore, it is nemesis for him in that sense.
Stay on with us, Adil. Let me also get you visuals from Parvesh Singh Verma's residence. Now, this is a man to watch out for, Ankit. Clearly one of the top contenders to be the CM of Delhi. His father has also been, in fact, the second chief minister of BJP for New Delhi. Sahib Singh Verma there. My colleague Tanushka is right there. And let's go across to her for more details. all evident there. Tell us, what can we expect today and what is the sentiment there at Parvesh Singh Verma's house?
As you can clearly see around me, Vasudha, the atmosphere here is that of high spirits. Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma is at this moment, unfurling the BJP flag and is furling it around. There is a shower of flowers on around him. This is his moment. This is his victory moment. He has won from the New Delhi constituency seat, which is a very, top competition for him between former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal from the Aadmi party and the son of another former Chief Minister, Swati Dikshit from the Congress. What we are seeing here is these visuals of Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma arriving here at the Gold Market counting center to collect his letter from the counting center and sort of, what one could say is a victory rally that has already started by Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma. Around me there are bands as well, and there is at this point, what we are also seeing is that lot of celebration here. Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma won from this seat a while back and he's on his victory rally here at Gold Market.
Parvesh Verma there holding a placard of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, indicating that this victory, of course, is Prime Minister's charisma with the middle class that remains intact. But ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, and Vasudha and we were just discussing, you are seeing a potential Chief Minister, though I would say these words with caution because every time the media has bet somebody, as far as the BJP is concerned, that person has more chances of losing that job than gaining. But, Vasudha, it will be difficult for the BJP to ignore Parvesh Verma. He's defeated Arvind Kejriwal, a Jat face, legacy, all those things come in favor of Parvesh Verma.
But also, Ankit, if you remember in 2017 or 2022, when Amit Shah wanted to reach out to the Jats, it was in his residence that he had a meeting of Jat Panchayat. And of course,
history has it, whoever wins the New Delhi seat becomes the CM, and that party comes the power. So there's a lot of things.
Six times New Delhi seat has given
First Sheila
the Chief
Dikshit,
Minister. 3 times Sheila Dikshit, 3 times Arvind Kejriwal.
And he has just met the Home Minister. So clearly there could be some signals that could have been given out to him. But let's just wait and watch out because there are other candidates as well. Anmol Pawar joins us from the Aadmi party. Anmol, we've been talking to you and you've been rather confident about Aadmi party's chances. What really went wrong this time, especially with Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia themselves losing? Clearly this was a vote rejecting the Aadmi party.
Vasudha ji certainly will analyze that what's gone wrong, but we accept the people's mandate. Heartfelt thanks to the people of Delhi who voted for us, and even to those who didn't, we will still serve you and will work for the people of Delhi. This is not an end, it's a new beginning, because victories and they come and go, but we will not stop fighting for the right of people. We'll come back stronger.
Can I ask you one thing and be blunt about it? Just be honest about what has happened here. Your top leadership losing, you losing the state government in a state which give you massive mandates. I mean, mandates that Delhi had never seen before, 67 followed by a 62, and now you're relegated to 22. It's a sharpest decline possibly that most people would have thought, or it will be a study as far as the electoral politics is concerned. But let me understand this from you. Does the Aam Aadmi Party acknowledge that this is the biggest crisis that they are going to see? The leader who was your face has lost his own election. Manish Sisodia has lost his own election. You made this a referendum about Arvind Kejriwal. Is the Aam Aadmi Party at this moment facing a crisis? And I'm not just talking about the national capital. Overall, is the Aam Aadmi Party leadership facing a crisis of confidence?
Ankit ji, since last 10 years, we have seen that how efforts are being made by the Bharatiya Janata Party-led central government to crush the Aam Aadmi Party. But we never bow down to any agencies. They even misused all the investigative agencies. Conspiracies were hatched. But we fought with integrity. हम यहाँ पे सत्ता भोगने नहीं आए. We are not here for vote bank politics or for power. We are here to fight for the rights of people of this country. लोगों के लिए संघर्ष करने आए हैं और ये हमारा जीवन जो है वो लोगों के लिए समर्पित है.
Anmol, I think if this was the image that Arvind Kejriwal was still successful in carrying, we won't have seen the results that we have seen. Actually, this is the image that has been dented by all the allegations of Sheesh Mahal, of the corruption and so forth. You said all these things in the campaign also. People have not bought it. So let's be very clear about it. The halo around Mr. Arvind Kejriwal of being an outsider, differentiator as far as politics is concerned, possibly that has been taken off in this election. I'll come back to you, but let me also bring in RP Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party, veteran leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the national capital. RP Singh Saab, when you were fighting elections, after elections, also winning a few elections, for many years, the dream of every BJP Karyakarta was to see the party back in power. 27 years it took, but it has finally happened.
And Mr. Singh, this time you should have fought elections, sir, because this clearly, this
Regret it, sir, not fighting the election. इस बार लड़ लेना चाहिए था.
नहीं, ये regret नहीं है, क्योंकि the generation should change. I contested election, I won and lost election both. And I've been in Delhi University from in 1982. I was the General Secretary of Delhi University Student Union. Since 77, I have started working as a polling station agent. It's 47 years journey. So trying to grow up and trying to get into some other fold of the party, some other work of the party. But coming to the issue, we have been speaking, Ankit, I have been telling again and again, it is election between the false freebie versus the anti-incumbency. And yes, is the strong anti-incumbency which Arvind Kejriwal has faced and the false promises which he has made. I mean, people could see through that, okay, promises are being made, not being fulfilled. I'll give you 2-3 very basic examples, which is very basic for any person to live in city. For example, you need good air. Promises were made, fingers were being pointed out toward Punjab, and then later on it was said that is a North India phenomena, is the India phenomena. And I remember one time they said it's Pakistan which is sending us the pollutants here. I mean, so people can see through this. You can't keep fooling people again and again. Second, water. I still give still a challenge for us also. That how do we manage that? We give good tap water, drinking potable tap water to each and every individual in the city. It's very challengeable work. So they failed miserably in that. Delhiite could never get potable drinking water through taps or through the other modes. Okay. They would only, give me a second. And third was health services. There's all a big balloon being created for that health services. That, probably health services are very good. Every day, even today, I got someone admitted in Gangaram, a person hailed from a poor background. I got a charity card made for him and got him admitted for some stone in the kidney operation. So this is the condition, because these 3 are the basic amenities which any individual need. And as promised, that we will continue with what they were delivering to people, and will add more to that.
Okay, Mr. Singh, that's going to be hugely challenging for you as well, right? Because you've also promised, more welfare, 2,500 for people, for women, and also for students. So clearly, how are you looking at sort of addressing those challenges, and also cleanup of Yamuna River, which also is quite ambitious?
8th March, the first installment will be there in the women's account. Today is 8th February. Month down the line, the cabinet sits and they will approve this, and the first installment of the 2,500 rupees will be in the bank account.
Okay.
So we know how to keep the promises, and unlike them where they promise something like 1,000 rupees in Punjab and it could never deliver, and people could see through that also.
Okay.
That promises were made in Punjab, and give me a second. A lot of people, a lot of Delhiites have a lot of friends and relatives in Punjab also.
Okay, so we'll discuss that a little later, because make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, Arvind Kejriwal losing his seat and being defeated in Delhi is going to have a huge repercussion on their government in Punjab. It is not going to be easy. The next 2.5 years of Bhagwant Mann are not going to be easy, and not for the Aam Aadmi Party. It's not going to be a cakewalk from here on. But Adil, let me understand this from you. while the Aam Aadmi Party may have been defeated, but it's an opposition state once again lost to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Their footprint increases. Is the Congress rejoicing the demise of the Aam Aadmi Party in this election, or is the Congress worried about the increasing footprint of the Bharatiya Janata Party in yet another state?
Well, Ankit, just as a footnote, I think the happiest person today will be Bhagwant Singh Mann. And Mr. Kejriwal is ghost. Number one. Point number two, responding to your question, Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are two sides of the same coin. Both feed off each other. Both practice the same politics of false promises and short-on delivery. Now that the people of Delhi have returned the mandate for the BJP, we sincerely expect them to at least address two issues on a priority basis, because they are in power in Delhi, they're in power at the center, and they are in power in Haryana. Number one, the air quality. Number two, what are they intending to do about the landfills? So therefore, the Aam Aadmi Party came on a slew of promises saying that we will clean the Yamuna, we will do this, we will clean the air, etc., etc. Now is the time for the BJP to show their report card and to ensure that these problems are addressed.
Okay,
the
but
Congress Party...
Right. But Neerja ji, tell me one thing. Like I asked Adil also, this election, will it be too early to write the disintegration of the India alliance after this election? Because why I'm asking you that, all the major partners of the India alliance put their weight behind Arvind Kejriwal. Mamata Banerjee spoke in favor, Akhilesh Yadav spoke in favor, so did Tejasvi Yadav, so did Sharad Pawar, so did Shiv Sena. All of them put their weight behind Arvind Kejriwal, and he has lost that election.
Look, what is going to be the future of India Alliance?
Okay. I'm so sorry. There is a guest joining us at this moment.
Ravi Kishan, BJP MP from Gorakhpur joins us now. Ravi Kishan ji, thank you so much हमसे जुड़ने के लिए. First of all, आपने बहुत ज़्यादा कैंपेनिंग की है पूरे दिल्ली में. आप मुझे कह रहे थे कि 57 सीट्स में आपने कैंपेनिंग की और उसमें से you are saying that it's going to be a landslide victory, one-sided था. ये रिजल्ट को देखकर आपको क्या लगा कि आप सरप्राइज थे, क्या लगा आपको?
जी. This is Modi's magic, Modi guarantee that worked, and we've as a campaigner, as कार्यकर्ता, अब मैंने उसको जनता तक पहुंचाया, to my people, to Purvanchalis, to rest of the Delhi people wherever I've been. मैंने कहा कि आप लोग क्या जिंदगी जी रहे थे, जिसको जिताते थे, और मोदी जी उत्तर प्रदेश टू रेस्ट ऑफ द कश्मीर देख लो, सारे राज्यों के बारे में जहाँ भाजपा की सरकार है वहाँ की तुलना करता था, और ये राजधानी है, ये नर्क है, ये दिस इज नॉट अ कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया. एंड व्हाई यू गाइज आर लिविंग लाइफ लाइक एक जिंदगी, तुम लोग नासूर की तरह जिंदगी है, कीड़े मकोड़े की. कम आउट फ्रॉम दिस, हैव अ गुड ड्रिंक, गुड वाटर, गुड एयर, गुड लाइफ. यू नो, आप लोग सब जिताते तो हाँ भैया सही कहला. एंड द ट्रूथ आई हैव शोन देम कि मोदी जी हैं और ये फ्रॉड लोग हैं. ये मोदी जी ने ये किया और उनके पास ना शीश महल है, इज गॉट नथिंग, एक निस्वार्थ संत हैं. एंड दिस ऑल पीपल दे हैव शीश महल टू रेस्ट, भ्रष्टाचार, लॉट ऑफ मनी दे मिंटेड, व्हाटएवर. दिस टू थिंग्स आई केप्ट एंड आई वाज ट्रैवलिंग एवरी डे 200-300 किलोमीटर.
रवि भाई, क्योंकि पूर्वांचली वोटर बहुत हैं दिल्ली के अंदर पूर्वांचली वोटर बहुत हैं जिनका आप बता रहे हैं कि आपने इतना तगड़ा उनके साथ कैंपेन किया, तो उनके लिए एक बार पूछ लूं, क्या हाल बा आज 27 साल बाद सरकार आ रही है वापस?
का हाल बा? बहुत बढ़िया बा सब लोगन के, और आप वालगन की जिंदगी झंड बा. अब कौने बात का घमंड ना रही. द शीश महल इज शैटर्ड, उनकर शीश महल का कुल धज्जिया उड़ गई बाटे. और धन्यवाद बा हमारे समाज का, माई बहन, काका, बच्चा, युवा, खासकर ऑल द लेडीज. आई मस्ट थैंक देम कि मोदी जी का विश्वास, उनकी गारंटी की जीत हुई है. ये मोदी जी की जीत है. ये भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मोदी जी की बातें, उनकी नीतियों को जमीन पर सही तरीके से अग्रेशन से पहुंचाया. और ये आक्रोश, एंगर जो था आपदा के लिए, दैट वर्कड फॉर अस एंड थैंक गॉड.
इसका क्या असर पड़ेगा आपको लगता है? इसका कोई मैसेज उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए भी है? मिल्कीपुर भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत रही है.
मिल्कीपुर ने इतिहास रचा है. सी, उनके अवधेश प्रसाद जी जो वहां के सांसद थे, उनको अवध प्रसाद जी जो उनको लेके ट्रॉफी बना के राहुल जी और अखिलेश यादव जी घूमते थे पार्लियामेंट में, वो मैसेज जनता को वहां बहुत गुस्सा था, बहुत था कि वहां योगी जी बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं। मैं चूंकि गोरखपुर का सांसद हूं, अयोध्या 1.5 घंटे की दूरी पर है, एंड महाकुंभ का ये, फिर बजट, ये सारी चीजें का असर इतना था कि यहाँ मोदी योगी इतना बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं और ये लोग मजाक बनाते हैं। अयोध्या को लेके जो मजाक बनाया गया, उनका नाम अयोध्या प्रसाद रख दिया गया था, अति कर दिए थे भाई। मतलब वो एक जीत, वो झूठ बोल के विधान लोकसभा जीत गए थे।
जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। गोरखपुर जल्दी आएंगे और आपसे मुलाकात और भेंट करेंगे। प्रणाम। Let's go straight across to Jay Panda, Delhi BJP in charge, joining us. Mr. Panda, congratulations. You can say I told you so, Maria. You had spoken to me on the day of polling. On the day polling campaigning ended, and you had told me that you're forming the government. So it clearly looks like 47. Would you want that number to go up to 50, perhaps, or if not 49, the 1993 number?
The single biggest reason that we are creating history today and forming a BJP government after 27 years in Delhi is because the people of Delhi have immense faith in the Prime Minister Modi ji's guarantees that the BJP's promises in the Sankalp Patra manifesto will be implemented. And it wasn't only on election day that I told you, but for about 2 months I have been telling everybody that the feedback I have been getting from our Karyakartas, lakhs of our Karyakartas have been slogging day and night for months, is that from all sections of society, the feedback was very, very clear. They were sick and tired of the Aapda, that the disaster that had enveloped Delhi for a dozen years. They were sick and tired of the corruption, of the daily drama and excuses and blame game, and they had faith in Modi ji's guarantee. They wanted a double engine government, and that's why I was very confident that we would comfortably form the government with a 2/3 majority.
Mr. Panda, what are the 3 factors, if I were to ask you, that worked for you?
Number 1 is Modi ji's guarantee. I have personally experienced it for several months going all over Delhi, and people had this great faith that they would escape this disaster in Delhi, and the alternative was the BJP's commitments and backed by Modi ji's guarantee. Number 2, the strategic roadmap designed by Amit Bhai Shah ji and our National President JP Nadda ji. And the third reason, the lakhs of Karyakartas who slogged for all these months are the 3 big reasons. And of course, behind all this was this great anger that the people of Delhi had in all sections of society. People in slums were tired of the false promises of clean water and having to buy water from the tanker mafia. People in the middle classes were tired of the false promises with no development in public infrastructure, public transport. People everywhere were sick and tired of the fake promises to clean the Yamuna and so on and so forth.
How much role do you think the 1st of February budget had, and particularly the relief that the taxpayers got, and also the 8th Pay Commission? What role did these 2 announcements have on the results of today?
The budget, of course, enthused people in Delhi because a very large number of people fall into the middle class, whether it is the lower middle class or the entire number of people connected to the middle class in Delhi are approximately 1 crore of people. But it is something that enthused all of India as well. The budget has been hugely responded to by the people all over Bharat. And similarly, the 8th Pay Commission is something that, pay commissions happen at a scheduled time after a period of certain number of years. And all of these are indeed very motivational to the people of Delhi. But basically, they have faith in the BJP's guarantees, the BJP's promises, which are backed by Modi ji's guarantees, which we have said that the main promises will start getting implemented from the very first cabinet meeting itself. That's our track record. That's how we have done it in other states. And finally, India has been growing so rapidly under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, fastest growing economy for many years, 5th largest economy, headed to the 3rd largest economy. And Delhi deserves to be a capital representing such a nation. So Viksit Bharat, a developed India, is going to get Viksit Delhi, a developed Delhi.
Okay, but Mr. Panda, one may say that for 10 years also brand Narendra Modi was driving the national capital. How is this election different from the last 10 years? Let's not forget that, you know, when it came to Lok Sabha polls, BJP did manage 7 on 7 because of Prime Minister Modi's own enduring image and the larger credibility that he enjoys.
Yes, you're right. We've been winning massively at the Lok Sabha level in Delhi for a decade. But even in the local elections, even in the assembly elections and in the Delhi municipal corporation elections, our vote share had been gradually rising. And you know, during this time, this Aapda which had come to life on the shoulders of Anna Hazare and by branding themselves falsely as Kattar Imandar, honest people with supposed to be a breath of fresh air, they had indeed fooled the people of Delhi with their fake promises. And it took a while, but the people of Delhi figured that out because, you know, to hear the same false promises once, twice was maybe okay, 3 times was a bit too much, and they had made up their mind to change this after.
Okay, last couple of questions for you, Mr. Panda. I know you have the day has just begun and the celebrations will be beginning at the BJP headquarters. And since you were involved in the entire strategy, so you have a great role to play in this victory. But my question is that the last time around BJP formed the government was in 1993. At that time, you won 49 seats. This time, your vote share is really high, almost similar to your Lok Sabha numbers of 51%. I mean, it's hovering around 48, 49 at the moment. My question is that it appears that for Delhi voters, the split verdict that they were used to giving, they have no longer given. So what changed for the party? I mean, where do you think you started to get it right? At what was the inflection point?
Again, let me repeat, I'm a member of a team where the Prime Minister's promises, our senior leadership strategic input and the lakhs of Karyakartas have made all the difference. I'm very fortunate to have been involved in this particular campaign. Now, you're right, this is historic. It is life and Delhi's history has come full circle back to what it was almost 3 decades ago. The people have tried everybody else in the meantime. They've tried Congress for a long time. They've tried this Aapda for a dozen years. The turning point was a combination of Modi ji's guarantees that we will implement these 250 odd promises that the BJP has included in the Sankalp Patra. Our track record is there. You know, when we say we will clean the Yamuna, the track record is there in Sabarmati, where a world-class riverfront has been built when the Prime Minister was the Chief Minister there. Similarly, in other states, whatever we have committed, because it has Modi ji's guarantee, has been implemented. And this in combination with the anger that the people of Delhi had against this Aapda's fake promises and corruption was what made the turning point this time.
Okay, so who will be the Chief Minister now?
So I have said this quite clearly when we discussed earlier. We are not only the world's largest political party today, but in history, ever in the history of humankind. And we are transparent and we are democratic. Anybody, any Karyakarta can rise to the top, as you have seen in the case of Modi ji himself, who came from humble origins and is today the world's most popular leader. The format we've been following, which has been successful all over the country, that at the national level, we have the world's most popular leader. At the state level, we have been contesting elections on a collective leadership basis. And after the elections, we have a process for choosing our leader in the assembly. It has input from stakeholders of the party and ultimately is decided, as you know, by our parliamentary board. So whoever comes out of this process to lead the BJP's government in Delhi will be a very good leader, will start implementing the double engine Sarkar initiative from the very first cabinet meeting. No drama, only development.
Okay, before I let you go, a word also on Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia's defeat while Aatishi managing to win.
So look, the people who had given these false promises, the people who had been involved in the scams, in the liquor scam, in the classroom scam, in the Mohalla clinic scam, in the false medicine scam where children have died, the CAG's report points out more than 2,000 crores worth of corruption. Obviously, they have to bear the fullest brunt of the people's reaction. And that's why the leadership has taken a very big hit. This was evident for even months ago when the leadership, the former Deputy Chief Minister, changed his seat because he was facing high anti-incumbency. So you can see that overall they've taken quite a beating, and it was only natural.
All right, Mr. Jay Panda, congratulations to you. You are part of scripting history, so many congratulations, and thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, so that was Jay Panda speaking to Maria, but he has been able to do what other state in charges of the Bharatiya Janata Party have not been able to in the national capital, playing an important role in BJP's historic victory. Let's go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who is at the residence of Parvesh Verma, the man of the moment, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, the situation has switched. David Goliath completely switched here, and Aishwarya, go ahead, Aishwarya, go ahead.
Well, Bharatiya Janata Party winning candidate Parvesh Verma is with me. Parvesh ji,
आपको स्टार कहें या सुपरस्टार कहें, इतनी बड़ी जीत को आप किस तरह देखते हैं? कंबाइंड फाइट कर रहे हैं।
परवेश जी, 26 साल के बाद
देखो आप ऐसे करेंगे तो मैं भी नहीं करता।
जी बिल्कुल। Well,
all right. So Parvesh Verma trying to organize an enthusiastic media contingent there. Everybody wants, it always happens, everybody wants a share of the winner, and so does the media. All those mics trying to get a reaction of Parvesh Verma on their mic itself, and we'll just go across to him as soon as he starts speaking. But Amitabh Tiwari, just put this in context, like I was asking Neerja ji as well. Okay, all right, Neerja ji was speaking at that point. Neerja ji, please complete your point. We were speaking about the repercussions as far as the India alliance is concerned, and how do you see this now playing out?
Look, it's very striking that the Congress spokesperson, who got no seat and probably an increase of only a couple of percentage points, are so happy that Kejriwal, are rejoicing that Kejriwal has been defeated. Whereas Kejriwal's defeat is going to adversely affect the India alliance. It's going to adversely affect even the Congress party. Now, if the Congress had won 5 seats, 6 seats, and its vote share had gone up to 15%, I would have understood that kind of a logic. India alliance now, you're right that all the regional parties backed Aam Aadmi Party and not the Congress candidate. And what is going to be happening now? Of course, they may feel that Mamata Banerjee had made a claim for the leadership of India bloc. Had Kejriwal won, that claim would have been reinforced and strengthened. Today, it's much more likely to be leadership going to the Congress party. But neither has the Congress gained, nor has the Aam Aadmi Party gained, nor have the regional parties gained. If you look at the sum total, it's the BJP that's gained. I'm reminded of, I must tell you this, something that I quote in my book also. Vishwanath Pratap Singh, before he became Prime Minister, in the run-up to that, he had talked to Govindacharya, the BJP leader. And they were strategizing on how to defeat Rajiv Gandhi's government. VP Singh ने कहा उनको कि हम पहले राजीव गांधी से निपट लें, फिर एक दूसरे से निपटेंगे.
Who defeated Arvind Kejriwal is joining us. Thank you so much for speaking to us. कितनी बड़ी जीत, किस तरीके से पूरे कैंपेन को याद करते हैं, और अब दिल्ली में 27 साल के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी आ चुकी है. क्या कुछ कहेंगे, क्या संदेश है, पूरे चुनाव को किस तरीके से याद करते हैं?
मैं सबसे पहले तो दिल्ली वासियों को इस बात के लिए बधाई देता हूं कि एक उन्होंने अच्छा फैसला किया है. ये जीत का श्रेय मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी को, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी आदरणीय अमित शाह जी को. ये सब वो चेहरे हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली में असली जीत को हासिल किया है, और इनके ऊपर मैं विश्वास करके दिल्ली की जनता ने हमें ये मैंडेट दिया है. दिल्ली में एक अच्छी सरकार बनी है, एक ऐसी सरकार बनी है जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ में, भारत सरकार के साथ में मिलकर एक अच्छा काम करेगी। ये मैं दिल्ली की जनता को विश्वास दिलाता हूँ।
बहुत लोग चाह रहे हैं कि आप मुख्यमंत्री बने, चेहरा बने मुख्यमंत्री का।
देखिए, हमारी पार्टी में ये कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री, इसका फैसला विधायक दल करता है और हमारी पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करती है। तो आने वाले समय में आपको पता लग जाएगा।
Joining me now, that was BJP candidate from New Delhi who defeated Arvind Kejriwal, speaking exclusively first to NDTV and clearly thanking the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, thanking his cadres, thanking his family, supporters, and a long-drawn campaign that Parvesh Verma fought for. He clearly believes that the Bharatiya Janata Party, who will be forming the government, who has got a huge mandate this time, will prove and will fulfill all the promises done by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the Modi guarantees will be fulfilled. And certainly it was Parvesh Verma speaking first and exclusively to NDTV, narrating his style, and also clearly speaking on whether he would be the Chief Minister of Delhi, and he clearly stated that that's the decision that the top leadership will be taking. BJP legislative meeting will be taking place soon, and then it will be decided. Back to you.
Okay, so that was Aishwarya, my colleague, in an exclusive chat with Parvesh Verma, the man to watch out for today. Also, the top contender for the CM face in New Delhi is also defeated Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party supremo, pointing out to several implications for the Aam Aadmi Party and also for Delhi politics. It's time for a short break. We'll be back in a bit.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें एनडीटीवी का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो एनडीटीवी ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव यापा, आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग एनडीटीवी।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
एनडीटीवी ऐप नहीं।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025. Big budget day. Big newsmakers on NDTV. Top ministers and opposition leaders.
ये by the people, of the people and for the people budget.
It is a fulfilling budget.
This is a development budget.
It's one of the finest budgets I've ever seen.
More than a bold move, it is a clever move.
NDTV, always the first choice of newsmaker. NDTV keeps you ahead.
This week on India Ascends.
Bangladesh scraps Bongo Bandhu Mujibur Rahman's legacy. What next for Yunus's Islamist agenda? Stage set for big Modi-Trump meeting. Does immigration hold key to the new US-India relationship? Will India lead the way for the world's AI transition? And how could China's growing presence in Panama spell trouble for America?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें एनडीटीवी का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो NDTV ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए।
It's a big day for Delhi. The election outcomes are coming out. In fact, BJP is all set to form the government in Delhi after 27 long years. It's a big day for the BJP. Also, a day of setbacks for the Aam Aadmi Party, with the top guns of the Aam Aadmi Party, including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, losing their seats. We are joined by, of course, my colleague Ankit and Amitabh Tiwari, political analyst. We have Rija Chaudhary, who's a senior journalist and author, and we also have Sujata Pandey, who's a political analyst. Sujata, to you first. I feel that the Delhi voter has also decided that this time she will vote for the person who does work and also provides welfare. So is this also a decisive vote by the Delhi voter to say that we are not going to be part of the politics that's playing out between the centre and the state, and we want work to be done in terms of cleanliness, in terms of infrastructure, also in terms of governance?
Yes, because I think this was a referendum on the Arvind Kejriwal and his model of governance. So after this loss, I think he will find it very difficult to replicate and make a reference of this Delhi model in other states if he wants to expand. So that will be first thing. Secondly, I think the MCD comes here, you know, like whether it's middle class or the JJ or the higher class, everybody faces that trouble. The Tuta Sadak, the Sewer, the Pahad of, you know, the Kude ka Pahad, everything. So I think that added to the because they could not shift the blame to BJP ki mujhe kaam nahi karne diya, because they have won the MCD last year. So you cannot, so that had added as a double whammy. And also you see it's just not these two things, but also BJP has made additional inroads into the core voters of Aam Aadmi Party. I will give you some data. Out of the 4 constituency with the 10% Sikh voter, BJP is going to win in 3. BJP is now ahead in 19 out of 28 constituencies, more than 10% Punjabi voter, a core voter of Aam Aadmi Party in the assembly election. BJP is leading and is sure shot to win in all the 5 constituency with over 7.5 Valmiki voters. You know, that also used to be Arvind Kejriwal's voter, Juggi Jhopdi, Freebie, all of that, and also his New Delhi constituency is lost anyway. And BJP is also ahead in all the 4 constituency where Jata voter make up more than 10%. So what did it say? It just doesn't say that, okay, you know, Arvind Kejriwal has lost. He's also lost on all the borrowed vote bank that he's got from the from the Congress and the BJP in the assembly election. The 30% swing, which used to happen from the Lok Sabha to the assembly election, I think BJP and plus RSS. Please do not forget that RSS strength, 50,000, you know, the drawing room meetings, 726, you know.
But, you know, that's also telling, Nija, of the fact that Bharatiya Janata Party has gone to uncharted territory as far as Delhi is concerned. They never, people used to say BJP starts at 50 seats, they fight election on 50 seats, 20 seats they have no presence. This time with the Dalit seats also coming in play, the majority, because look at Mustafabad, massive division among the minority voter between the Aam Aadmi Party, the AIMIM, and the winner is in fact Mohan Singh Bisht, who has been from Karawal Nagar, has been sent to Mustafabad.
So is there a disenchanted Muslim voter as well, because he feels that after the riots there hasn't been anything special that the Aam Aadmi Party has done?
That is something one will have to look at. That's a very interesting development happening, but certainly the Dalit voter, which has started to look at the Congress in a new way in the recent times, has a section of it is obviously going to the BJP also. But you know, if you look and you watch these scenes, you just wonder about the marvel of our incredible democracy. For all its fault lines, it will bring down the powerful, it will elevate those who are weak, you know. So, so also happening in Delhi today.
Amitabh, you know, when the leader himself loses an election, like, you know, we saw Mamata Banerjee lose an election from Nandigram, but of course the party did not lose well and she has bounced back. When the leader himself loses his or her seat, what does it mean for the party?
It means that it's a big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, and it pushes their plans. Whatever their plans were, national expansion, consolidating in Delhi, winning Punjab next perhaps in the next 2 years, that becomes very, very challenging for the party. They will have to go back to the drawing board and see what has gone wrong. See, the credibility crisis is not only related to corruption or the Kattar Imandar image. The credibility crisis is also related to the non-delivery or non-performance. The party came with very fresh and innovative ideas. will clean Delhi of air pollution, Yamuna cleansing, etc. But a middle class has realized that beyond the freebie model, there is no Delhi model of governance.
I think in the end, and we have to take a very quick break, in the end what Arvind Kejriwal said, agar Yamuna 5 saal mein saaf nahi kari, don't vote for me, people have taken his word very, very seriously and they have not voted for him because it's also a factor, ladies and gentlemen. One interesting thing before we take that break, where Parvesh Verma is standing and celebrating today, his house, Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma are neighbors. There are just 3 houses down is Arvind Kejriwal. That's what Delhi and democracy has done today. Celebration just 3 houses down, where there will be absolute silence at one.
And those visuals there of Parvesh Singh Verma celebrating, he's a man to watch out for, the giant killer today, and of course history has repeated itself. We saw similar celebrations in 2013, but of course it's time for a short break. We'll be back with more voices and visuals on the other side of this break.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025. Big Budget Day. Big newsmakers on NDTV. Top ministers and opposition leaders.
ये by the people, of the people and for the people budget.
It is a fulfilling budget.
This is a development budget.
It's one of the finest budgets I've ever seen.
More than a bold move, it is a clever move.
NDTV, always the first choice of newsmakers. NDTV keeps you ahead.
This week on India Ascends.
Bangladesh scraps Bongo Bandhu Mujibur Rahman's legacy. What next for Yunus's Islamist agenda? State set for big Modi-Trump meeting. Does immigration hold key to the new US-India relationship? Will India lead the way for the world's AI transition? And how could China's growing presence in Panama spell trouble for America?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years.
दिल्ली की जनता ने विकास का रास्ता चुना, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व को चुना।
Hello everybody, you're watching NDTV. The BJP has stormed back to power in New Delhi after 27 long years. It's a day of celebration for the BJP. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in the BJP headquarters at 7:30 p.m. today. But it's a day of setbacks for the Aam Aadmi Party that has seen its top leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, lose today to Parvesh Verma and of course to Tarvinder Singh Marwa. So this is a day of setbacks for the Aam Aadmi Party. What does this mean for Aam Aadmi Party? But today is a day of celebrations for the BJP. There you see the visuals of outside Parvesh Singh Verma's residence. He's the giant killer today, the man to watch out for, also one of the top contenders for the CM phase in Delhi. He is somebody who contested against Arvind Kejriwal, has defeated him, and also top guns of the Aam Aadmi Party are trailing now. We understand that except Kalkaji candidate Aatishi, the Chief Minister of Delhi, a lot of Aam Aadmi Party candidates have lost. BJP is leading with a comfortable margin in 48 seats, and Aam Aadmi Party is on 21 is what we understand. Let me go across to my colleague Tanushka, who joins us from outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Tanushka, it's a day of setbacks for the Aam Aadmi Party. This is a challenging time for the party, but remember, it has also faced a lot of turbulent times in the last few years with Arvind Kejriwal's arrest and also subsequent failures in several parts of the country. But today is going to be all the more saddening for Aam Aadmi Party. It puts a question mark on the kind of politics it practiced. What really went wrong? What are the people saying? And what is it like outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence?
Well, you know, it's very contrasting. I was at Gold Market area at the counting center wherein Parvesh Singh Verma came in, and the spirits were high there. And as you can clearly see here at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, it is a solitary enclave here today. Arvind Kejriwal has lost from his New Delhi constituency assembly seat to BJP's Parvesh Verma. Of course, this is a huge loss for the Aam Aadmi Party national convener. This is, of course, you know, these were the big guns in the fray on the New Delhi constituency seat. It was a very tough competition between Arvind Kejriwal, Parvesh Verma and Swati Dikshit of the Congress, and Parvesh Verma has won clearly. Inside Arvind Kejriwal's residence, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is currently inside. Raghav Chadha, member of Rajya Sabha, is also inside. Delhi Chief Minister Aatishi is also inside. So they, you know, having sort of a meeting at this moment, and it is definitely a sad day for the Aam Aadmi Party with a lot of losses. Big faces like Manish Sisodia has also lost from his seat of Jangpura. Remember, he used to fight from Patparganj seats, but that got changed this time and he's lost from Jangpura. So day of losses for the Aam Aadmi Party here. And what we also, as you also said, that you know what went wrong for the Aam Aadmi Party. The people on ground this time raised questions about corruption. As you also mentioned, Vasudha, there are 15 cases against the Aam Aadmi Party national convener Arvind Kejriwal, and even yesterday with the entire fiasco with the Anti-Corruption Bureau as well. So this has been going down. This has, of course, hit the image of the Aam Aadmi Party as well with the liquor scam. Also, Delhi Chief Minister Aatishi herself is on bail in a defamation case at the moment. So a lot of setbacks for the Aam Aadmi Party has happened in the past year as well. even though Arvind Kejriwal did come out on interim bail by the Supreme Court, but fact remains right now that he is lost from his seat.
Okay. Tanushka, will keep coming back to you for more details on this. Hitesh Jain joins us. He's a lawyer also, who's somebody who follows politics very closely, member of the BJP. We have Zafur Islam, spokesperson of the BJP. We have Sumitra Goenka, political analyst. We have Sujata Pandey in the studio with us. We have Anshul Avijit, spokesperson of the Congress party. And we have also Madan Mohan with us, who's a political analyst. To you, Mr. Jain, first of all, thank you all of you for joining us on this day. Hitesh ji, just a few months ago, we were discussing the Mumbai voter and what he wants. And today, clearly, the Delhi voter has spoken out. And while the class divide seems to have really, gone for a toss, things that we talk about with regard to Delhi, today's Delhi voter seems to be shouting out very clearly that he wants work to be done in the capital of the country, and he wants the capital to look like the capital of the country when it comes to aspirations, opportunities, infrastructure. What is the larger message that the Delhi voter has given out today?
I think the larger message the Delhi voter has given is that they don't believe in the theatrics of Aam Aadmi Party. Second, Arvind Kejriwal has lost his credibility. Delhi voters are tired of the excuses and the blame game that was happening in the last 10 years. Delhi voters are also tired of the corruption and the level at which people saw. What Delhi was getting was only hypocrisy, confusion, and corruption. So I think the Delhi voters have decided that enough is enough, and let's put the theatrics to the end. And at the end of the day, Delhi wants a credible leadership. And that's where they see the credibility when they say Prime Minister Modi ji or the leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, in which they have restored their faith again. Delhi ke dil mein Modi hai. I think that's the message of the mandate today.
Right. Thank you, Hitesh. Also, Zafur Islam, sir, today is a day of celebrations for you. I can see you smiling. Tell us, what really worked for the party? What did you get right this time after 27 long years?
See, there are two things which is very important. One, that people of Delhi were very fed up with Kejriwal and Abda party. All the false promises, they never fulfilled those promises. Also, Kejriwal, they always preferred to lie and mislead the people of Delhi, something which didn't work for them. We stuck to the truth. We always tried to expose to them. We always told the people of Delhi that there is the Honorable Prime Minister and Bharatiya Janata Party and its leadership, and particularly the Prime Minister himself is giving assurances to the people of Delhi that he will monitor the developmental program of Delhi, and he will ensure that whatever the promises have been made, even by Abda Party, that also will be fulfilled, and also what promises have been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party in manifesto, that also will be delivered to them. So people repose confidence in the Honorable Prime Minister and the Bharatiya Janata Party and its leadership, but discarded completely AAP and Abda Party, and I'm sure that this will be an end of story for Abda Party and Kejriwal and company, because they were completely routed, and also they used to draw confidence and comfort from Kejriwal. Kejriwal himself has lost the election, and even Deputy Chief Minister has lost the election. That suggests that the confidence that the people he was able to put together everyone together, that no longer he will be able to do it. And eventually the party will collapse, and the people, all the Karyakarta of AAP will discard them completely, because they also realize that he was always telling lies and something which has been completely rejected by the people of Delhi.
Thank you, Zafur Islam. Also, let's go across to my colleague Aishwarya now. He has a special guest with him.
Well, today there are emotional supporters of Parvesh Verma, friends of Parvesh Verma, who are very emotional, and Tejinder Pal Singh Bagga is with me. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. कितना इमोशनल आप फील कर रहे हैं आज यहाँ पर परवेश वर्मा जी ने एक बहुत प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जीत दिलाई है?
देखिए, निश्चित रूप से 27 साल के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी की दिल्ली के अंदर सरकार बनी है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी लोग चाहते थे सत्ता में लाना। पिछले 10 साल के अंदर जो भ्रष्टाचार देखा है, पिछले 10 साल के अंदर दिल्ली के अंदर जिस तरीके से दिल्ली को सबसे प्रदूषित शहर दुनिया के अंदर बना दिया गया, यमुना को सबसे दूषित नदी बना दिया गया। और जब कोविड के अंदर आपको ध्यान होगा कि लोग ऑक्सीजन की कमी के कारण मर रहे थे, उस समय अरविंद केजरीवाल अपना शीश महल और शराब की नीति बना रहे थे। आज अरविंद केजरीवाल की नीतियों की हार हुई है।
चाहते हैं परवेश सिंह वर्मा अगले मुख्यमंत्री बने दिल्ली के?
देखिए, ये जो विधायक है जिनको दिल्ली की जनता ने चुना है वो तय करेंगे। और मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूँ कि दिल्ली की जीत हमारी है, पंजाब की बारी है।
पंजाब की बारी है। So that was Tejinder Pal Singh Bagga, who started his own podcast as well. Sir, congratulations for that.
Thank you so much.
We see
subscribe Bagga Dada.
So there are happy movements over here. What we are witnessing, family, friends, all are very happy. These sweets are being distributed at Parvesh Singh Verma's residence. Ma'am, कितना बड़ा?
बहुत बड़ा दिन है, बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक दिन है मेरे भाई के लिए, और हमने केजरीवाल को उसकी जगह पे बिठा दिया है और अब नहीं आने देंगे उसको, और अब कभी आ भी नहीं पाएगा।
Do you think that these are the most difficult elections ever fought by Parvesh?
Well, he's a seasoned politician, and this is definitely an enormous victory for BJP and for New Delhi seat per se, because Arvind Kejriwal, whatever the nuisance he has been created for almost good 12 years. The decision what public has taken in the favor of Bharatiya Janata Party and along with Pravesh ji, so it states that it's a thumping victory, and definitely every election, come what may, it is a challenging election. But yes, coming back into the power after 27 years, it is a celebrating, it is a victory to be celebrated, and of course it was a difficulty. This was a difficult election for sure, as all the elections are difficult, but yes, after 27.
So there you heard from the family members of Parvesh Singh Verma, the emotional ones of course, but it's a thumping victory that Mr. Verma has received, and they personally think that because he defeated Arvind Kejriwal, he should be named as a CM candidate. But of course, top leadership from the Bharatiya Janata Party will be deciding it very soon.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya. The BJP has a specific way of working, but of course, he is the man to watch out for. Both Hitesh and Zafur Islam would agree that the BJP would take a specific call on this after the leaders talk about this. But of course, the call would have definitely been made. There are top contenders, but this man, of course, is one of the ones who played a pivotal role in ensuring that Arvind Kejriwal himself lost his seat. To you, Anshul, Abhijit, first, tell us honestly, what does the Congress party feel about today's outcome? Is there a sign of hope that the Congress party is getting strengthened once again in Delhi, even if there are these small little green shoots today with you increasing your vote share or at least trying to get back some of it? Or do you think that there is going to be reduced opposition to the BJP, so that really makes you sad? What is it that you're feeling today?
I can't really hide my disappointment. Yes, there is the positive is that there has been an increase in the vote share, but I hope that we would open our count at least and grab a few seats. But look at the positives, and let's put this in perspective. Elections, particularly assembly elections, have a fast turnaround rate. I mean, look at Telangana, where, a year back, before the assembly elections, nobody gave Congress a chance, but it came back. The same thing didn't quite happen in Delhi, but the entire Congress leadership of Delhi fought the elections. They fought it very aggressively. They fought it in a very spirited way. They fought it positively to give the BJP and AAP a run for their money. It was an election in which the party cadres were really galvanized, and that was the whole point. I mean, a lot of people have questioned why there wasn't some kind of an alliance between parties, but ultimately, if you have these alliances, your own party workers, their ambitions, their place in the party never gets fully gratified. So you have to rejuvenate these cadres, you have to keep them alive, and I think this is what we have done for the future here. We have to really build on this, build on the vote share, and these are shifting sands. Electoral fidelity changes very quickly, as recent elections have told us. There is nothing to be disheartened about. Of course, I will mince no words in saying that it is a disappointing verdict for the time being, but there is much optimism and much to work on, and I'm hopeful that this will bear good results. We have a Bihar election coming up as well. We are hoping that the Congress would do very well as a part of the Mahagathbandhan over there, where we have a strong Gathbandhan. Remember that in the din of the Maharashtra elections, a spurious victory of the BJP in that election, the Jharkhand election, victory of the Congress party with the Gathbandhan was lost in that din. We did very well in that election. We all complimented each other. We're going to do well in Bihar as well. And as for Delhi, I mean, the building blocks are already there, as shown by this election. We have to build on them. We've lost ground, but we're now gaining that ground. So I think it bodes well for the future. For the time being, yes, of course, we have to go back to the drawing board.
So mixed reactions there from the Congress party. Zafur Islam, you wanted to make a point, sir.
See, when he was talking about Bihar, I'm sure he must be very disappointed. But when he's talking about Bihar, when he's talking about Telangana, that after general election, after assembly election, general election, they had put up a very good performance. But in Bihar, I suspect whether they will really be given any seats by the RJD, because they have made it very clear they were supporting Kejriwal, not Congress here. And Kejriwal has lost big time, and so is the other India Alliance partners. And Congress is one political party. Anyone associated with Congress, they eventually have to taste the defeat. Right. So I'm really suspecting that whether Congress will be accommodated by RJD in Bihar or not, that is something for everyone to see.
Okay, that's a very important point. Yeah, Anshul, you wanted to say something. See,
I just want to leave that to us. We'll figure out Bihar. I mean, they're on a back foot over there. They've got misgovernance. You know, what is really maybe disappointing for the Congress party in Delhi, but for the Delhiites, it's doomsday coming up. You know, the misgovernance that happened even during the Delhi riots, where the President of the United States was having dinner in the Rashtrapati Bhavan and there was a riot going on right under the nose of the Delhi police, managed by the BJP and the Modi government. So there's very little to hope for as far as Delhiites are concerned in Delhi, of course. But let's see, let's hope for the best that they can manage something.
Before I go to the political analyst, let me get in one comment from Hitesh Jain. Hitesh Jain, you're a city person yourself. You've seen Mumbai, you've seen Delhi. Tell us, and you also understand the BJP leadership. What can we expect from the BJP for Delhi? Because as a Delhi person myself, I do feel quite disappointed because there is lack of infrastructure. It does not really look like the capital of any country. Tell us, what can we expect once the BJP forms its government here and sets the ball rolling?
Vasudha, I'll give you a clear example. In Mumbai, one of the factors where the Bharatiya Janata Party did very well in the Maharashtra election, people were speaking about the infrastructure, Atal Setu, Coastal Road. People compared the regime of Uddhav Thackeray and the Congress government of the 2.5 years, and they saw the 2.5 years of the Mahayuti government. And in the Mahayuti government, you saw the speedy completion of the project. Metro 3 line was back on the track. I don't think people in Mumbai was complaining about the potholes on the road, and the development was clearly and visible, not only in Mumbai, but Mumbai, Pune, Mumbai to Nagpur, Samruddhi Mahamarg. Coming to Delhi, I think the plan, as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party leadership is concerned, I think they know their priority. I think they've spoken about providing the water connection to every house as the first priority, addressing the issues of garbage, addressing the issues of the road, and addressing the issues of the development for the capital of Delhi. I mean, Delhi being such an important city, it's a national capital, and it requires a development which I think it requires a top-class development. I mean, if you look at the model in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, if you look at even in what you have seen now, basically in Mumbai, and if you compare with other states also like Madhya Pradesh and all, when the party is repeatedly getting the mandate, the party is in power in 2 terms, 3 terms, we are winning elections after election. This is when people trust the leadership, when people believe, when Prime Minister Modi speaks about the guarantee, they believe in the guarantee and they believe in the vision of the development. I think when you compare with the theatrics that we have seen, in the last 10 years, I think the narrative of development is very important. I also want to make one point very clear. On the day when the Congress party has scored 0 and their leadership till 11 o'clock is not even aware about the results. I think one of the press in the press interview, Priyanka Gandhi said she has not even looked at the results at 11 o'clock. I think it does not augurs well. Such arrogance is not good. If they want to be arrogant and if they don't want to look at the mandate of the people, I think they will continue to lose election after election. They set a too low a bar. They are very happy with the moral victory or 5.5%. I'm very glad the Congress party or the leadership have such kind of a vision. We wish them luck and we believe they should continue with such vision, because with such vision, they will be happy with the incremental 1% or 2% and will continue to win elections.
I'll take a counter to that from Avijit, but Sumitra Goenka, very quickly tell us, ma'am, BJP seems to be leading on 15 out of the 22 bordering seats of Delhi, and this includes 7 of the 13 seats that border UP and 9 out of the 11 seats that border Haryana. So clearly there seems to be some impact of these states as well. How do you see BJP's performance in these areas?
Vasudha, good afternoon. I think people here have voted for development and change, and especially when they are looking at the neighboring states like Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, where many of the people are traveling daily for work reasons, they can see the change, the visible change in cities like Noida, Ghaziabad, Faridabad and all these areas where they are traveling every day, and they are seeing how work is coming to these areas, how the development is happening, be it the roads, be it the other infrastructure facilities, the job opportunities that these states are creating. So basically people are realizing the fact that continuing with Aam Aadmi Party is not going to take them towards developmental politics because no major project has been done in New Delhi. If you look at the other areas also...
नम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करते हैं जनता का निर्णय सर माथे पर। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे। हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में, और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे, क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए। हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सहा इस पूरे चुनाव के दौरान, उन्होंने बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़ा। इसके लिए मैं उन सबको, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं।
So Arvind Kejriwal there conceding defeat, but at the same time saying that he will play the role of constructive opposition there in the assembly. Important points there. Arvind Kejriwal himself has lost his seat in New Delhi constituency. Let me quickly get a political reaction there. Zafur Islam, you heard Arvind Kejriwal speak now. What do you have to say about this? Was this expected?
No, finally he has accepted defeat, and I think all the spokesperson who are still continuing to say that they will get the 35 seats or more than 35 seats will now stop claiming that, because their Supremo has accepted the defeat. But more importantly, he still continues to say that what he has done, what he has not done. Perhaps people have discarded him purely because he overpromised and under-delivered, and something which has actually exposed Kejriwal as a leader. And also all the people who supported him, they deserted those people, something which also didn't work for them. As far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, we were very clear that we will stick to truth. We will only expose to Kejriwal what we have promised. We will deliver. And the Honorable Prime Minister's the confidence of people lies in the Honorable Prime Minister and his ability to deliver things to their steps. And also, since the Honorable Prime Minister has made these assurances that he will personally monitor the developmental program in Delhi.
Okay, Zafur, Aatishi, who has won elections, is speaking now. Let's listen in to what she says.
विधानसभा का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ जो उन्होंने मुझ पे भरोसा दिखाया। मैं अपनी पूरी टीम का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ जिन्होंने बाहुबल, गुंडागर्दी, मार पिटाई का सामना भी करते हुए ज़मीनी स्तर पे मेहनत करी और जनता तक पहुँचे। बाकी दिल्ली की जनता का जनादेश है, हमें जनादेश स्वीकार है। ये मैं अपनी सीट जीती हूँ, लेकिन ये जीत का समय नहीं है, ये जंग का समय ही है। जंग जारी रहेगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी तानाशाही और उनकी गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ। आम आदमी पार्टी हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती आई है और हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती रहेगी। ये ज़रूर एक सेटबैक है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का संघर्ष दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए, देश के लोगों के लिए कभी खत्म नहीं होगा। मैम प्लीज अगेन, नहीं।
Okay, Aatishi there saying that this is not the day to celebrate her victory, and of course she says that she's accepted the party's defeat. Let me go across to Madan Mohan there, who's also a political analyst. Aatishi winning her seat, but Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia losing their seats. What does this mean for the larger politics of Aam Aadmi Party, sir?
Madam, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the winners of this election. There are several reasons behind it. Because BJP has just got the election in a, you can say, it is a very strategical elections for the BJP, because BJP has targeted middle class. It has been seen that it was the general trend that in Lok Sabha election, BJP middle class voter voted for the BJP, and in Vidhan Sabha election it swings to the Aam Aadmi Party. But this time BJP has just kept their swing towards the middle class voters voted for this time BJP. There are other reasons, that is Joggi voter have also voted for BJP because BJP has strategically maintained the influence in the Joggi area with their Vistarak. There are other reasons.
Win for the BJP is what you're saying. I'll come back to you. Also, Sujata, I'll have to take some questions from you as well. But let's, today is the day of celebration for the BJP, and it's the winners' day. It's winners take it all. Let's go across to my colleague Nupur, who's been reporting from the BJP office today. Nupur, tell us, what is the mood like? Of course, the Prime Minister is going to be there at 7:30 today. It's going to be there at the BJP headquarters, but it's the BJP state office, which has also been bustling with a lot of activity since the last few days. Take us through the sentiment today.
Well, today we are seeing there are celebrations all around in the Delhi office, Delhi BJP office. If you can see, there are firecrackers, there are bands. People are celebrating all across. They are celebrating on the street in front of the office. They are celebrating inside the office. There are sweets being distributed. If you can see the mood of the people, flags are, today BJP flags are flying high, and the mood is really high with the people, and people are celebrating with colors, and people are having sweets, and right now we are just taking you through inside towards the entrance of the BJP Delhi which is packed with supporters. The supporters have lined up since, and this is, I can tell you, this has been going on for past 1.5 hours since we are here. The celebrations are not stopping. People are celebrating, and the BJP worker is celebrating today. The people, they are on roads. They're firecrackers all around. They're bursting firecrackers. Even though Delhi has banned firecrackers, still we see firecrackers being burned here. People are in a celebratory mood, and inside also you can, if you can zoom in, you will see that people are dancing and people are celebrating. The BJP workers are celebrating with colors. Colors are flying inside the Delhi BJP headquarters, and they are exchanging greetings and everything. So all in all, the mood is quite high today in the Delhi BJP office. So the celebrations are not stopping, and I assure you, even after 1 hour or 2 hours, they will be celebrating. People have been dancing and all. So their mood is quite high today.
Thank you, Nupur, for joining us with those details. Sujata, BJP has been riding this electoral high for the past few months. Maharashtra elections, Haryana elections, and now this is a hat-trick with Delhi elections. Prime Minister goes to the US, and before that Paris. So these are important geopolitical meetings that are coming up. Of course, this is not really going to have an impact on that, but clearly this has given a lot of impetus to the Prime Minister, who of course faced a personal setback with the reduced mandate that we saw in Lok Sabha 2024. Tell us, how do you see the BJP from here on, aggressively countering the opposition, because clearly the opposition is getting reduced in all states, and what are the corrective measures that you think helped the BJP?
So I think today, if there is one statement that would fit in to the enthusiasm of BJP is, how's the Josh? So they would all say, hi sir, or probably very high sir, because they ended a dry spell of over 2 decades. So it's a remarkable victory for them. But what I see from here is that they will have higher expectation. People of Delhi will expect much better governance, much better law and order, which seems to be a concern now, infrastructure, roads. And with AAP being in MCD, I see BJP will have some sort of, issues to look into there, so that we might see some, blame game over there as well. I also see that BJP, in whether it's Odisha or in Delhi, these are the 2 states where they were never in power, and it was supposed to be led by a personality-driven party like Naveen Patnaik there, and here Arvind Kejriwal. And now with both the forts being breached, you would see a BJP even entering states where people thought that they would never enter. And I mean, just look at their trends. Whichever state they go to, then they unlike Congress, once Congress goes out of power, they lose their organizational strength. They'll lose, they'll probably become party number 3, because most of the cases a regional party will come and take their place. Right. That happened in Delhi. That happened in Uttar Pradesh when they lost. Samajwadi Party took their. That happened in Bihar too. But BJP only adds on from there. So I see a much stronger BJP in Delhi, better coordination between the center and the the state leadership, which is good for the Delhi people, because I think by this mandate looks like Delhi people were tired of this blame game. Ye nahi kiya, LG nahi karne de raha hai, to Modi nahi karne de raha hai. And because at the end of the day, the Aam Janta is not bothered about ki kaun nahi karne de raha hai, because they have to face.
Work to be done.
They want the roads to be better. They want the sewers to be clean. They don't want to see the garbage, mountains of garbage and the air pollution. People choking to death. I think it's
the Delhi voter there sending out a message or two. A very clear message, a decisive mandate there for the BJP, and of course this means that the BJP's electoral high continues with its victories both in Maharashtra and Haryana. It's time for a short break. We'll be back with more voices and visuals on the Delhi outcome in just a bit.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें NDTV का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो NDTV ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दोगे।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग NDTV।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
NDTV ऐप नहीं।
Big budget day. Big newsmakers on NDTV. Top ministers and opposition leaders.
ये by the people, of the people and for the people budget.
It is a fulfilling budget.
This is a development budget.
It's one of the finest budgets I've ever seen.
More than a bold move, it is a clever move.
NDTV, always the first choice of newsmaker. NDTV keeps you ahead.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025. Big budget day. Big newsmakers on NDTV. Top ministers and opposition leaders.
ये by the people, of the people and for the people budget.
It is a fulfilling budget.
This is a development budget.
It's one of the finest budgets I've ever seen.
More than a bold move, it is a clever move.
NDTV, always the first choice of newsmaker. NDTV keeps you ahead.
I've been reporting on all.
Welcome back. It's a big day for Delhi, blockbuster election outcome day, and BJP has stormed back to power in the capital after 27 long years. It's an emotive day for the supporters of the BJP and also an important day for the people of Delhi as politics changes from here on. For the capital city, Aam Aadmi Party big guns, Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, have lost their seats, and this is a huge setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, which anyway was facing turbulent times with the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal's banking on his welfare promises, clearly that hasn't worked this time, and the BJP, which has promised work with welfare, has come back to power in Delhi after 27 long years. A big comeback, a significant comeback, and something that is reflective of the kind of campaigns that the party has had both in Haryana and Maharashtra, where the party has managed to win landslide victories. There, BJP registering a comfortable victory with 48-seat lead, and the Aam Aadmi Party on 22. Now, the man of the hour, the visuals there that you see, Parvesh Verma, somebody who has defeated Arvind Kejriwal, someone who gave a difficult time to the BJP. He stands defeated today, and it was Parvesh Verma who had contested against him from the prestigious New Delhi constituency known for giving us the chief ministers of New Delhi. Parvesh Verma has defeated Arvind Kejriwal, and those visuals of his celebrations there. My colleague Aishwarya Jain has managed to strike a conversation with him. In fact, NDTV is the first channel to get him on record. Let's listen into that conversation.
The giant killer of the Delhi elections 2025, Parvesh Verma, who defeated Arvind Kejriwal, is joining us. Thank you so much for speaking to us. कितनी बड़ी जीत, किस तरीके से पूरे कैंपेन को याद करते हैं, और अब दिल्ली में 27 साल के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी आ चुकी है, क्या कुछ कहेंगे, क्या संदेश है, पूरे चुनाव को किस तरीके से याद करते हैं?
मैं सबसे पहले तो दिल्ली वासियों को इस बात के लिए बधाई देता हूं कि एक उन्होंने अच्छा फैसला किया है। ये जीत का श्रेय मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी को, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी आदरणीय अमित शाह जी को, ये सब वो चेहरे हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली में असली जीत को हासिल किया है।
और इनके ऊपर में विश्वास करके दिल्ली की जनता ने हमें ये मैंडेट दिया है।
Well, the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayaab Singh Saini, also a BJP leader, joins us on the phone line. Mr. Saini, आपने एक बहुत ही पिवटल रोल प्ले किया था दिल्ली के कैंपेन में। यमुना तक आप गए थे, आपने उसका पानी भी पिया था, और आज अरविंद केजरीवाल की हार हो गई है, आम आदमी पार्टी की हार हो गई है। इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं सर?
दीदी, मैंने उस दिन कहा था कि ये झूठ बोल रहा है, इसने झूठ बोल करके दिल्ली के लोगों में भय पैदा किया है। और ये व्यक्ति, जब जिस व्यक्ति ने हरियाणा की माटी पे जन्म लिया हो, ये हरियाणा का नहीं रहा, उसी को ऊपर आरोप लगा दिया, तो ये दिल्ली का कैसे होगा? ये दिल्ली में भी ये इसको हार का मुंह देखना पड़ेगा। और दिल्ली के लोगों ने वो अपना संदेश वो दे दिया है, वो सुना दिया है फरमान, और आपदा सरकार को बाहर किया है। और दिल्ली के अंदर वहां के लोग जिन आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों से, जिन योजनाओं से वंचित थे, जिनको इसने वंचित किया हुआ था, मुझे आज खुशी है इस बात की कि आज वो सब योजनाएं, वो सब जो जिनसे वंचित दिल्ली के लोग थे, उनका लाभ मिलना दिल्ली के लोगों को शुरू हो जाएगा। और इस प्रकार का इसने नैरेटिव सेट करने की कोशिश की कि हरियाणा के लोग यमुना के जल में जहर मिला करके दे रहे हैं, उसका जवाब दिल्ली के लोगों ने दे दिया है। और आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम दिल्ली के अंदर स्वच्छ जल हम पहले भी दे रहे थे। जो दिल्ली में ये केजरीवाल स्वच्छ जल देने में नाकाम रहा है, हमारी ये गारंटी है, मोदी जी की गारंटी है, हम दिल्ली के लोगों को स्वच्छ जल पहुंचाने का काम करेंगे। आज दिल्ली के लोगों ने मोदी जी की नीतियां और हमारे नड्डा जी के उस कुशल नेतृत्व के ऊपर मोहर लगाई है। हमारी तमाम उच्च लीडरशिप जो दिल्ली के अंदर लगी रही और उसके ऊपर बड़ा विश्वास मोदी जी की नीतियों पे किया है। आज उसका परिणाम है कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने एक बड़ा विश्वास भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
राइट मिस्टर सैनी, जब हरियाणा में बीजेपी की जीत हुई थी तो वो काफ़ी एक सरप्राइज की तरह देखा गया था, क्योंकि हमें बहुत सारों को लगा था कि शायद कांग्रेस ज़्यादा पावरफुल पोजीशन में है। लेकिन आज जब बीजेपी की जीत दिल्ली में हुई है तो ये एक्सपेक्टेड भी था, इसके साथ साथ हरियाणा के विक्ट्री का इम्पैक्ट भी इसमें दिख रहा है। आपको लगता है कि इसका एक प्रभाव पड़ा है हरियाणा में जो बीजेपी की विक्ट्री हुई थी उसका?
केजरीवाल कांग्रेस पार्टी एक ही थैली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, दोनों भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त रहते हैं और दोनों झूठ के माहिर हैं। झूठ बोल करके उनको इस प्रकार का करने वाले हैं, परंतु सब प्रचार करते हैं। अब इनका चेहरा जनता के साथ है, ईमानदारी नकाब जो उतारा है उसके अंदर भ्रष्टाचार ही दिखाई दे रहा है। और अब मोदी जी की जो नीतियों के ऊपर विश्वास किया है, हम डट करके हरियाणा प्रदेश को, दिल्ली को और जो विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक सपना देखा है, उसमें दिल्ली भी मजबूती से आगे खड़ा होकर के लगेगा।
राइट मिस्टर सैनी, यमुना की क्लीनिंग में अब हरियाणा की तरफ से कितना कोऑपरेशन मिलेगा दिल्ली को, क्योंकि दोनों प्रदेशों में जो है बीजेपी की सरकार होगी?
देखिए दीदी, हम पहले भी जो यमुना स्वच्छ है उसको लेकर के काम कर रहे थे। हमने कभी भी, क्योंकि हमारी पवित्र नदियों को हम माँ के समान मानते हैं और उनको गंदा करना नहीं, उनको स्वच्छ, वो हमें पानी देती है, हमें जीवन देती है। परंतु केजरीवाल ने जिस प्रकार से वायदा किया दिल्ली के लोगों से और उसको पूरा नहीं किया, लोगों को गंदा पानी पीने के ऊपर मजबूर किया, तो हमारा पूरा कोऑपरेशन रहेगा, उसमें कोई दिक्कत समस्या नहीं आने देंगे।
राइट मिस्टर सैनी, केजरीवाल अपने आप को हरियाणा का बेटा मानते हैं और उस तरह उन्होंने बात भी की है कैंपेन में। आम आदमी पार्टी के फ्यूचर को आप किस तरह देखते हैं? हरियाणा में स्पेसिफिकली आम आदमी पार्टी जो एक्सपैंड करना चाह रही थी, उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
अब को बताना चाहता हूँ, इसका फ्यूचर नहीं है कहीं। ये एक बुलबुले की तरह था और बुलबुला फूट गया। ये ईमानदारी का ढोंग करके आया था, ईमानदारी का नकाब पहन करके आया था, ईमानदारी का चोला इनके चेहरे से उतर गया। ये जितने लोग थे जिन्होंने आम आदमी को खड़ा किया, ये किया था और उन्होंने कोई दौरा नहीं। आज दिल्ली की लोगों को जेल के अंदर भी है और उनको बाहर जेल का रास्ता दिखाने का काम किया इस आपदा सरकार को। का कोई भविष्य नहीं है। ये लोग विकास नहीं, ये अपनी सुविधा के लिए काम करते थे।
ओके मिस्टर सैनी, आखिरी क्वेश्चन सर, जो भाषा केजरीवाल जी ने इस्तेमाल की थी कि हरियाणा का जो गवर्नमेंट है, हरियाणा के जो लोग हैं, वो हरियाणा का जो बीजेपी सरकार है वो दिल्ली के लोगों को मारना चाहती है, आपको लगता है कि इस भाषा के कारण भी लोगों में कोई नाराजगी बढ़ गई थी उनके खिलाफ?
देखिए, मैं पानी पी करके आया हूँ, मैंने कहा कि हम स्वच्छ दे रहे हैं। मैंने वहाँ माँ यमुना का पानी जा करके आचमन किया है। और दिल्ली का फिर जब इसने वहां पर जाकर के बोला, मैंने दिल्ली के अंदर भी अपना पानी भी लेकर के गया और दिल्ली जहां यमुना का पानी था उस पानी को भी दिखाया। मैंने दोनों बोतलें दिखाई, एकदम अंतर स्पष्ट आ रहा था कि ये गंदा पानी पीने को मजबूर कर रहा। इसने कोई काम ही नहीं किया। पानी को लेकर के लोग गंदा पानी पीते रहे, लोग कराते रहे, कहीं सफाई व्यवस्था नहीं, सीवरेज अटे पड़े रहे। क्या हालात इसने दिल्ली का किया। पीछे इसने दिल्ली को धकेलने का काम किया और अपनी सुविधा बढ़ा ली, शीश महल खड़ा कर लिया, शीश महल के अंदर 15 करोड़ का सीवरेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगा दिया। ये सारी सुविधाएं तो खड़ी कर दी, परंतु दिल्ली को नहीं मिली, दिल्ली वंचित रही उससे। अब ये चेहरा दिल्ली के लोगों ने इसका ईमानदारी का उतारा है।
Thank you, Mr. Saini, हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। नायब सिंह सैनी, Haryana Chief Minister there, who played a pivotal role in the BJP's campaign, especially in the campaign surrounding Yamuna, joined us now. Also joining us now is Swati Maliwal, who is Rajya Sabha MP. Swati, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV today. Is it a day of personal validation for you, ma'am? Because you've also fought a lot of struggles. You have, exposed what really went on with you today. How do you feel personally, professionally, with the defeat of not just Aam Aadmi Party but also Arvind Kejriwal?
Ma'am, I feel that if a person gets extremely arrogant and stops working for the people, then I think people teach that man a lesson. And that is exactly what has happened with Mr. Arvind Kejriwal today. It is actually very sad that a party that because all of us have contributed so much to the party, and we came with a vision that we are going to change the state of Delhi, the state of country, and unfortunately because of our leadership who does not believe in internal democracy, who actually believes that he can get away with anything, with speaking any lie, with actually beating up people, and he'll be able to get away with all of that. I think somewhere it is really unfortunate because in a way the dream of Delhi has been lost. So it's really, really unfortunate that we have suffered such a huge defeat. But I blame Mr. Arvind Kejriwal completely for this, because he has become extremely arrogant and he feels that he can get away with any kind of bad behavior.
Swati, you were also part of this movement for many years and you have worked very hard for this. Tell us, what was at one point where not just the middle class but also sections of the Jhuggi Jhopdi started getting disenchanted with Aam Aadmi Party's politics? Was it because the delivery of schemes was not what it was really being marketed as?
I think what they talk and what they walk, I think these are very two different things. Because you see, in Delhi right now, go to any locality, go to any colony, and that's exactly what I have been doing for the past 6 months. I have been going to different areas. It is in shambles. There is absolutely no governance. The roads are broken. The drainage system is overflowing. There is filth and garbage on roads. Water supply is absolutely polluted. We are having either black water or yellow, dirty, disgusting water, or no water at all. Yamuna is extremely polluted. There is air pollution and people are very angry. And while all of this is going on, what does Mr. Arvind Kejriwal do? He actually creates a sheesh mahal. He builds a house for himself out of government funds, which is for 100 crores. It has 6 crores worth of curtains. It has 50 lakhs of carpets, and not just one carpet. I mean, there are many carpets in that house worth that amount. There is a bar made out of government funds. So obviously people are angry that on one end, you say that you will never take any security, you will never take any government house. And on the other end, you actually indulge in such kind of flashy luxuries using public money. On one end, you say that you want to work on women's safety. On the other end, you actually ensure that a woman parliamentarian is beaten in your house, she's thrown away, and the man, the mamuli gunda who actually beat me up. Arvind Kejriwal ji has left no stone unturned to make sure that he remains protected. He's got Z plus security from Punjab government. He's right now chief advisor to Bhagwant Mann ji. What is his qualification? How come a Mamuli Gunda, what is his call to fame? Only the fact that this Mamuli Gunda beat me up. So if you go to that extent, people are not foolish. They can see through your lies. They can see through the facade. And it's so unfortunate because you see, Aam Aadmi Party is my party also. I've given my 18 years of life, my sweat, my blood into making this party, into building it, into doing so much of work for the welfare of people. And suddenly, something like this happens where the leadership just completely loses the plot.
Right. Also, Swati, where do you think the party actually lost its focus? And also, what do you see how do you see the future of Aam Aadmi Party from here on? Because, you know, keeping its flock of 22, 23 MLAs together, or whatever the number is also going to be challenging. Punjab government has also not been able to deliver on a lot of its promises. That's going to be a challenge as well. How do you see the future of Aam Aadmi Party from here on? And what was at one point where you think the party made the biggest mistake of its political career?
I think it is very important that we should stick to our value system. If our value system goes down, if you create a sheesh mahal, if you ensure that in your own house women are beaten up, and you actually protect the goons who do that, and you actually instigate that attack and you get it done, I think people are able to see through it. And people are very angry because today, unfortunately, while they claimed and they made very tall claims that we are going to make Delhi a world-class city, it's going to be better than London, it's going to be better than Paris. Today, the condition is such that we are reaching levels of South Sudan. Right. So in such a scenario where people are facing such difficulties on a daily basis, and the top leadership, the chief minister and the former chief minister are just making press conferences every day, just lies and lies and lies. Obviously, people get angry and they take away the mandate that they had given.
So I think one last question. What about your own political future? Do you see yourself joining any other party? Because you still, you know, are RSMP from Aam Aadmi Party. Where can we see you, participating as, a politician?
I am an Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP and I will continue to be so. A lot of people ask me that because I raise questions on the leadership, why should I not resign? But my question is that why should I resign? I have not done anything wrong. If somebody will beat me up, obviously I'll file a police complaint. What is wrong in that? If people of Delhi are suffering and if they're calling me and they're giving me complaints, I will obviously visit them and I will try and support them in their fight. What is wrong in that? So I'm not going to resign. I'm going to continue with the Aam Aadmi Party, but really the leadership needs to think, needs to introspect and needs to be a little bit ashamed of what they have brought us all to.
Right. Thank you, Swati Mal. Strong words from you, Rajya Sabha MP from the Aam Aadmi Party. Swati Maliwal, somebody who was, a volunteer with the Aam Aadmi Party, also a member, somebody who has worked greatly for the party, saying that the party did not walk the talk when it came to its promises, ideology, and also prospects of governance. Also, my colleague Aishwarya spoke to Parvesh Singh Verma, the man of the moment, in some ways also one of the top contenders of to be the CM of New Delhi from the BJP. Let's listen into that conversation.
Well, a very, very emotional family. Today, Parvesh Verma has scripted history by defeating Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal from New Delhi Assembly constituency. I'm being joined by the family who stood by Parvesh Verma in his lows, in his highs. And Swati ji, what you have to say today, quite emotional. It's a big day. And a day which you want to remember for your entire life.
Yes, it's a very, very memorable moment. And we just want to enjoy at this time. We are very thankful to each and every person starting from our leadership, respected Modi ji, respected Nadda ji, respected Amit Shah ji, everyone who showed confidence in us, then voters, each and every karyakarta, family members, everyone we want to thank, and we are very happy that the support which we got from everyone, we'll live up to it.
You have been with Sir for quite a long time now. Do you think that these elections were the most difficult ones that he fought till date?
No, each and every election is tough, because when we were there in Mehrauli, that was our first election. in the past history, I'll say कि Pravesh was the first one who won that election as a BJP candidate from Mehrauli. Then other two rest MP elections, they were equally tough. He won by big margins. He was among the top 5 person, and now this election. So each and every election is different. It's tough, and he is capable of doing it.
How proud are you of your father today?
I don't think I have words to quite describe the moment. I think my entire family is very proud of all the work that he's done in the past, 2 months, especially in New Delhi. There is a reason that the New Delhi constituency members have voted for him in the high margins that they have, the confidence that they've shown for him. So I would just like to thank them. I would like to thank every family member, as my mom said. I'd like to thank every party member, every Karyakarta that showed confidence in him, and we promise that we will live up to your expectations in the next 5 years.
Of course, people have expectations, but as a daughter, you have some expectations for your father as well, after being elected as an MLA, and probably some bigger position that he could get.
I have all expectations from Papa because I have worked on the ground, and the promises I have made to everyone that my father will do all the work that Kejriwal made promises about. And I just hope Papa can fulfill all their wishes, can leaves no ground unturned to give them everything that they deserve and make Delhi a better city.
We also saw that video of Mr. Parvesh Verma with all of you sitting on a dining table and discussing about the day is all about. Did you miss your dad at a time when he used to go for campaigning all around for days?
Well, mostly whenever he went for campaigning, we went to a different place for campaigning as well. So we weren't at home alone for most of the time. But whenever we were, sure, we did miss him. But at night when he came after campaigning, or in the morning before he went for campaigning, we did have a lot of chats with him. We ate breakfast, we ate dinner with him. And that was all perfectly fine with us because he was spending time with his second family. He was serving them. He was taking away their problems. And that was perfectly all right by us.
How did you hold the entire family together at this tough time?
No, these kids are born and brought up in a political family, so they are used to all these things. And we believe that if we have chosen something, we should fulfill it to the fullest. And that Pravesh will be doing. And as a family, we are always there to support him.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. The entire family who stood together in tough times and now at the highs with Parvesh Verma, who defeated Arvind Kejriwal from New Delhi Assembly constituency. This is Ishwar for NDTV with video journalist Azam.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें एनडीटीवी का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो एनडीटीवी ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव्यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग एनडीटीवी।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
एनडीटीवी ऐप नहीं।
Big budget day. Big newsmakers on NDTV. Top ministers and opposition leaders.
ये by the people, of the people and for the people budget.
It is a fulfilling budget.
This is a development budget.
It's one of the finest budgets I've ever seen.
More than a bold move, it is a clever move.
NDTV, always the first choice of newsmakers. NDTV keeps you ahead.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. a sacred confluence of faith, culture, and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025. Big Budget Day. Big newsmakers on NDTV. Top ministers and opposition leaders.
ये by the people, of the people and for the people budget.
It is a fulfilling budget.
This is a development budget.
It's one of the finest budgets I've ever seen.
More than a bold move, it is a clever move.
NDTV, always the first choice of newsmakers. NDTV keeps you ahead.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of
दिल्ली की जनता ने विकास का रास्ता चुना, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व को चुना।
Parvesh Verma, ladies and gentlemen, has been the David who has, in fact, today defeated the Goliath Arvind Kejriwal. New Delhi constituency, where it all started for Arvind Kejriwal in 2025. New Delhi constituency has given a resounding mandate to the BJP and a message to Arvind Kejriwal. He has lost his own seat, and such a turn of fortunes as far as Delhi is concerned. Hello and welcome to NDTV, our continuous coverage, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment of this massive tectonic shift that has taken place in the political fortunes of Delhi, electoral fortunes of Delhi. The BJP, which was relegated to a single-digit 8 in 2020 election, has made a resounding comeback. 47 is what the BJP is standing at. Aam Aadmi Party at 23 at this moment. 39 seat up from 2020 and 39 seat down from 2020 is the story of the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. And BJP making a comeback in the national capital after 27 long years. The big question now, of course, who is going to be the chief minister of Delhi? Arvind Kejriwal has lost his election. Manish Sisodia has lost his election. Saurabh Bhardwaj, all the top faces of the Aam Aadmi Party at this moment have tasted electoral drubbing. This will be the first time since inception in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party will be sitting in the opposition while the BJP makes a massive comeback. 15 years of Sheila Dikshit, 11 years of Arvind Kejriwal, with between 1 year of the president rule as well, 27 years at this moment. We'll get you all the latest at this moment. Celebrations all across. My colleague Anushka is joining us from the Delhi BJP headquarters. Viren Sachdeva, Anushka, will be a lucky man. He's the party president who has taken BJP home to this resounding victory.
Well, certainly, Ankit, we're at the National BJP headquarters and we are seeing that the celebration is ongoing. Looks like Holi has come in early for the BJP this year. We'll show you some visuals also. JP Nadda, if you talk about Amit Shah, everyone will be present here to in fact celebrate this astounding victory, the mandate that the people have given to the BJP. Also, we saw that the Aam Aadmi Party, who was quite sure, quite certain that they are going to be making a government with a comfortable margin, this might have come as a shock for the Aam Aadmi Party, given that they were in fact here, ruling for about 10 years, 10 to 11 years, but also we are seeing that the BJP had left no stones unturned, whether the welfare schemes that was announced by the BJP or the other developmental work that the BJP had done in other states as well. Now BJP banked on all those factors. We saw several of the BJP top leaders coming here to campaign, and now we have definitely seen that the BJP has in fact warmed up to the hearts of the Delhi people. We're seeing that the whole environment, the whole atmosphere is in fact right now we're seeing is of celebration, and seems like Holi has come in early for the BJP here. We'll show you some.
Anushka, just stay on with me. Let's go across to Ishika, my colleague, who is speaking to Kailash Gahlot, a minister in the Aam Aadmi Party government, switched to BJP. Listen in.
The issues which were in 2015, and I think people have made the right decision, and I have been repeatedly saying that people wanted change.
So in fact, now we are seeing
Has won on the BJP ticket this time from the Bijwasan constituency. He left his constituency of Najafgarh, went to Bijwasan to contest on the BJP ticket, was a minister in the Aam Aadmi Party government, transport minister. Let's listen in once again to what he said.
Congratulations, sirs. What were those issues you think that the people voted you for?
I told you many times, the issues are the same. Pani, Bijli, Sadkein. And I have been repeatedly saying the issues are the same exactly, the issues which were in 2015. And I think people have made the right decision, and I have been repeatedly saying that people wanted change.
So in fact, now we are seeing that, be it the heavyweights of the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal has lost the election, Manish Sisodia has lost the election, Saurabh Bhardwaj has lost the election. So do you think now, sir, that it was the right decision to in fact switch sides?
I think when I resigned that day, I made a very simple and short statement, but it was a very powerful and loaded statement. That Aam Aadmi Party is not the same party which Delhiites saw in 2015. And Arvind Kejriwal is not the same Arvind Kejriwal who was in 2015. I think people have made the right decision, and ये वो आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं जिसको हमने उस टाइम, तो मैं जब हम कह रहा हूँ, it's not just Kailash Gahlot. It's lakhs and crores of Karyakartas who had joined Aam Aadmi Party that time. पार्टी मतलब देखिए कितनी विडंबना की बात है, एक पार्टी जिसने अपना जन्म लिया शुरुआत की करप्शन के खिलाफ, वो खुद वो सब उनके मंत्री, उनके एमएलए सब करप्शन में फंसे हुए हैं, तो इससे बड़ा और क्या स्टेटमेंट हो सकता है?
सर, मेरा एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये है, you have
Well, it's a big day for Delhi. Delhi election outcomes are out, and it's a big day for the BJP. Celebrations on. BJP is all set to form the government in Delhi after 27 long years. Joining us now is former Minister and former MP Smriti Irani. Smriti Irani, thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us on NDTV. Everyone is saying that this is an emotional, moment for their lives. And as somebody who grew up in Delhi, what does BJP coming back to power in the capital of India after 27 long years, what does this mean for you?
Well, as somebody who is one was also witness to the agitation where there were promises made for change in Indian polity, where Arvind Kejriwal was supposedly the promise of a new
Okay, so So we will try connecting with Smriti Irani in just a bit. Those visuals there.
She's traveling somewhere, and that's why we are not getting proper connection. We'll try and speak to her. But it's so interesting. Like when you introduced her, she's lived in Delhi. She's fought an election in Delhi from the Chandni Chowk constituency. Exactly, and it would be very, very interesting to see, because those were different times, and how politics has come. From the time of Chandni Chowk, where she fought against Kapil Sibal, now to the BJP, in fact, making a comeback in such a big way as far as Delhi is concerned. 47 seats, 39 seats up from last time is something, a big turnaround. Let's go ahead.
Okay, she is back. In fact, she's in Kumbh today. Smriti, you were telling us about what this means, what this signifies for you.
I think it is spiritual confluence, Vasudha, where many Sanatanis were witness to the diatribe by Kejriwal against the Ram Mandir, against Kashmiri Pandits. This is a double day of celebration. But most importantly, I believe that Kejriwal had positioned himself as the harbinger of social reform, that he was now anointed as one of the most corrupt politicians in India, is the reason why he's been ousted from office. His personal political loss in Delhi and those of all the ministers who were contributors to his corrupt ways of governance, I think is also telling. It is a gratitude that I feel for the citizens of Delhi who have given him a resounding defeat. I think also the fact that in Indian political history, for the first time possibly, one man's guarantee ensured the rout of Aam Aadmi Party, and that man being Narendra Modi. So this is, of course, an occasion for great celebration by BJP workers who had been waiting for 27 years for sweet victory in Delhi.
Smriti ji, if I may ask you, like you said, it's Arvind Kejriwal, because he made it a referendum about himself. He said, if you think I am non-corrupt, if you think I haven't done anything, then put me back on the chair of the chief minister. Do you see this as people speaking to him?
Well, they have left him free enough to go to jail now. They have left him free enough to now go to jail and pay for his crimes. That's what the citizens of Delhi have done.
Right. Also, Smriti, what does this mean for the BJP? Because, we saw landslide victories both in Haryana and Maharashtra and now Delhi. But does this also in some ways...
It means BJP is poised for victory in Bihar now.
But then can I also then ask you, what does this mean for the India bloc which came together in 2024 election? A minor setback there in the results of 2024. What does it mean for them?
I think what the India bloc feels or what it means for them is best articulated by Umar Abdullah's tweet, "Aur lado aapas mein." This is an alliance which was power hungry, which is shattered in the Lok Sabha elections itself. And the fact that they came to a notch in Delhi, I think is telling about their leadership, that they cannot not only form alliances for the betterment of their own political prospects, but theirs is an unholy alliance on which the citizens of India, and particularly the citizens of Delhi, had absolutely no confidence in.
Right. Also, ma'am, what is it that BJP is getting right about its political campaign after 2024 Lok Sabha elections? Because these victories, hat-trick victories, both in Haryana, Maharashtra...
I think the one thing BJP got absolutely right was to make Narendra Modi the prime ministerial candidate for 2014 and his incessant victory. That's the one thing. To have the Sachin Tendulkar of the game as the opening and omnipotent batsman, I think is what we've done the best for our organization. But I also believe that the organizational skills of the BJP leadership, where you are not restrained to only doing big sabhas or big political rallies or events, but the fact that the BJP leadership has ensured that a disciplined organizational structure reaches out to every citizen, to every family, to every home. I think quintessentially that is one of our greatest strengths. That we have a face like Narendra Modi, but we also have feet on ground Karyakartas who will go home to home, knocking on the doors, asking for support and blessings under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And a proven track record that whatever we make promises in terms of our manifesto, we deliver. Jo kaha, wo kiya. that I think is another big strength of the BJP.
Right. Also, ma'am, does this mean that the campaigns that the opposition started with around the constitution, does that mean the BJP has put a full stop on all of that?
I think that the opposition is well within its right to mount any campaign that they so desire. That does not in any way mean that we as organizational karyakartas will not live up to our full potential to ensure that the competition in terms of political campaigns and especially the misinformation that they use as a political weapon can be met with facts. I will not, in fact, be myopic enough to believe that there will never be an opposition. There'll always be spurts of the opposition, that the opposition is not endowed with political potential, intellect, or does not enjoy the confidence of the people. That is something for opposition leaders to reflect on. That is not something that the Bharatiya Janata Party or our karyakartas need to bother about.
Ma'am, right in the end, let me ask you one more question. You are in Uttar Pradesh, you are in Prayagraj. There is a victory there to be celebrated in Milkipur as well. What does that mean for Uttar Pradesh? Because there was a lot said about Faizabad defeat as far as the BJP is concerned.
Be it Faizabad or Delhi, I think what has been resounding is the sheer arrogance of no matter who the opposition leader who has possibly mounted an attack on the BJP, be it the arrogance of Akhilesh with regards to Uttar Pradesh and particularly Ayodhya, or the arrogance of Arvind Kejriwal, who thought that Modi can never defeat him. I think today is the political demise of that arrogance that is espoused by the alliance which was brought forth by the Congress party. And today is the victory of good governance, and especially Modi's guarantee. That brings us much delight and joy.
Thank you, Smriti Irani, former minister, former MP from the BJP, joining us on NDTV, saying that it's a win of good governance today. And also back to those visuals there of Aatishi, Arvind Kejriwal, and
I think these are the visuals of just a short while back. These are visuals of earlier when they were in power. But the fact remains at this moment that we saw before this Parvesh Verma at the Hanuman temple. Arvind Kejriwal also used that as symbolism for his politics. But at this moment, look at that. These visuals of Parvesh Verma at the temple celebrating his victory.
All right, we have Union Minister Hardeep Puri joining us now. Mr. Puri, really appreciate your time here on NDTV. As someone who was campaigning for the national capital extensively, what are the factors that led to this resounding victory of your party?
Well, let me start by saying that the mandate is a victory for democratic exercise of choice. It's a victory for development. It's a victory for good governance. And it's a very clear victory and endorsement of the Prime Minister's model of good governance is good politics. In other words, we have a situation where the electorate was confronted with two competing models. One is the shoot and scoot style of the political startup called the Aadmi Party, and then it had Modi's guarantees for development, the Sankalp of a Viksit Bharat. So I think all said and done, it was very clear to people like me, and I said this on your show earlier, we had a situation in which the Delhi electorate had already made up its mind that Kejriwal had failed to deliver. He had been repeatedly misleading the Delhi electorate. He said he will clean the Jamna Ji, he said he will clean the air pollution, he will do this, he will do that, world-class health system, world-class education, and he was finally caught and exposed. And the electorate had this clear choice of the alternate Modi's framework of development, which has been implemented throughout the country, and the electorate chose the Modi good governance is good politics model.
Yes, but Mr. Puri, one may say that one of the turning points or inflection in this election was also when Prime Minister Modi, during the course of his rally in Delhi, said that he will be continuing with all those welfare schemes that Arvind Kejriwal has announced, and then BJP said that they would be only increasing or doing some kind of top-up. So you have not really moved away from Delhi model of governance. You have essentially said that Delhi model is acceptable to you. It's only addition to that.
No, the freebies is not the Delhi model. Freebies constitute one part of the Delhi model. There's enough of Kejriwal, which is not part of any model. I mean, the fact that the river is polluted 500 times or 3,000 times more than the permissible limit. I mean, the fact that Delhiites breathe toxic air, the fact that when the air quality index becomes very poor, Delhi celebrates. I mean, they should be weeping and closing schools down when it's very poor. But it's so bad that it moves from very severe to severe and very poor and we start being happy. No, there's a fundamental difference. One, as a central government, if we say that we promise a yojana, we will deliver on the yojana. But we had to make the statement that existing schemes will continue. Otherwise, this guy would have distorted the election for a third mandate. So we said, आपको जो world-class मोहल्ला clinics में मिलता है, वो मिलता रहेगा. पर हम वहाँ पे भी corruption बंद कर देंगे. So read the fine print. But now every citizen of Delhi will be entitled not to 5 lakhs of treatment under Ayushman Bharat, but 10 lakhs. Yes, we've done more because the guy was giving nothing other than the, the Mohalla clinic, which was world class, and where dogs were occupying, and and Gaushala was there. They're all deserted. Just have a look at them. I've been to the Mohalla clinics during this campaign. Second thing, the more important thing is we will take Delhi from the existing schemes of the center, apply them in Delhi, and we will clean Delhi. The infrastructure, the roads, the garbage dump. Land is a state subject. Maria ji, no matter what you do, if the state government does not cooperate, there's nothing the central government can do. Now we will have the same party in power in Delhi, we will have in the center, and we will have programs and policies which synchronize, and one goes seamlessly into the other. So if you and I are talking on this platform, even 6 months or a year or two from now, you will begin to see the difference. When Prime Minister says, "Jahan jhugi wahi makan," it means 3,200 flats delivered to Delhi Vasis in Kalkaji. Jailer Wala Bagh, 1,800 flats. The guy didn't, this gentleman, Mr. Kejriwal, didn't implement the scheme. There are 4 verticals under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. He didn't even implement one. We got the other one done, in situ slum rehabilitation. You will see the difference. You will have, instead of the polluted Jamuna ji, you will have a fantastic, beautiful riverfront in 3 years' time on Jamuna ji.
Okay, so that's a promise that is coming in. Of course, it's among the many promises that Delhi BJP, in fact, BJP in Delhi has made. But Mr. Puri, when we look at the fact that Aam Aadmi Party hasn't really been decimated, look at their results in 2015 and 2020. They decimated the BJP, but they are still standing at 23. Of course, you're forming a government convincingly, but it's not end of road for Aam Aadmi Party. They will be a strong opposition for you. Okay, we'll try and fix that line with Hardeep Singh Puri. Sir, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. First of all, no political party ever gets decimated with the result of one election. I'm a student of history and political science. The Congress party, which had a great contribution to make, a significant contribution to make in the attainment of freedom, which started in 1885 or 1886, and then was in power in Delhi for the center. Now you can say, Congress zero pe aa gayi. Congress zero pe nahi aayi hai. Congress zero se uthi nahi hai. It is a hat trick on zero for Congress. Point 1. Point 2, on the Aam Aadmi Party, it's not that they've got 43% of the vote. They have not been decimated. Yes, but this was a model based on a control freak from the top. What is going to be the future of the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi? What is going to be the impact of the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab? The effect of the Delhi election? The jury is out on this one. I am not saying they got decimated, but we have gone into a comfortable, if the final results as you showing are 47 or 48 against that 23, it's not that they are an opposition. the Delhi government ruled by the BJP, with the central government by the BJP, will have a free run in development. If the Delhi government or the central government fails in correcting and making good that development deficit, yes, we'll have a case to answer after a while. But the electorate has become increasingly impatient. After the first 5 years, somehow we managed to get away that I'll do it in the next 5 years. But after 10 years, the Delhi electorate was in no mood to give Mr. Kejriwal another 5 years. And I think the challenge for us is going to be, we'll have to deliver in the first 5 years. Because they will say, "Arey, aapne bhi kaha tha." So I see a very focused Delhi government under the BJP, and I'm greatly encouraged by the tweet, the social media post that the Prime Minister put out. We will leave no stone unturned for the development of Delhi. And basically the message down to the BJP cadre, the Karyakarta, the administration, is that this BJP government will deliver. It will hit the ground running from day go, and it will deliver on all promises made in the BJP Sankalp Patra.
And how tough will it be to deal with an Aam Aadmi party which is heading the municipality?
Well, you know, I have been Housing and Urban Affairs Minister for 7 years. It's not tough at all.
Okay, but Mr.
You have to deal with them. You have to deal with them. You have to tell them that, look, there's a difference between NDMC and the MCDs. You'll see the difference in development approach there.
Okay, my last question to you. Of course, it's a day of big celebrations, and you know, you have spoken about the reason why the BJP won, but you have a huge task ahead. Delhi today is crying for help in many ways. It was seen as a half state which had crumbling infrastructure, bad air, bad water, and above all, it was, you know, crying for help, as I said. You have too much to do. Will you be able to fix Delhi immediately?
Your question contains within it the answer that you are looking for. That we have a task ahead, I have no doubt. That we have many things to do in order to make good the development deficit, I have no doubt on that. It's going to be a massive challenge. But knowing the BJP as I do, having been in the Honorable Prime Minister's Council of Ministers and Cabinet for, 8 years, I can tell you, as he said in the social media post, he will leave no stone unturned. And that is what gives me the strength to say that the Delhi government under the BJP, helped by the central government under the BJP, all the other authorities, LNDO, DDA, the land owning authorities, the Lieutenant Governor, they will all put their best foot forward. And without the constant impediments put by the Aam Aadmi Party and the derailment of Mr. Kejriwal, Delhi will now change, and change rapidly for the better.
All right, Hardeep Singh Puri ji, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts, and congratulations to you. You know, it's certainly an emphatic victory for your party, and you can say, I told you so, because over the last few weeks, ever since you started the campaigning, you have been telling me that your party is heading for a landslide victory.
Thank you very much, Maria ji. I value the relationship with you and the other members of the press too much to ever tell you that I told you so. I'm not in the telling anyone anything. All I can say is that we have derived great strength from our interaction with the press, and for you to ask us tough questions is not only your duty, but you keep us on the toes. If that were not to be the case, many of my colleagues and I may have come and taken liberties and done a bit of BSing. But we have been on our toes, and we have also known what narrative to put forward. So thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Puri, I appreciate your time here on NDTV.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें एनडीटीवी का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो एनडीटीवी ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव्यापा, आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग एनडीटीवी।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
एनडीटीवी ऐप नहीं।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें एनडीटीवी का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो एनडीटीवी ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव्यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग एनडीटीवी।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
NDTV ऐप नहीं।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025. Big Budget Day. Big newsmakers on NDTV. Top ministers and opposition leaders.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Fast-paced developments in Delhi now all settling down. We are giving you 360-degree view of what is happening as far as the national capital is concerned. Let's try and understand what went into making this big victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The sharp, in fact, upward swing of the Aam Aadmi Party coming with equally sharper decline in this election. Though their vote share, I mean, they would say that it's 44%, but still it's a 10%, almost 10% decline from what we saw in last election of 2020 in the Vidhan Sabha of Delhi. Zainab Sikandar, political analyst and columnist, is with us at this moment. We have Arnav Mitra, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. We also have Animesh Pandey, co-founder, P-Mark Projections. And also joining us at this moment is Matthew Anthony. And in the studio with me, Sujata Pandey, political analyst. Matthew represents the Congress Party, national spokesperson of the Congress Party. Matthew, let me start by asking you, is the Congress celebrating the defeat of the Aam Aadmi Party, or are they worried about the BJP expanding its footprint in yet another state?
Look, we have done relatively better than the last time. However, we could not open the account. which is a reality. So might as well not being worried about a BJP and an Aam Aadmi Party. We will be focusing on lot too about what we should be doing, because nobody will disagree to the fact that 1998 to 2013 was the golden period of Delhi, because we have seen the infrastructure, we have seen the metro, we have seen the 5,000 buses, the cluster management of the buses, we have seen the CNG transition. The one who came after that one, Aam Aadmi Party, they made a lot of promises. But however, you're seeing the results. After a couple of terms, you're seeing the results. Nothing has changed in Delhi. The pollution remains even more higher, or it has reached to a standard, or it has reached to a level where we cannot even tolerate it.
Sir, but people
Now,
have still
BJP,
not. People have still not.
I'll just complete
People
it.
have still not. Just let me add to it, because you are saying that people have seen the golden period of Sheila Dikshit's reign, but people have still not, given you any advantage. It's 2% up from the vote share. Yes, you have only played at this moment the role of defeating the Aam Aadmi Party in 10 or 11 seats.
See, we should understand that we are a national party, and irrespective of the results will have a win and lose. The winners will celebrate, the losers will have their own time. However, our politics need to continue. The politics is not coming to an end. We have a certain ideology and we believe in that ideology and we work. When the people have not given a mandate to us, we have to work hard to get the mandate. It's very clear for us from our perspective.
All right, Zainab Sikandar, but let me just also, because a lot of people are, are saying that, this is the result of the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party not coming together. Omar Abdullah also tweeted saying, "Aapas mein ladte raho," and this will be the result. But the fact remains that Aam Aadmi Party did not just make the difference between the winning and losing in 10, 11 seats, but the kind of attacks that the Aam Aadmi Party had on the the Congress Party had on the Aam Aadmi Party, including the corruption charges that were leveled against Arvind Kejriwal, helped build that momentum and the narrative against Arvind Kejriwal. What happens to the India Alliance now?
You're right. From the beginning, if you see, it's not just in the campaign leading up to the Delhi election, it's actually from the last 2-3 years that the Delhi State Congress Committee has made pointed attacks at the Aam Aadmi Party, especially related to the liquor policy scam. And they are the ones, actually, Congress was the one which was on the most highest pitch when it comes to its rhetoric against the Aam Aadmi Party and the corruption within the Aam Aadmi Party. So actually, it wasn't the BJP who started it all, it was Congress who started it all. So to say that Congress didn't dent on Aam Aadmi Party's vote share, even if it is a small percentage, I think the percentage is just 2%. But don't forget, some of the margins victory, between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party is hardly, 6,000 votes, 4,000 votes. So, you have to understand that Congress did play as a vote cutter for Aam Aadmi Party. Secondly, I would also like to point out that it is the Congress that played up the image of Arvind Kejriwal ji living in a sheesh mahal the most. It was brought up again. In fact, BJP tried to play it non-confrontational, and in fact, BJP, took a leaf out of the Aam Aadmi Party playbook and said, okay, we are going to, go ahead and, top up on the welfare schemes like Maria was telling with Hardeep Puri ji.
Right.
So basically, Congress, I think, when it comes to alliance making and alliance partnerships, it looks like an unholy alliance every time state elections come in, because by the end of it, every 5 years during Lok Sabha, they come together and they show they're all very thick and hunky-dory together, and they're the best of friends. But when state elections come, they show they're the biggest of foes. So, it doesn't look...
Also confuses the voter, right? I mean, friends, foe, which confuses the voter as well. But Arnav Mitra, you are from the Aam Aadmi Party. I'm sure, it's a tough day for the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson to be out in the field today. But the fact remains, all right, these are some shots coming in from Haryana, where Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, is seen eating, one jalebi after another. Mr. Saini is in full celebration mode there. Yamuna played an important role in this election, and Mr. Saini had gone to, you saw those visuals of drinking water from the Yamuna, and then, of course, the big charge from Arvind Kejriwal of Haryana poisoning the water. But overall, Arnav, let me ask you this. This is not just a resounding victory of the BJP. This is also the people of Delhi completely rejecting the Aam Aadmi Party and rejecting the governance model. And why I say that? Because right from Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, who was at the helm of affairs for a very long time, Mr. Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, Saurabh Bhardwaj, your top leadership, your top faces, the people who governed Delhi for 11 years, they have all lost.
Yes, absolutely. I humbly accept the mandate given by the people of Delhi today. Nothing more, nothing less. We have accepted the mandate humbly. Arvind Kejriwal is focused on the development of Delhi, and for the past 10 years, whatever good things have been done by Arvind Kejriwal will keep on haunting BJP because now they have to fulfill all those things which Arvind Kejriwal has delivered. And let me tell you, let me remind you once again that BJP himself had admitted that there are certain welfare schemes that they will keep on continuing. That means the BJP president has already accepted this fact that there are certain welfare schemes that are going on. But today, yes, it's a sad day for us, unfortunate day for us. We lost the battle. I congratulate Bharatiya Janata Party and all the winning candidates. And I would like to say this on record that Aam Aadmi Party will keep on working for the betterment of the people of Delhi and this country.
But
and we will
Sujata,
be a
you know,
good,
it's also the
constructive
loss
opposition.
of personal credibility for Arvind Kejriwal, isn't it? I mean, there was BJP still in this election did not put out a candidate or a face against Arvind Kejriwal. They made that mistake, in few elections. They made that mistake in 2015 as well. But they have not done that this time as well. So it seems at this moment, at least in Delhi, especially with the middle class, possibly after the announcement of the budget by Nirmala Sitharaman, the trust factor in Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, and the delivery model of Prime Minister possibly, ringing more for the voters of Delhi and the middle class especially than Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's performance and delivery in the last 10 years.
Of course, yes, because this was, as we all know, that this was a referendum on Arvind Kejriwal and his model of governance, and also the data shows. Look at this. Now BJP, this is by 2:36 p.m. data. The BJP is leading on 15 of the 22 bordering seat of the state of Haryana. 9 out of 11 Haryana bordering seats. Then BJP leading on 25 out of 35 seats with more than 15% Purvanchali voter, and then 12 out of 13 seats with more than 5% Haryanvi voters also. Then BJP leading. Then also in the Jhuggi Jhopdi, out of 7, BJP is leading on 4. It's leading on out of 12 on 4 SC reserve seats. And last time Arvind Kejriwal has won all the SC reserve seats.
That's right.
So, so what does it tell you? It tells you that there is an overwhelming majority, and it's not just because of Arvind Kejriwal did not deliver. It's also because they saw PM Modi's credibility, more than Arvind Kejriwal. They believed that, okay, this party would deliver as compared to Arvind
Animesh
Kejriwal.
Pandey is co-founder of PMAC. He's also joining us at this moment. In fact, Animesh, let me ask you this and understand this from you. What were the numbers that you had projected? I believe that numbers are almost somewhere close to what you had projected at this moment, the results. And the other thing I want to ask, where is it that Arvind Kejriwal is losing his voters? 10%, almost 10% decrease in his vote share, and almost 9.5% increase in BJP's vote share. Where is the BJP gaining and Mr. Kejriwal losing these votes?
Thanks, Ankit. So our prediction was roughly 45 seats for BJP and 25 seats for AAP. So we are roughly in the same range. 47 is what the ECI website is projecting. And in terms of a vote share gap between BJP and AAP, we had projected roughly 3 to 4%. In terms of why this outcome has turned out, I think AAP is a unique party in that sense that it is uniquely dependent on a lot of floating voters to be in power. And that's why it's very much dependent on pro-incumbency. So whether you see the 2019 election where they had 18% vote share, and then in 2020 they had 54% vote share. Same in 2024 Lok Sabha election. So they have a 30% floating vote, which to hold that and to retain that, you need a very strong pro-incumbency wave. And this was not there. There were obvious issues which many panelists have pointed out, whether it's on the corruption and ceasefire issue, whether it's on the garbage collection, the drinking water issue, and the pollution issue, and whether the electorate desire for a same government, both at state as central, so that probably an enhanced development can happen. In terms of what segments have chipped away from AAP and Arvind Kejriwal, I think every segment has somehow chipped away, but probably the critical segment would be Dalits, where BJP had roughly 24-25% vote share in 2020 assembly elections. And now, at least as per our data, they have gained at least 10 to 12%. That is one. In general, the male voters, we see that they need Aam Aadmi Party by at least 6 to 7%, and even females, they just trail by 1 to 2%. So those are the critical reasons as to why Aam Aadmi Party is where it is today.
Right, you wanted to make a point, just quickly.
So when we talk about wave election, that whether the wave was for this party or that party, I think the wave is evident from the fact that earlier, if you go on the road and ask about Arvind Kejriwal, people would argue that he has done work, etc., etc. But after 2020, after COVID, the mismanagement, and then after the corruption allegations, etc., there were more and more voices that were coming out. Questioning about his delivery of the promises. That's number one. Another thing, someone on the panel was talking about how Congress has helped, BJP win. I think it's a very lame excuse. You've been in power for 10 years. If there was low margin seats and the Congress party candidates have got some seat, you were supposed to, to broaden the margin. In any way, in 2020 also, there were around 17 seats where the margin was less than 10,000 and 9 seats were less than 4,000. And that is why Manish Sisodia changed his seat from Paparganj and went to a safer seat where he lost as well today.
Okay.
So, it is just a passing the buck. Please accept that people have
But we have to give it to the Aam Aadmi Party at least that Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia both have very humbly accepted the result. But Animesh, there is one very interesting point before I go to my other guests. I'm just looking at the Election Commission website at this moment. I'm not talking about BJP plus, I'm only talking about the Bharatiya Janata Party. The vote difference between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP is just about 2%. Aam Aadmi Party is 43.72% and BJP is 45.80%. But when it has translated in a massive victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 40 plus than what they had last time. What attributes to that?
So I think we see it in many other state elections, whether Andhra is a good example, where if there's a bipolar election, even a 2% gap can make a significant impact on the seats that a party can get. So typically, if you have a 3 to 4%, 3% gap, in this case it's a 4% gap, roughly the party that is going to win will roughly get 2/3 of the seats. 70, 2/3 is 42, it's roughly in that range. So that's what we usually see when there's a bipolar election. In this case, it was virtually a bipolar election. Congress did gain 1 or 2%, but virtually it was a bipolar election. And second point is, I think AAP has still, despite anti-incumbency, etc., the AAP has still registered 43% vote.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it was not a massive wave. It was just that there was anti-incumbency, and AAP is very much significantly dependent on floating voters and pro-incumbency, because they don't have a base vote, which and where you need very small share of the floating voters to probably come to power.
Because we've seen that phenomena with the voter going to the BJP in the Lok Sabha election, coming back to the Aam Aadmi Party. In the last Lok Sabha election in 2024, the vote share of the BJP went up to about 54%. Now from there they have been able to retain. They've been able to retain that voter this time, and that is why they are somewhere around 47-48%. But Zainab, very quickly, what does this mean for Arvind Kejriwal? His politics, at least, has always been power politics. He has always stayed in power right from the time the Aam Aadmi Party came into inception. This is the first time his party is going to sit in the opposition without